Hey, such a one. Is that your drawing?
No, this one is not actually. This is a classic screen cap from a children's TV show.
Well, we
Yeah,
just
it looks like.
started, and I want to find out about this TV show. But first, to announce, welcome to the BTR stream. I am your host, Lev Polyakov, and to my right, who is it to my right? Who is this beautiful man?
Oh man, is it me? It's Jules. We're back again. Break the rules.
Back
We got the
again.
slippery slope episode today, talking about cultural and governmental trends and the slippery slopes that people can find themselves in
That's right.
or bring about themselves.
And for those who are new to the stream, don't forget to subscribe, help our channel grow, and also go to Patreon, patreon.com/breaktherules with a 3. And $20 patrons get a beautiful print from Giovanni Panicietti, who's going to be joining us tonight as well. So welcome, everybody, and we got a great panel for you tonight. I do want to go back to the very first thing that was talked about, such a one's character, because I've been seeing it on Twitter quite recently. So let's start with that. And also, before we start with that, I just want to say we got Theodore back again today from yesterday. We got Yakov alive, Jugs from the Perfume Nationalist podcast.
Oh,
We got
hey.
Spumshot, aka John K. Respecter, and as
Hello,
always,
that's me.
Serpent Mound. So such
Let's
a one.
go.
Can you talk a little bit about who this elf character is, who I keep seeing all the time?
Yeah, so I can't say as much about him as I probably should since he's my avatar, but it's a popular children's comic and book series and anime. In the 90s, it aired in, I guess, Japan and Europe. It was very popular in Israel, where I grew up. This guy basically kind of is a nomadic sort of type, lives in a tent, plays harmonica, a bit of an anarchist. His name is Snufkin.
Snufkin.
That's about it. It's not a show. I've not actually seen an episode of the show since I was like 10 years old, so I don't remember it that well. But he has a cool vibe, and I want to channel that on Twitter.
So the show, I'm looking it up right now. It's called,
Moomin trolls.
Moomin
Yeah,
Troll.
Moomin Trolls.
Yeah, it looks like a little hippo, like a little hippo man.
Yeah. So those are trolls, which is appropriate for the internet. They live in this idyllic valley, and this Snufkin guy visits them every spring.
And why does he visit them?
I don't quite remember. He travels around. In the winter, they just sleep, they hibernate, and he goes on, sees the world in warmer climates. And in the winter, he just chills in his tent, kind of, in the valley.
That sounds nice. It sounds like a good life. It sounds
It's
like
a good life, yeah.
It sounds like the kind of life I think many of the people who are boxed in cubicles today would want to have, and who knows, like maybe after this coronavirus pandemic, with more people venturing out of the urban centers that are getting destroyed right now, maybe we will return to a similar kind of life like Snufkin has. I don't know,
Yeah,
like
so it was aspirational for sure when I picked it. Since then, I have actually traveled the world for quite a few years, and now I don't want to do that anymore. So,
so you're just
now
settling
it's
down.
more of the
Nice.
Moomin lifestyle.
I think Serpent Mound's lifestyle is also pretty close to that as far as the fishing and all that. Like, I don't know if you are aware of Snufkin or not.
I'm not traveling. Yeah, I know about Snufkin. Moomins have been pretty popular on Twitter for a while. But yeah, I don't move around a lot. I'm pretty much all in the same area. I'd like to go out and do more fishing trips and stuff like that. But I don't know. In terms of how outdoors they are, like a lot of the Moomin Twitter stuff is in relation to ecology and like deep ecology and things like that. So in that respect, absolutely. But just I've never seen an episode of the show. I'm American, so I can't say exactly if I align with it, but it seems pretty cool though. I do like the aesthetics.
I thought it was Japanese at first.
It seems like Over the Garden Wall might have taken a bit of inspiration from the show.
Yeah,
early
that's the
Snufkin.
first thing I thought of.
What's over the garden wall?
It's a Netflix or Disney cartoon, I think.
It was Cartoon Network, I thought.
Yeah, I don't know.
I had a girlfriend in high school that was really into like animation and like cinematography and stuff, and she was like, "Whoa, like this cartoon is so deep, like it's so," and it was a good cartoon, but yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Cartoon Network.
It has really beautiful backgrounds.
So
And the characters are very simply designed, kind of like Snufkin.
yeah, they do kind of look like him, but also what's interesting is that I believe Nick Cross, who I know from my days back at the Ottawa Animation Festival that I had several of my films showing at, he was one of the designers of Over the Garden Wall.
Yeah, that's right.
And
yeah, he ran with John for a while.
That's true, yeah. So he's also part of this group of people who I think were really inspired early on. Like, whatever you think of the guy, I think that many of them were inspired or worked directly under John Kricfalusi, and he imbued in them, I think, the kind of style that was imbued in him from his inspirations, whether it's like the UPA stuff, whether it's the... No, not so much UPA.
What's UPA?
So UPA was this animation studio during the 50s. They made a lot of these very stylized, simple animations, but they made it in such a way that it didn't take big budget, but it was still very nice to look at, as opposed to, let's say, the flat art style that we see today. So
well, their style was, they sort of created what we think of as like the very flat looking style that you would see later in Cartoon Network shows of the 90s, like Powerpuff Girls, Dexter's Laboratory. But
it was more Hanna-Barbera though. Like what I was gonna get to, like when I said UPA, is that UPA, I think it's sort of there, but it's much more Hanna-Barbera, as well as the classic WB cartoons from Termite Terrace, if we're talking about like Bugs Bunny, Daffy Duck, especially the stuff that Bob Clampett made. Bob Clampett was an incredibly important inspiration for John Kay, as far as like the kind of, also stylized but also very organic cartoon animation.
Yeah, well, you look at those 50s UPA cartoons, and they actually have a lot of animation, and they're very lively and they're very organic in spite of being flat. Like, being flat doesn't necessarily have to mean being lifeless or barely animated.
Well, here is an example of the Bob Clampett style Daffy Duck, and you notice immediately
beautiful.
He's very different from the Daffy Duck that you would see from, let's say, Chuck Jones. Chuck Jones' Daffy Duck is less liquid, more solid, a lot more straight lines.
Yeah, very angular. Whereas you look at that Daffy picture, and the first thing I think that jumps out at you is how three-dimensional he looks. Like the construction is just very, very solid.
Liquid is not the first adjective I would think of when looking at that. It just looks like refined.
Oh, this image!
It just looks like I feel I see a human touch in it. I feel like economic. Like I feel like no expense was spared. Like I think now you look at Daffy Duck and it's just an economical truncation of what it used to be. Like people are like, we know Daffy Duck. People have it in their mind. How do we just like? They are looking at South Park, going, these South Park guys are embarrassing us. How do we just simplify this?
Well, the new Looney Tunes are very, very good, all things considered, considering that they're not working with, the kind of production system that existed in the 40s or anything like that. They're doing their best, and it actually looks pretty good.
I think that could be owed a lot to people like Michael Rocco. I don't know if you know who that guy is, but he also went to SVA. He was in the class below me, and he was like a huge, huge Looney Tunes fanatic. Like, he loved everything. He studied as much as he could about the people who were responsible for creating these cartoon characters in the first place. And I think it shows. Like, when you watch the new Looney Tunes, even if it didn't necessarily reach the same level as the ones that I showed you right now, it still looks like people who care about getting it as close as possible to what existed.
Yeah, I mean, style and characters to a large degree are kind of a distraction, because what makes good animation good is good animation. It's the ability of animators to kind of try to imbue things with a sense of life and a sense of character and really put themselves into what they're doing. TV production is not organized around that. It's very much organized around the idea of TV as an assembly line.
And is this something that you see today many of the animations that are coming out. I remember I saw a thread. I don't know if it was your thread. I think it was a friend of yours who was showing example of like the cartoons that came about, like we said, from the inspiration of Hanna-Barbera and UPA, contrasting them to the things that are going on right now with the new Thundercats cartoon and other emulations of like the CalArt style or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, I've taken to calling the CalArts, the much maligned CalArts style bean mouth, because people get really pedantic online about, well, this showrunner didn't actually go to CalArts, even though like 90% of them went to CalArts. I say bean mouth because it pretty much means the same stylistic cliches and people kind of get what you're talking about. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of the dominant style, and it's dominant because it's easy to draw more than anything. It makes it easier on the cartoonists. It makes it easier on the production of the shows when they have to outsource the animation to overseas. And a lot of TV cartoons really kind of look the same these days. And
where what is the origin of that look, do you think? Like, I think that goes back to like The Simpsons and Family Guy.
Yeah,
those are like
actually,
the first things that are so minimalistic and kind of lazy. They worked for the time, but
The Simpsons was kind of hiding in plain sight as the culprit behind Bean Mouth, I think, because, it's not just about a bean-shaped mouth. It's also about like those kind of rounded teeth that the Simpsons have. You see those
general
in a lot of
lack of detail.
Cartoons.
That's
lack of detail. Big circular eyes with little tiny pupils. You see that in a lot of shows. It's kind of the cartoon sitcom style, which, a lot of shows just are imitating Family Guy. But Bean Mouth is kind of like somewhere between Family Guy and The Simpsons, and some anime and manga influence, because a lot of kids who grew up in the 90s, 2000s, 2010s, they take a lot of influence from the Japanese styles, but it's kind of like the surface detail influence without any of the really highly technically skilled qualities that you see in anime.
I think the sitcom style, I think that format, in a lot of ways, it killed cartoons as like the art form they were, where it's like the older cartoons, they're kind of standalone art pieces. They're
The
just
Simpsons and its consequences have been a disaster for the animation industry.
Yeah, between them not being standalone pieces. Now they're this episodic thing. It doesn't have to be episodic. That and like the way the music isn't necessary for it. They're not tied together. They're not one thing anymore. Like it's far lazier.
The question is the show driven by cartoonists, or is it driven by writers? Are the cartoonists and animators simply illustrating written scripts, or are they creating the story themselves with storyboards? You can kind of tell the difference immediately. I mean, the biggest giveaway is most of a cartoon just people standing around and talking? If they are, it's not a real cartoon or a true cartoon, or whatever snobby term you want to use.
I remember speaking with Fred Seibert of Frederator, and he always insisted on having pitches given to him as a storyboard. And I believe like he was retelling the story of how Penn Ward pitched him the original Adventure Time cartoon, where he went on stage with the guitar and the storyboards, and there was something about it that I don't know. It may not have even been Fred who recommended it. It may have been this friend, but either way, that was a big success for them, having Adventure Time on, and that is the other thing that I think a lot of the new cartoons end up sort of emulating, that same kind of Adventure Time style that at its day was differentiated from the other styles that were around it.
Yeah, I tweeted out a little while ago that Adventure Time ruined a whole generation of cartoonists, and it did in the sense that everybody kind of copied its simplicity, and that made them stop trying so hard. But I mean, cliches are always the biggest enemy, and cliches are kind of what television and movies run on in the first place. So they're not easy to avoid. But, even more than like the style of a show and the way it looks on a visual level, the character design, the big question is, does the show evolve? Does one season have better animation to the next? And there are almost no TV cartoons that do that, because once a show gets sold in TV, the producers and the network execs just kind of want to know what they're getting. They want it to look the same year in, year out. Consistency is the enemy of innovation.
Out of curiosity, do you yourself come from a background in animation, or how did you get interested in the subject?
I'm not a pro. I just love cartoons and comics my whole life. I've drawn for fun, but I was never good enough to be a pro. But, drawing for fun, I mean, I think I'm actually not that snobby when it comes to drawing because I think everybody is kind of better at drawing than they think they are. They just get intimidated by it. And it would be, the world would be a better place if more people just drew for fun. But drawing for fun and drawing cartoons for fun does give you some sense of how hard it is to actually do well and what's involved in it. So, I mean, I hope that informs my criticism of it somewhat.
I'm really interested in, I forgot who mentioned this. Who determines the cartoon, right? Are animators kind of creating a lot of the story, or are writers creating the story and animators fitting in? I imagine it's much more of a feedback loop. I imagine it's different from project to project.
All the animators are in Asia. No more animators. So it's basically storyboard artists, but a lot of writers.
Well, then that's who I mean. I one of my favorite comics, The Watchmen. It's Alan Moore. And who was the
Dave Gibbons? But something a lot of people don't even know about Alan Moore is that he started out as a cartoonist. He started out, as a comic book creator, somebody who drew his own material, and even just that got him off on the right foot in terms of being able to write for an illustrator who would then illustrate his script.
That's what's so interesting to me is that a lot of the best comics, like you have a person that's writing, and then you have a person that's animating. But I also imagine there's a feedback where the guy can draft something that's rough to give an aesthetic impression, and the artist can draw things that narratively convey information that wouldn't be included in any synopsis or summary.
Yeah, I mean, comic books, it's a bit different because there aren't that many, what am I trying to say? You read Alan Moore's scripts, and there are some of them available online, like you can read a script for Watchmen or The Killing Joke or whatever. They are incredibly visually detailed. Like, he gets extremely meticulous about where each and every little thing is in every single panel. Cartoon production in TV since the 1960s going into 70s was kind of organized around the way regular TV is produced, where, hack script writers just kind of crank out stuff and then hand it off to be made. And that was completely different from the way that cartoons were made in the golden age of animation, where it was the cartoonists and animators who created the stories from the ground up, and they could always change it at any stage along production. The big significance of John Kay, and the reason I'm the John Kay respecter, is him and actually Ralph Bakshi, just before him on the TV show New Adventures of Mighty Mouse, were the guys who brought back golden age of animation style production somewhat to TV.
Was Ren and Stimpy the last cartoon done in that style, or has there been more?
It was probably the last cartoon done where cartoonists had as much freedom on a TV cartoon as they did. And
it didn't last long either, right? Like a year or two?
Yeah, it didn't last long. And the other thing, too, is that evolution, like I said, you look at Ren and Stimpy season 1 and season 2, there's this huge leap in quality of animation and design and everything. And you can see like they really cared about making the show better and better with every season. Once they got rid of John and the Spumco guys, the show just kind of stagnated and stayed more or less the same. And like I said, that's very rare to see evolution in TV cartoons now.
Well, now they're having
Is
a new
it similar to Rocko's Modern Life?
Well, Rocko's Modern Life was a games production. That was the studio that Nickelodeon created with all the talent they stole from Spumco after Ren and Stimpy got broken up. So, I mean, yeah, there are similarities on a visual level. I think, I mean, Rocko's Modern Life, I liked that show a lot as a kid, but I look at it now and it's, I don't know.
I loved Rocko's Modern Life. I hated. You could never get through an episode of Ren and Stimpy. And my parents, too.
It was my favorite.
I hated that show. I just always thought it was
What did you hate about
garbage. It never made me feel good. Like, I grew up on television. My parents would leave and they'd like sit me on the couch and they'd say, don't answer the door. Don't answer the phone. There's food in the fridge. We're going to be gone for 3 hours. Here's the television. like you'll be fine.
Do you remember which
5, 6, 7, right? But and so like I would just watch television all the time, and my parents used to tell me that Cartoon Network ended at 8 o'clock or something. They'd be like, "Oh, Cartoon Network's over," and they'd change the channel and be like, "It's over." Until one time, my mom was on a trip, and my dad couldn't get me to go to bed. So I'm like jumping on his bed, and he goes like, "Go watch Cartoon Network." And I'm like, "It's after 8. Like Cartoon Network's over." He goes, "Cartoon Network's 24/7." And then I was like, "Ah!" And then my mom comes home at 1 o'clock in the morning, and I'm standing up on the couch watching television. I'm like, "Mom, Cartoon Network never stops." And then that was the end of that.
Do you remember?
That was the experience for a lot of kids back then, right? Your parents would just leave you at home and just sit there doing whatever for a few hours.
Do you guys like Cow and Chicken?
Oh, Cow and Chicken is great.
Shameless ripoff. I disagree. The jokes don't hold up. Red Guy's kind of funny still, but
yeah, I like Piles the Beaver.
I still think about him. Yeah, hey, I'm Piles the Beaver doll. Hey.
What is Piles? Piles is supposed to be some kind of a sexual infection or something having to do with the butthole, right?
Cow and Chicken had really good animation. You pick any random episode, the characters are very lively. There's a lot of poses and expressions. It's not a characters stand around and recite dialogue to each other type cartoon. And that's like my baseline test for if it's good or not.
Well, I recall, like, back when we were in SVA, I saw Rebecca Sugar's thesis film. It was really lively, like, the way that the characters move around. Like, for any criticism the cartoon would get Steven Universe, like, she is a legit, draftsman.
Her pre-Ren and Stimpy, her pre-Steven Universe stuff is actually very well drawn. It looks much better than anything that ever showed up on Steven Universe. They kind of blandified her style for Steven Universe.
I could see that, but I also wonder what the clicks that are in a Cartoon Network. Like, even though I am in animation where I'm going to be doing more shorts as the years progress, and I also want to make a cartoon myself and be within it, I also wonder about the influence that certain clicks and certain movements have on today's animation, and how much, like, the Cartoon Network place itself has become sort of like a self-containment zone of certain ideas, and they wouldn't allow other ideas to break through that in-group preference.
Well, a mutual of mine was telling me that at Cartoon Network, it's like the corporate environment is such that you're meant to be like a cog in a machine, and they encourage that mentality. Whereas at Nickelodeon, it's more like encouraging people working together. Everybody pretends to be friends. People go out for drinks after work. So pick your poison, I guess.
When you say pretends to be friends, it's like, I could imagine there are people there who have certain ideas that they can't really say because there's another consensus that dominates everything.
Yeah, well, I mean, pretends to be friends in the sense that it's that happy corporate environment where you're encouraged to think of the company that you're working for as your family and your coworkers as your friends.
I might be an anomaly, but in my experience, there's never anything you're not allowed to talk about, but you have to be very savvy. So you have to listen a lot first, and then you have to warm up to conversations that you're most passionate about. If you just dump everything on the table all the time in the same exact way, like with no, it's like playing jazz. It really is. So, and I think some people they psych themselves out. They go, "Oh, I'm not allowed to talk about these things." And they kind of stunt themselves. They kind of handicap themselves in their ability to make good impressions while talking about things outside the acceptable norm. And you can see people really poor at these skills that for whatever reason, they just have never had the courage or the tenacity to develop. But I just always knew like there would be times when I was younger and there'd be things I wanted to talk about, and I would give myself a year timeline into how to be able to talk about something. I'd be like, oh, I want to be able to talk about this with these people. Well, I wouldn't be able to do that right now. It would totally blow up. So what's the timeline that I'll give myself to be able to have a really copacetic
how to not be a fucking
talk
autist
about this.
by Jules.
The timeline for talking about certain things in the cartoon industry is never, because, you know, like a lot of creative industries, it's been completely invaded by wokeness, and there are things you can say that will get you immediately ostracized, written up by HR. You know, I'm just some guy on Twitter, and I had the whole army of gay witch owl house friends, fans coming after me. I can only imagine how bad it would be if you were somebody who worked at Nickelodeon or at Cartoon Network.
Are cartoons and animation, sorry to cut you off, are cartoons and animation, because they're considered, like, in our culture more for children, does that sort of have an extra layer of, hey, these are things that you don't touch and these are things that you don't talk about?
I'm not sure what you mean. I mean, people who work on cartoons sort of by nature tend to be very infantile and childish, and there's a lot. I'm not going out on a limb by saying that most cartoonists are nerds, right? So they're kind of like very sensitive people to begin with, but now they all have political causes, so they're like 10 times as annoying.
There seems to be like a lot of aggression that I see in some of the creator photos. I'm not going to say which ones because I don't remember their names. There was one lady that I saw who had like the short blue hair, and the vibe that she gave off was like a very like, you know, a very alpha vibe that you don't want to mess with her. And like, I wonder how many of those kinds of people are in that industry right now.
But why not approach everyone like that? Like, I always go, I don't want to mess with anyone. Like, but I think that's just the optimal way to be able to enjoy the broadest overton window. Like, if someone is like, the reason I'm able to talk about so many things is because I submit significantly more than I impose myself. And I think that's counterintuitive for a lot of people. A lot of people have kind of like pride or shame when it comes to submitting, when really it's one of the best ways to
you must
like
submit.
Have because submitting means nothing. It's like, it feels good. It feels good to be like, you know what? Like, it's cool. Like, I don't care.
Kundalini reversal time.
But see, Jules,
is this a beta defense?
Mm-hmm.
To say what?
A beta defense? Is that what you said, Theodore? I'm not sure if I heard that correctly, but I think
it's just a de-escalation posture, right? It's about, if you're concerned about people like blowing up, like, I'm never afraid of like being surprised by people's reactions, like, because I look at everyone exactly the same. Like, people don't seem so mysterious to me. And I think it's because I've gone through knowledge backwards. Like, a lot of people say, start with the classics and work your way up. Like, I started with a lot of the cutting edge neuroscience, which I have found to be reality bending. And it's just like constantly confirmed just with my powers of persuasion and presence and, you know, just like magnetism. And it's not because
I'm feeling very persuaded and drawn to you right now.
Well, just because I said I'd, you know, try to be a good listener and I'd be open to what you have to say. I don't want to get under people's skin, right? I'm not afraid to, but it's not what I want to do.
Yeah, I can agree with you on that.
I think where I and Jules differ, and I completely respect where Jules is coming from, I think it is a great strategy if you want to talk with those people. My whole thing is, I have a limited amount of time on this planet, and I would rather talk with you guys. If I do happen to be in the situation where I would talk to her, that's fine, that's great. But it's like, since I have a limited amount of time to hang out with people, like, I could spend the time simping and submitting and doing all that, but it's like at a certain point, like, why? You know, like, I'm not exactly sure, like, if it would take like 5 years of constantly submitting and constantly talking to get somebody to change their mind on certain things, maybe it's worth it. I don't know. Like, I'm curious, Jugs, what you think. You are the only female present here in this discussion when it comes to emotional intelligence and things like that, and what you choose to, who you choose to spend time with. Like, if there was like a more of like a butch, blue-haired lesbian creator who you may want to, I don't know, change your mind on certain things, would it be worth it
It
to
shouldn't
put
be
in that
about
time?
changing people's minds. I feel misunderstood. That's because you said we disagreed, but I do feel misunderstood. I'm interested in what Jugs has to say, but I would like to clarify.
And explain.
Well, I come from like an underground music scene, and just like kind of like a creative like scene in general. So I've had to deal with and hold my tongue around these people for a really fucking long time. And as I get older now, it's just more grating to me. And now I, sometimes can run my mouth a little bit, but usually I choose not to engage. I don't think that there's any productive discourse to be had with anyone like that. And that makes it really hard for me to like, actually, like, being a woman and like the types of jobs that I've had, those are also the type of women that I'd be working with, not in like cartoons, but like say in like customer service or the beauty industry. So yeah, it's just I'm pretty misogynistic, I guess I should also say. So
But let's say if you had a choice to spend time with people, let's say like the ones that you described that you got to watch yourself around, or spend your time with people who would be more vibing with you, what would you choose? Like if they were also in the industry.
I would choose my homies like you guys and Skinwalker guys and Perfume Nationalists, little post-right crew. I love having my little echo chamber of like people who I can just like talk to, because like you said, we don't have a whole lot of time on this earth, and I don't have a whole lot of patience.
I feel like that's a very old school that's very old school logic. I just think that I have the same amount of time as everyone, and I don't spend that much time around people I don't vibe with. I think a lot of your vibe is internal, and even if you're around people with horrible vibes, it's an opportunity to learn like genuine spirituality and like good philosophy and religion. Because if people are draining the life out of you, the only thing that can like get you through it is good philosophy.
I just don't know about being around people who would drain the life out of me, although I do see the point of, like, wasn't it Mencius Moldbug who talked about how he would rather have, like, one Burning Man person on his camp than, like, all the MAGA boomers? You know, like, there is a power that people within the cathedral have to influence. So the idea is, like, if you are able to introduce people to things that they may not have known about because they may have been so turned off by certain displays, like, this is why I think someone like Donald Trump may have turned way more people off, although perhaps until these whole riots that started recently. But my point is that I think like his rhetoric and the way he talked and just his whole style turned a lot of people who were, let's say, more liberal centrists completely off, because anything that would have been associated with, let's say, border security is now going to be associated with Orange Man bad. Thus, it's forbidden for them to like it. You know, like, that's the unfortunate thing about being so boisterous, is that you do end up turning people off who otherwise wouldn't have had to, let's say, put their hat in the ring of, like, the far leftists.
I tend to think that negative sort of attention always seems to benefit the person who's the source of it on those large scales. Like, you can say that he drove away a lot of those centrists, but like he pulled in a lot of them too. Like, I never would have supported the Republican Party except that Trump was being fucking awesome on the campaign trail. You know, that fucking dissipated real fast. But
Interesting point. By the way, that picture that I
so-
posted, I just want to direct your attention. If you guys don't know who that is John Dilworth, the creator of Courage the Cowardly Dog.
Oh, I couldn't tell that was you. You look so different,
you,
but that's
yeah.
awesome.
Wow.
What is
Look
that
at
haircut?
haircut.
I never would have
Yeah.
expected that the creator
That's
of
so
Courage
weird.
the Cowardly Dog would look like that. I mean, God,
He is.
that's really cool. Where did you meet him?
So this was, well, I met him originally at ASIFA East in New York City at the SVA Theater. This was even before I went to school there. This was around 2004. That's when I first met the guy, and this was like in the same New York animation community. Bill Plimpton was also a big part of that community at the time.
Nice.
He's the guy who did the Kanye West Heard Him Say music video, among many other independent animations. Like, I really want to do stuff like Bill Plimpton does, because he tours different festivals. He just makes his own movies. He makes his own feature-length movies.
Bill Plimpton's incredible because he has consistently since the 80s made and released feature-length animated movies on his own, which you'd think would be incredibly prohibitively expensive, but he's managed to do it like even in the pre-Flash, pre-computer and internet distribution days. There's a lot of his movies right now on Tubi and Amazon Prime and stuff. Yeah, Bill Plimpton is really a guy worth checking out. And thanks for having me on, guys, but I got to go now, but it was fun.
Oh,
Thanks,
one more question before you go. Do you know Signa Bauman?
No, who is that?
I'll send you some of her stuff later on. She was my first boss. My first job was painting cells, but I'll send you that info later. But
We're going to rip
Right.
John K. apart when you leave.
All right.
Thank you for
Thanks a lot,
coming on.
guys. Take care. Bye.
Take care.
Thanks. See you.
On the topic of echo chambers, in my experience, people that are fond of them tend to be the most egregious hazers. And so when you find yourself in New York and you're like uptight about talking about things, and then in a way that it turns you off, so that you just kind of insulate and just isolate and just kind of, you end up mirroring them, right? And I think that is a toxic problem. So even though there's this old school logic in terms of, hey, you're only going to be around, 65 years, just anybody that just like rubs you the wrong way a little bit, just ignore them and you'll have a nice life. But I think there's also like an optimistic longevity perspective that goes along the lines of the more things you enjoy, the more enjoyable your life is. And everybody knows there are things that are acquired tastes. Like the first time I drank beer, like it was disgusting. Like I retched. And now I don't like beer, but I can drink a beer and appreciate and enjoy it. And the same with things like whiskey, right? I'm not a drinker. I seldom drink, but I had to acquire the taste. And there was a lot of music that was that way for me too. Now, my father is just not compatible with this mindset. He basically, if he didn't like the music when he was a teenager, he will not like it. And it almost seems on principle. Like he refuses to give things a chance because he doesn't want to admit that he's more plastic than stoic, and so he shapes himself that way.
Well, you're talking about music and other, let's say, food items. What about as far as, let's say, political circles that would be just like complete echo chambers and would be, hard for people who are not going to like toe the line to be a part of?
If I have criticisms of other people, I don't want to be the one committing the same things. Like, I don't want to be a hypocrite, right?
The things you dislike in other people are the things you have not liked in yourself. For people. So
yeah, what you dislike in others is a reflection of yourself, 100%.
So for example, if you dislike communists, if you dislike communism, let's say, what would that be a reflection of something within you?
It depends. It depends on what you dislike about communists, because you might dislike champagne socialists, or you might dislike the wild, wild west yuppie Rajneeshs, where a small community is pooling resources to shirk the law,
see it more as being
because you think the law is irrelevant to you.
I doubt that the Russian people, let's say in my case, who escaped from the USSR, they'd be thinking about the Rajneeshis. I think they'd be thinking much more of like the Black Lives Matter people and things that are going on in South Africa and things that have gone on in other places. I think that's what they were thinking of mostly when it comes to why they dislike communism, and why when they're looking at impressionable young socialists hobnobbing with each other talking about the revolution, why that strikes a negative chord with them.
It's
So
like a
what I
boomer thing,
dislike-
but they don't like the free stuff. They think of all the shallow aspects of socialism. It's nothing in depth. It's just they don't want people to get an easier time than they had. They don't want
Not
free
exactly
stuff.
that. I don't think it's just that. I think it's also the authoritarianism or the totalitarianism that comes after that, where it's not going to be a free lunch. So while there could be an aspect of people, let's say, who would just be misusing the system, there is also the aspect of people who are above everybody misusing it to such an extent that they're siphoning resources for themselves and their friends while preaching about equality. Like,
Are we talking about the average people, the average person's perspective?
I would talk about more, in this case, the perspective of the Russian expat who was living under socialism, or like not just Russian, but like any of the USSR countries, who comes here and their children are acquainted as well with like the experiences that their parents had, like in my case. And that is why looking around in New York City in the kind of communities that have been bubbling up where they have absolutely no problem with socialism and enacting it, like, it's not so much about, oh, let these people think about whatever they want, that's fine. But once they actually start implementing it, like right now with de Blasio, with him, having like $2 million set up for, for servants for his wife, meanwhile, he's letting all these other businesses not function. Something like that, to me at least, is a very prime example of this kind of socialist dictatorship in the making, where it's not fully bloomed
How
yet,
many
but you can see
hundred?
aspects. It was $2 million,
was
I
that?
believe. $2 million, that's the rate for his wife's staff.
Staff.
Yes, like a cinematographer gets paid like $100,000 something dollars.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, that's
it's
terrible.
important stuff. Plus,
Also,
what I dislike about communism, or this new religious like communist progressivism, because I identify as a progressive, but like a classical liberal, not like the way the language game Young Turks use it, but it's more about the flash flood aspect, as in I hate flash floods. Like, I really dislike the idea of a force majeure, like an act of God coming out of nowhere and just destroying everything, right? I don't dislike that people have good intentions and unintentionally hurt you, right? Because I genuinely believe people are good at heart and want to be good. And if they've been turned into a cynic or into a pessimist, sometimes you need someone that can show them the light and and show them that there's a reason to believe in people again. I have faith in humanity, right? I think that is a very healthy starting point for a good religion and a good philosophy. And a lot of people don't have faith in humanity at all.
Do you have faith in
they're
Winnie
so busy
Mandela?
not trusting people. They're so busy not trusting people that they themselves make themselves untrustworthy.
Do you have faith in
What
Winnie
about people who
Mandela,
are-
who was necklacing her political opponents?
I would trust myself to do my best in front of like a murderous person to like talk them down. Like if someone is like on a murdering spree, if you're just gonna like, what do you do then, right? Like, you're asking me like, do I trust someone on a murdering spree?
Jules, you just use your magnetic
question.
personality.
I mean, you have to reason with people, right?
The murderer?
that doesn't
That's what
always
a
work.
hostage
No.
negotiator does. Like,
The
if
way
I
is
think,
death.
I think like some people think,
That's unreliable.
some people think, not everyone could be an FBI hostage negotiator, and it's actually everybody could be an FBI
Are we talking
hostage
about the guy who is
negotiator.
in your
If you
house like in the middle of the night?
If you learn that information, if you learn the information on how to be an FBI hostage negotiator, you could have those same reality bending like insights. So
Jules, I think it's probably more
I
something
would
like
look at someone that was tiring people and burning them alive like a hostage negotiator. So I trust that they're a bag of meat like everyone else. But no, I don't trust that if I don't use my insight, that I'm going to have as good a chance as if I was just a stubborn idiot.
Wait, Serpent Man, what were
about
you saying?
someone with? I was just going to say it's probably something like bodybuilding. Like, I mean, just on a basic level, people genetically are different, and someone can be on all the right steroids and know everything, but most of the population, their genetics just will never be good enough to be in the top tier of bodybuilding. It's the same thing. Like, you can't take someone with like severe autism and just give them a bunch of textbooks and have them be like a top level hostage negotiator.
No, but some people you can get a long way by if you're willing to spoon feed them or hold their hand. And so that's why there's such a growth in these YouTube shows. I mean, no one's equal, but also everyone's the same and different.
Yeah, but I don't think Winnie Mandela would have watched our show. Let's be honest here. Like, I just think some people out there are going to be just plain inaccessible and evil.
You can improve somewhat, but
it's
not
like
everybody
you haven't learned the magic yet. I swear. You make that true by saying that. You're willing it into existence unconsciously.
Hold on. What do you guys think? Do you guys think that there are some people who are just pure evil? Like, no matter how it happened, they just ended up being pure evil, and there's no hostage negotiation that could be done.
This is all pretty impractical. I don't know if good and evil. There are some ideals that don't necessarily need to be brought into this. If there's a guy in my house at night who could do me harm, like, I don't give a fuck about any of this. You're probably right, Jules. Blow his fucking head off.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the safest thing to do. It's not a reliable technique if you're not an expert.
Well, we're talking about something a little bit different here. So let's say we're talking about like some politician in the making, like somebody who attended some prestigious university, got trained in Marxism, and you have a certain amount of years.
Trained in Marxism.
Yes, you have a certain amount of years to, let's say, get through to them.
He was a black belt in Marxism.
Or there's going to be like some civil war and whatever, and then other things would have to be done. So the question is, how much time would people be able to have, and would they be successful in getting through to some of these people who are not that far away from either not paying attention to when people are being necklaced, or encouraging people being necklaced, or being the ones who are necklacing people? And for those who don't know what necklacing is, it's when you put a tire... am I correct about this? Like, you put a tire around somebody and you set it on fire? Yeah. So that's the thing. I mean, I think Jules may be right. I just don't know how long it takes and how effective it is if we're talking about the people who are already at the level of being able to necklace somebody or excusing it.
You have to avoid echo chambers. Someone like that can only exist with people that love echo chambers and people that, like, at the starting point are turned off by other communities and go, I have a limited amount of time and I would rather insulate and isolate myself. That's how those movements become like toxic and pervasive. So if those are the kind of things you fear, I would want to use the most constructive, productive method and approach to make sure like nothing ever came anywhere close to that. Because people are good at heart. I don't think that some people are just evil. I think some people have just been so fucked over so many times, so mistreated so many times. They become so jaded, so cynical, so hurt, so betrayed that at some point they just start justifying their behavior. And then they'll put a little religious twist on it and then they'll call it a day. And it's you can avoid that as an outside influence.
Aren't there people out there Aren't there people out there who have done like really terrible things, but they just kind of happened out of nowhere? There was no terrible backstory. They just did these things.
The worst and most dangerous echo chamber is the fucking human mind. And we've all got it all the time. And when you slip into that dark place, you don't realize you did it. And it's there all the time. So it's like these words, I don't know. It's just not practical. It's like, you can't tell people not to slip into that fucking feedback loop or whatever, because they do and they will. And it's only becoming more common as technology goes the way it is. It's only becoming more common.
Yeah.
Like, I'd rather.
Yeah, when I'm talking about like staying in an echo chamber, I'm talking about like and actively avoiding people who are hostile to me, who are like literally like threaten my life, my livelihood, my family. Like, I really don't see any point in negotiating with someone like that at all.
Have you ever encountered a person like that in your life?
Absolutely, I have. Yeah, several
In
people.
what context or
unfortunately.
situations?
Like with
And
cancel culture, do you think cancel culture exists?
I mean,
I've
my
watched like
dad has a
entire
sports
music
betting
scenes.
company. He's gotten death threats his whole life. I think like getting death threats is something that comes with a lot of exposure. Like I've heard everyone on Twitter gets death threats all the time. If you're a successful comic, if you're a successful actor, if you're a successful public person, or you just have a lot of customers. Imagine if you have a big company, people just send you death threats because
Yeah, but
they're
that's like
just
randos.
words to them.
That's
I don't
randos.
think, yeah, death threats aren't really the issue because they're almost never reliable. The problem is when like major corporations make it so that you're like cut out of the economy.
Yeah, I mean, that is a big deal, which is why I am never opposed to talking with people like this podcast, this online show is about. We open the doors up to anybody, like people who are leftists, people who are on the right. We want to talk with them. My only point is when it comes to empowering people and the limited amount of time it takes to do so, I would want to focus on the people that I'm able to resonate with to try to lift them up, as opposed to just like taking their time away and focusing more on people who at this point would see anybody to the right of Bernie Sanders as being fascistic. Do you see what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I think that's the most constructive mindset. Personally, I agree with you. I would do that too.
I think it's valuable to aspire to be a good host in terms of how capable are you of throwing a party and getting people to like vibe and get along. And I think some people, they are so ego centered that they're so like echo chamber focused that they don't even realize when an outsider is like feeling hazed or pushed away and just like uncomfortable. And so unless someone's spelling it out for you in like just unusual plain English, like suddenly these people like they're shaped by the outside influences, right? And so if you think you have no impact or influence on people's composure, people will just always be a random mystery to you. If you take responsibility for your impact and influence on others, suddenly you'll find it's a lot easier to be a good host and get people to vibe. But if you're stuck saying cliches like, oh, so-and-so would never go for this, oh, so-and-so would never like this, so you're actually making that the likely outcome. And then you'll confuse yourself when you manifest that outcome. You'll go, see, I was right all along.
Well, let's say if we're
and it's like, no, you influenced it to be that way.
Well, let's say if we're talking about animation, back to animation for a second, and I also want to take, I want to get Chris Gassler's take on this as well, because Chris, I know that you are an animator, a fantastic animator, and you are involved with the Newgrounds community. So when it comes to something like the Newgrounds community, for instance, I see in it a alternative to, let's say, the Cartoon Network people, where you have people who are dedicated to, honing their craft while at the same time being open, at least as far as I can tell, to other ideas. Like, I don't think the Newgrounds people have to agree on every single point. At least that's what I found when I went to Pico Day, when I went to the office party back in 2016. So I see in that an alternative to the status quo of the animation industry that has, I think, gone very much to the far left. So I'm curious, Chris, what do you think about that? Like, if more of these pirate ship type communities could start sprouting out, whether it's in animation or in any other field, because I think, and I don't want to get your words twisted, Jules, but what I don't want to have happen, let's say for myself personally, is that I would have to go into an environment like a Cartoon Network or Nickelodeon or whatever, where I would have to, for a long time, be in this hostage negotiator mode, constantly, like trying to ease people into something where there are already people who are much more open to hearing things that I could vibe with, who I can work with. You know what I mean? Like if I had to pick one or the other, I would go for Newgrounds.
I mean, I'm the same way. I think my choices demonstrate that. Anybody that knows me, and even people that don't know me, and they just kind of get a brief impression from the outside or afar, like I like to be able to speak my mind. I value my freedom more than anything, and I value my time. But I also am a very long-term thinker. And I've had a lot of experiences with things going a lot of different ways, including social situations and social dynamics. So, I'm told today by my parents they know me. They know me my whole life. They go, hey, don't mention Trump in that environment. Don't talk about the things you talk about on your show from time to time in that environment. And I have to reassure people,
watch the show,
I have situational awareness. I'm sure they do from time to time, but I have to just remind people, and I have to constantly prove my situational awareness.
Shout out to Jules' folks.
Hey,
I missed a little bit of the conversation coming into it, but I'm piecing it together. But I would agree that definitely Newgrounds is more of a middle grounds. Like nobody really is focused on, and I like that no one's really focused on pushing one ideology. But I will say there's definitely like subcategories and cliques of people in the art community, whether it's on Twitter, Tumblr, Reddit, because it's all different like circles. It's Newgrounds is like a melting pot, but there's definitely different cliques and inner circles and stuff. But I think for the most part, a lot of network driven stuff is in the more left side. I came into the conversation. I missed the initial point, but I'm trying to.
Well, the initial point, if I can condense it, was for me like what I would want to spend my time doing as far as who I would want to hang out with more. Where I think Jules is much more inclined to try to reach out to people who may be, way further on the left and to be more of a hostage negotiator with them. So,
but I don't think like that, right? I'm saying that to you guys as a like a mind trick, as a shortcut, as a shorthand. But I just like getting along with everyone. It's just better, right? It's just a better life to be able to get along with everyone. And speak your mind, as opposed to not speak your mind and only like hanging out with some people.
I mean, I like doing that too. It's just sometimes it's difficult to make it work with some people. They're just too difficult for somebody who's not an expert in negotiating or conversation like I am. Then sometimes it's just too difficult to make it work.
I'm just an abrasive piece of shit.
I don't necessarily think that's a problem.
And I'm just a spurg.
Like, I feel like there's a little bit of both, or a little bit of that on both sides of the spectrum, being that, like, I mean, I grew up primarily on the internet, like 4chan, Newgrounds, what have you. But when I got involved in the music scene, like, as I'm sure you guys are aware, like the music scene is very left leaning, very liberal leaning. And I guess like it was a bit jarring for me because there was so much policing of discourse and just like, it was really easy to get alienated really fast. Like, I don't know how many of you guys were on Tumblr from like 2012 to 2014, 2015. But I feel like
never.
I feel like that same sort of like environment can be found on both sides. But like the further you get to the extremes of the spectrum, like the really far left-leaning people and the really far right-leaning people, it's kind of not there. Like, I feel like they're a lot more welcoming, at least for me, when I have like, like opposing beliefs or even just things that like contradict them. They're a lot more open because I feel like they're a lot more well-read on what they believe and they don't have that same insecurity that someone else might have. And I feel like that insecurity is what motivates a lot of people to rejecting opposing beliefs and opposing dialogue and stuff like that.
What do you think?
I identify as a con man. So I would tell people that I identify as a con man. And I shared this article from the Smithsonian about the guy who sold the Eiffel Tower twice. And there's a big Think article I'm going to share that's about this and how con men work. And people think con men are just silver-tongued and like soothsayers when they're really just superior listeners. They just listen to what you say because people always reveal what they're most interested in and what they want. And also most people are uncomfortable talking about the things they're most interested in, what they want, right? Even though actually a total life hack is to just say, fuck it. Like, this is literally exactly what I want and what I want to do. And this is how I want to do it. But if you just listen to people, right? That's how con men work, is they just listen. They're just listening. And if you have that mindset, then it's easier to traverse any environment you want. You don't have to sell people the Eiffel Tower. You can just say, I like hanging out with everyone and speaking my mind. It's a lot easier to sell.
Well, I feel like that's just generally true. Like, the people who are better at understanding the motives and the perspectives of other people are just the people who are just most successful in general, because they can work well with others and they can better just understand other people and make things work with them.
But what about that is the con man aspect of it? Why is that the con man?
See, this is the problem with some of these dark enlightenment ideas, that people are shy about admitting they're familiar with, because suddenly they're worried, like, oh, like, what are so-and-so's intentions? What's really going on, you know, when really a lot of these ideas are equalizers, just like the Second Amendment. Like, I think evolutionary psychology, Machiavelli's The Prince, like this information about how con men work or how social engineers work. I think the world would be a better place if everyone had that information at the forefront of their brain, because then it would just cancel out and you could just get to business faster. You just be able to, like, be casual faster.
I want to get Shantiman's take on all this. Shantiman, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Am I heard? Am I on the radio?
Yes, you are.
Okay, very good. I kind of... So, Jules, is your thing basically just being, like, bluntly honest with people, like, straight from the get-go? Like... Yeah, and then just... So I gotta ask, like, what other people were saying. What's the con man part of it? Because basically you're just listening to, like, what people...
use their techniques. I use their techniques, right? Because if someone can sell you the Eiffel Tower, someone can say, I like getting along with everyone and speaking my mind.
This is why I like pro wrestling. Pro wrestlers call each other workers. They work the audience. They have to listen to the audience and give them what they want so that the audience keeps giving them more money. It's not so... In the con man, that works. But on a deeper level, this is like... this is the core of a lot of magic. Like using your will to influence the will of others to change the world. Same concept.
I got a little touch of drama, like putting on a mask and playing a role through what the person wants to be, but at the same time being honest in how you do it.
Well,
that makes sense.
I am honest in that we gotta wet our beaks. So if you go to streamlabs.com/lovejules, you'll see it in the bottom right corner. You can give us a little something, wet our beaks, and then whatever you write is gonna be displayed on the screen. FYI.
We need the support desperately. I drive Lev crazy because I've been Wile E. Coyote off the cliff for a year now, and so I've managed to find new footing. I just got a new job. Didn't talk about Donald Trump. It's gonna be great. I'm gonna be working.
That's literally all you had to do, motherfucker. You just had to stop talking about Trump, and now you got a job. See, that's how it works.
Right, that's right. Keep my hopes up and my head low. Yeah, keep my hopes up and my head low.
Wait, Jules, did you used to talk about Trump a lot?
Yeah, in the interview.
If I'm asked a direct question, do you know the movie True Lies? Remember when Arnold Schwarzenegger is injected with the truth serum? I'm like walking around every day as if I'm just always on truth serum. So when people ask me a direct question, I compulsively, like philosophically answer, right? I might try to introduce a PEMDAS where I'm like, oh, I need to probe simultaneously while introducing this concept or situation. But it's just like rock climbing, where I'm like, oh, if I said this way, I'm going to hear crickets in the audience. But if I say it this way, I might have a cathartic, lighthearted laugh or a smile.
Yeah, I feel like that's just a good way to operate, except I'm just too terrible in social interaction to do that.
You could get better at it by avoiding echo chambers.
This is a lot of like, fucking autists.
Well, I guess that's why I'm here.
I guess that is why we're all here. We're able to get together over things that aren't usually talked about that much in public. I mean,
that's exactly why I'm here. I was invited for the autist convention, and as soon as I get pulled over at the next exit level, I'll send you a clip that somebody did of me in regards to my autism. So I'm happy to be here, and if anybody else identifies, it's cool. If you don't, you're in denial.
That's amazing.
I can feel that.
Well, look, I mean, Chris Chan, he was he diagnosed as a high-functioning autistic child, like, in the beginning? Like, that's kind of the thing that he used as a shield.
1%, barely noticeable.
Yeah. Like, I wonder...
Yeah, it's not actually a recognized scientific term anymore, but he still goes by it.
I don't know. I saw a picture of, like, 8-year-old Chris Chan, and that kid has fucking autism.
Well, he draws a line between like autism and like Asperger's, and he doesn't want people to think he's retarded. And like the sad thing about Chris Chan is that like he didn't have to be retarded. Like the internet fucking ruined him. But he has to throw the high functioning in there so everybody knows he can hang.
I feel like the internet just does that to everybody. Like being internet famous just ruins everyone.
That's
hazing culture. That's hazing culture. People get off on it. It makes them feel good.
Well, yeah, he's roasting.
Feel good with other things.
Roasting.
Like that's been his whole existence. Otherwise, he would be like just another anonymous anime masturbator in his parents' house.
Roasting is fun toe to toe. Roasting is fun toe to toe when it's fair, but it's not fun when it's just like Lord of the Flies, in group, out group, hierarchy.
And it's not like roasting, but like on the internet, you see like a lot of people who will just get egged on and goaded into doing all these ridiculous things. Like I've talked about Andy Worski a lot. I don't think he wasn't roasted into pulling a gun on somebody in a street fight. That's just the internet made him. It exacerbated this, I don't know, craziness, I guess, inside of him. The audience, point where he's doing something that insane.
The audience can do some gaslighting, that's for sure. And like they don't even know they're doing it, but they'll egg on the nonsense until it hits a fucking crescendo. There's no doubt about it.
The people love chaos.
That's what I was saying about the negative attention earlier. Is that like on YouTube, that's like the goal is to have like you want like that fucking radioactive drama. That's what's going to drive those numbers up. And like I don't know if that's for the better or the worse, but you can definitely appeal to a lot of people that way.
Whether it's for the better or the worse, drawing attention and just stirring up controversy is a general like part of the entertainment business in general now. Like it doesn't matter if it's good or bad drama. Like, 6ix9ine is still going to get his numbers, whether the song's good or not. Like he's gotten like, he gets 200 or 300 like million a song.
And what was the
people actually like that music though. Like there are people who literally think that is what music is supposed to sound like. You can't discount that.
Oh yeah, no,
it has grown on me. It has a vibe. It has like a deep vibe. Like if I didn't speak English and I was just like listening to that primal drug, I could be like, like I would feel it. I was
gonna say you could apply that same logic to the whole YouTube thing. Like there are people like Leafy and Keemstar and iDubbbz that, maybe you think it's ridiculous, but there's a lot of people who think, oh, these are the greatest videos. This is how everything should be. And I think that's a similar kind of thing, really. They have this they kind of have this negative draw sometimes that people think, oh, these people are just being mean. But a lot of people will say, no, these are really good videos. It's really creative or entertaining or funny, something along those lines.
There's no doubt that people enjoy them.
Well, this brings us to one of the topics that I want to talk about today, which is that Cardi B music video, WAP. It's already been a couple of weeks now. I don't know how relevant that is still today. I recently saw it, My own personal take is that it's kind of boring. Like, I don't know, like I saw it, it didn't strike me as anything that special. But as far as, let's say, that video not being, like, I know that there's a certain, like, level in YouTube videos where they block it for kids, or you have to, like, prove your age somehow or whatever. Like, that video, no blocking at all as far as I understand. So I think that there is something... I don't know, Hotep Sophia, I'm curious about your thoughts on it too. Like, I think like a lot of that, like that twerking style, like that dancing, what is it about that dancing that makes it's kind of like safe, like it's something that cannot be criticized?
It shouldn't be. I mean, you're better than me. You've seen the video. I refuse to watch that garbage. I refuse.
You should watch it.
No. Because if I wanted to see a girl with a fat booty twerking, I would go to the strip club. Like, what is this whole thing of even watching this? Like, I didn't watch it, but I did see clips and I saw a lot of reviews. And me personally, I don't, based even on what the lyrics said, the lyrics are not even as bad as 90s female rap lyrics, like a Little Kim or Eve or whatever. So, and I used to listen to that, was no problem. So I think that as far as content is concerned,
like a Princess Loco.
Oh, right. Yeah. I mean, there's far worse.
This is like a horrible aside, but you obviously know your rap history. Isn't it crazy? When Princess Loco was doing that stuff with Tommy Wright, she was fucking 15 years old.
Don't get me started. Listen, the amount of pedophilia in the rap industry is insane. Noriega's got a song where he was talking about 12 and 13-year-olds coming backstage. That was my problem with the video. Like, it just really perpetuates this whole idea that this is the only way that you can make it in the industry, is behaving in this manner. And it's actually interesting that comes out, and then this whole
what are those colors? Oh, that's gross.
Oh my gosh, it's crazy. and it's satanic.
It looks so
the
bad.
Whole thing is satanic. Like, there's so many different levels of
purple.
Satanic. But then that whole Netflix thing with Misogyne or whatever her name is, the French director with these little kids. And it's like, okay, so you got this video coming out with these women acting like strippers. I mean, not even good strippers, like, because I mean, Tip Drill was worse. I'm just like, this whole thing is just nonsense. I think it was hyped up with, first, remember, Meg got shot. No, remember, Meg and Kylie was all hanging out with Tory Lanez, which makes no sense. Then Meg gets shot at a party. Then Kylie posts a picture of her foot, and then this comes out. Like, come on! Like, somebody's got to explain to me.
It's all about
how this was not all set up.
It doesn't matter whether the music video is good, whether it's bad. Look how crazy it is, and that's going to garnish attention. Like, look at those stripes. It's purple and green.
It looks terrible. It looks like a satanic funhouse.
Are you guys noticing, by the way?
Bubblegum Baphomet.
Are you guys noticing, by the way, that the background?
Energy.
Yes, the background of it is pretty much the same as in Twin Peaks, the Black Lodge.
Yeah.
That is the exact pattern that they're repeating.
Because it's awesome, but what's the problem with it? Why are you upset by this? It's a cool video. It's funny. It looks great. It's aesthetically pleasing.
It's devil worship.
It's satanic.
How is it satanic?
Okay,
I didn't watch it.
Where is there a satanic symbol
No,
in that
I
video?
didn't watch it, but these clips just look weird. I don't like the colors.
Let's break it down. When we're talking about
feel weird
satanic,
looking at them, right?
like Hotep Sophia, how would you describe satanic? Like,
Okay, so I mean, mainstream satanic. So you've got the black, white, and red. You've got the print that Cardi B is wearing in one of the other shots, which is MK Ultra programming print. Then you've got just the whole room opening, and then, like, it's sort of like, to me, when they have these different colors, they're different personalities. So you have these people who look, I mean, this is whole like of MK Ultra, like they've been programmed to these different rooms. They act different when they get to different rooms, and they're in this hallway. This is what, from what I've seen people describing the MK Ultra programming, which I consider satanic, this is exactly what it looks like. This is what I would expect to see if someone was trying to break me. Because remember, they have to put out a certain level of music to be able to break people. They use this just like the White Rabbit song from the 60s. Like, that was a song that they used to break people by Jefferson Airplane. I listen to a lot of 60s music. Like, I can see which songs they clearly were using as a part of this whole programming thing because it's so, it's got a certain feel to it. So that's what the vibe. I didn't even listen to it. I don't like Cardi B's voice, and I don't like Meg either. So I couldn't.
Yeah.
I really couldn't. Just from an aesthetic, I couldn't even listen to it. So I don't like it.
We had mentioned.
Yeah, I agree with what Sophia's saying. Like any music video that's like this gratuitously busy and then gets like so much press, like I'm assuming there's like hidden messages interwoven in what they're doing. Just because that's what they do, and they've been doing it since generations now.
Yeah, I wanted to say about the brainwashing thing with MK Ultra. Like you were saying about '60s music. I think one interesting thing I saw was that on Twitter, I think it was Cowboy was talking about how the Beatles were potentially used in brainwashing programs.
Definitely. If you listen to the music, you can hear it. Also, another person that I hate that everyone likes is the guy who did Lay Lady Lay and Let's Get Stoned and what's his name? Come on, y'all don't listen.
I think those are different people.
Dylan is satanic as well.
Bill, what's his name?
Bob Dylan.
That's Bob Dylan and
oh my
I
goodness.
hate Bob Dylan.
All his music is got messages upon messages laid into it, and he is the worst singer I have ever heard.
The worst.
And his songs make no sense. Like Lay Lady Lay. Really? Like
Bob Dylan has satanic messages? Like
I
what?
haven't heard about any of this.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm sort of a person who follows this type of stuff, but I've also done a lot of research, but I wouldn't say him specifically, but I think that
wasn't he also friends with Allen Ginsberg, right? And like he was a pedophile or something like that. I don't remember.
Yeah, he's a pedophile. Oh, pedophiles. Good Lord.
I'm
Dylan? Bob Dylan?
No.
Bob Dylan was friends with.
Found something about Bob Dylan.
You don't know what they were doing at anybody. I assume people who went to Woodstock are pedophiles because you don't even know how old the people were at Woodstock.
The boomers are evil.
But I like Bob Dylan.
Him.
Hold on, Bob Dylan's a pedophile. Time out.
I mean,
Time out.
He's also
Bob
Jewish.
Dylan practices
Shatter your life.
Okay, I don't know who did music with Phil Spector.
Yeah, I don't know about Bob Dylan himself.
With Phil Spector is suspect to me because Phil Spector was. I'm not going to say what he was doing, but he was doing the most. So I figure anybody you're guilty by association because that's just like the people who hung out with Harvey Weinstein. You can't tell me you didn't know what he was doing.
All of these last names.
You can't tell me, you can't pretend like you didn't know what Bill Clinton was doing if you're hanging out with him.
Well, wouldn't that be pretty much everybody in entertainment there for the most part? Because it's like if you're
all
going to the parties, unless you want to be the whistleblower whose life gets ruined, you're going to have to kind of. And I guess back then it was like
you got to pay the price for success, basically, and that's the price. Silence of terrible things.
They bought a lot of people. It's
selling your soul, basically. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, like we were talking before about Bill Cosby, like there were other people around Bill Cosby that were doing the same thing. They're around right now. Nobody talks about them. So that's like, I don't know.
Well, Bill Cosby tried to buy NBC. That was his problem. He should have left that whole media thing alone.
What was his problem?
He tried to buy NBC. He was putting together a bid to buy NBC, and then
for how much?
I don't know what it was, but this was
I've heard that was around the time he got
Obama
caught
allowed
for
it
the
to
stuff.
happen. So my thing is like, I can't even. Here we go down a rabbit hole. If anybody ever wants to go down the music rabbit hole, that is the rabbit hole I'm very.
And what about Michael Jackson?
With.
Michael Jackson and the Apple company that he bought from the Beatles.
Michael Jackson was innocent. He was innocent.
He was.
Here's what it is.
You
can tell. You can tell. Well, there is that. But look, you look at like the real pedophiles, your Epsteins and everything. Like these people are going to be buried forever. But Michael Jackson, it's like profitable to talk about him as a pedophile all the time in the media. Like,
well, he was groomed. I mean, Diana Ross started grooming him when he was 10. So you have to look at all of this stuff and say, what in the world is going on? Like they signed him and his brothers and sisters at 9. He was 9 years old when their first song came out, and that's when Diana Ross was out. So and they put them together. So by the time the 70s rolled around, here he come and he's always up under Diana Ross. She groomed him. There's no other explanation for it than
there are other stories about him sleeping in the same room with all his brothers who were much older than him at the time, and they were banging all sorts of girls and doing drugs and ruining him up sexually. For life.
The chat says
wasn't like
Corey
the
Feldman
father of
said
the
Michael
Jackson
didn't
Five
touch
like
him.
horribly abusive?
Oh yeah, definitely.
His father chemically castrated him. That came out when his father died.
True? Is that true?
Yes, that came out when his father died.
So he had no ding dong, or like what was going on? Like
I don't know what a chemical castration
his balls
is.
were shut off.
Maybe it didn't work.
I think
just
like
the
the guy who
I think
runs
it does
Kiwi
something
Farms.
to basically make you impotent. Like
That's just a violent vasectomy.
I know it's not like what they did to Sun Ra. Sun Ra was, I mean, this is a black music person, but he was missing a testicle. So I don't even know what a chemical castration. I didn't even look into it, because when I heard it, I was like, some things I could just like not have all the details on.
Jar acid dissolving.
Have you seen Sun Ra's movie Space is the Place, by the way?
Oh my gosh, Sun Ra. I love it. He was wild, but he's one of those people they use to sort of segment out people. So the people who follow Sun Ra, one of my teachers in undergrad was one of his followers. And they are like super futuristic. I just feel like that's one of those like experiments that the CIA was like running, and they couldn't quite get it to go mainstream, so they just left this guy and his little group of super whatever people alone. But his music is wild. I can listen to about 5 seconds of it and I'm like, wait a second, this music is it's interesting, but you have to be like people who like what's that, synthwave? Mm-hmm. I know a lot of people can do the synthwave. Synthwave gives me nightmares. So people who like synthwave could probably listen to Sun Ra. No, literally, like I tried to listen to synthwave. Somebody said, "Oh, synthwave. That's black Wealth Twitter." Listen
what
to
is
synthwave.
The genre? What is his
synthwave is awesome.
Yeah, it gives me nightmares. I listened to it and I literally had the worst nightmare of my whole entire life, and I was like, this might not be for me. Let me go back to
this
my
Egyptian aesthetic that he has.
Yeah, I love the headset.
Yeah,
that's really nice.
I want that.
Yeah, that's tight.
There was
and he was wild. Woo.
There was a dream, by the way, that I had last night with Kamala Harris, where Kamala Harris, she created like this plastic thing, like this plastic, like little piece of garbage that you would throw out into the street so that the dogs would like choke on it or something. It was like some kind of a thing that destroys dogs. And then like some little dogs ended up jumping on her and just like, tearing at her neck. And in the same dream, I was sitting in some room where they were serving some kind of wine. And I was drinking this esoteric flavored wine, and it was a pretty interesting dream. I can't remember all of it, but those were the 2 points.
How do you always remember these dreams? I don't remember any of the details of my dreams, except like terrible stuff always happens. I just don't remember the details.
I take
it's really hard to remember stuff. How do you remember dreams? Because it's very hard.
I take magnesium, B6, and what was the
Glycine.
other one? No, not Lysine. It's a ZMA. In fact, I have the bottle right over here. I'll show it to you guys later.
Magnesium's good for you.
I hear the key is to quit smoking weed, but can't do everything.
No, I don't think that does.
I can tell you, I don't do that. I don't do that.
Melatonin doesn't work for me. I took things Sonny said, take melatonin.
You gotta boof it.
There are some herbal remedies.
I feel groggy
I've
after
heard,
melatonin.
What about
I've heard
melanin?
good things about mugwort. I've recommended.
Can I
it to
take
a couple
melanin?
People. They tried it.
Mugwort will give you crazy dreams. Yeah.
Mugwort?
Yeah.
What's that?
It's basically like an herb. You can buy it in like a little pill capsule for him.
I don't know. I don't fuck around with mugwort.
Technically, it's black sage.
Yeah.
I don't fuck around with mugwort. There's something kind of dark about it for me personally. Like when I had one dream under mugwort, it was like a really evil dream. So I don't want to fuck around with mugwort.
Is that like a witch thing?
You can't do
witches.
Yeah, it's like bog witch stuff.
Yeah.
Whoa. That sounds wild.
But I think like the real key to ultra vivid dreams is just to meditate a lot, and it's something that I actually haven't been doing as much as I should. Amethyst is good. Like you put it on your
head. Shove an amethyst up your ass.
Blue kyanite. Blue kyanite will give you crazy dreams.
Blue kyanite. Is that a crystal of some sort?
It is. Yeah.
Interesting. I'm gonna have to take a look.
Also,
at that.
I don't take anything or do anything, and I still have crazy dreams. Where in almost every time there's something terrible, apocalyptic happening, and the world is being destroyed, and I die every time.
That's just the vibe this year. Everyone's getting them.
My problem is that
I can remember.
I boofed the wrong crystal, and I was actually up for 2 days straight.
Oh my god. And take a little piece of amethyst, put it in your shampoo, and then you'll have crazy dreams.
Wait, what do you mean in your shampoo? You mean like I don't get
Like a little like you just drop it in the shampoo bottle.
Ah, interesting. I gotta try
You can
that.
also charge stuff by setting it like by something. So like if you wanted amethyst water, you can set your crystal like by it, or like make a string around it or whatever. There's lots of charging things that you can do that doesn't include putting the crystal actually in your thing. Like a lot of people do that with water. They want to charge their water with the what's that black stuff? Oh my goodness. I can't remember, but
charcoal, carbon.
No. It comes from Russia. Come on, Lev, it's the black and it's a stone and it comes from Russia.
Oh God, I don't know.
I have to look it up.
I'm googling it.
Do you guys remember this, by the way? This
Is it
Craigslist ad?
obsidian?
Oh yeah, that's a classic.
Do we also turn our cams on so we can start J-Oing?
No.
So this was an old Craigslist ad. I actually got this from
no.
Game Grumps back in the day. It said, "The crystal I wear around my neck contains an essence that gets recharged when I jack it with a bro who also has a crystal. It gives me confidence at work, home, social situations, etc. Nobody knows it's a JO crystal but me and my bros. I have seen it glow white while jerking it with a bud. That's how I know this is real. You can come over for as long as you want, but I need a picture of you, preferably wearing a crystal, before I waste my time."
Goon
That's a
crystal.
dark magician.
So
Waste his time all 30 seconds.
Dark
That's
magician.
great. Hey, it works if you work it, you know?
Yeah. Oh, somebody's
key is-
requesting an orgone check. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
It's your belief in
Can you
the
imagine
magic that makes it
smashing that
work.
crystal
so.
for power after some years?
Through the power
my
of
God.
sheer will of jerking off, you can make it work.
Yeah, here's the.
I think you also have
It's
orgone.
horrible.
Oh, look at that.
We don't need to tell the Gooners about that. The JO crystal.
They made soul gems
They'll
real.
get too powerful. The
What is
gooners,
that?
the goons will inherit the earth.
What,
Yeah.
the Gooners?
Yeah, when they find out about the jail crystals.
I need to be goon pilled. This
I
was
think
brought
they
up
know.
to be on Twitter
I
by
think they know
Lev.
about it.
Someone
I guess
goon
I
pill me.
too, because I have a really impressive crystal collection.
Okay.
I don't understand what's going on right now, though.
Can we explain the
Po-
goon?
look at
Can we explain the
btr-chat.
gooners?
Sure. Okay. So for those who are not aware, gooners are people who set up these goon caves in their room. By goon caves, I mean they have a lot of monitors that are around their entire eyesight. So when they jack it, they're seeing a lot of pornography everywhere on the screen all at once. And the idea is to prolong the ejaculation process for as long as possible, so you become one with your dick.
They
I
built the
thought they were a
NASA
lot
command
like
console.
stockbrokers. I thought they were just
Yeah,
a lot
it's all
like
pornography.
stockbrokers.
You got to
They
save
just
up
had,
your
like
Adderall
multiple
script. all week.
screens.
What does stockbrokers have to do with it? I'm confused.
I mean, I
The
guess
way
you can see it's like a similar setup.
stockbrokers make decisions is based on very, very limited information, and they're in high risk environments with like huge crashes, but also potential for major upsides. So
Gooning has stockbroking.
I mean, go to a stockbroker's desk. He'll have 2 to 3 monitors. He's looking at a bunch of graphs, and he's kind of just like trying to navigate the weather. It's almost like like a person on a sailboat licking their finger and going, "Oh, which way is the wind?"
So what are they measuring
now?
What is the Dow Jones of the?
They would never be able to
the
tell
goons
you
are-
what they're measuring, which
What
is
is
why
Measuring each
in
other's
your
that
opinion?
make- if you
What do you
if you
think it is?
listen to someone who makes the most money as a stockbroker, they're horrible teachers at giving you insight to exactly what they're doing and how they're making decisions, which is why someone like Michael Lewis would write about how stockbrokers are just pure luck and morons, and they have no idea what they're doing or what they're talking about.
It's
But if
esoteric
you
gambling.
listen-
I really like the comment that somehow the stocks are like the weather, because I actually see politics in the same way. There's people that can navigate it and understand it, and it's really hard to explain, exactly like you said with the stocks.
There was a guy written about in Malcolm Gladwell's book, Blink. He was a top general, highly decorated, and he was tasked with, he was supposed to pose as a terrorist warring against America. And so it was going to be him versus like America's supercomputer, right? And so he had to engage in a war game against America's supercomputer, and he could build any team he wanted, and he had like a budget or whatever. And everyone on his team that he hired, every single person had no military experience, no computer experience, nothing. They were 20-year-old stockbrokers. That was his team, right? And when you listen to why this like 60-year-old top general chose a bunch of like know-nothing novice 20-year-old stockbrokers, gives you a lot of insight to what he knew about people that are overly sophisticated and like too highly skilled.
If there's one thing I feel like I've learned from staring at cryptocurrency charts, it's like there's like a little bit of like reading the future in there. There's a little bit of luck, a little bit of intuition, but you also when you start to look at like graphs and you start to look at the green and red lines, you start to pick up patterns that I feel like you can apply to other things. And like granted, you don't like politics. Like granted, you don't get a graph for politics, but you can see like, okay, we got a bunch of red lines, has been going bad for a period of time, so it's got to flip eventually. That's kind of like the
technical analysis has an application in stocks and definitely for politics too. A lot of people don't do technical analysis and get down to the nitty gritty and then take that down to patterns. So I think you're onto something.
The crystal I was thinking of is called shungite. I'm sorry, I thought it was just the
Shugnite.
Shungite, yeah.
Shugnite.
Not Shugnite. Jesus. Oh Lord!
What happened with him, by the way? Is he still around? Is he in jail? What's
he died in the 80s.
No,
South
he didn't
African
die.
prison.
No, I think he's still in jail.
Yeah,
They can't let him out of jail. He's gonna be murdered in the streets. He's safer in jail.
Really, he has a lot of hits out against him, like a lot of.
Oh well, people. They come from the real street code, not this fake street code they got going on now. So if he was out in the street, somebody would actually take care of him. It's like somebody was saying about the whole I hate going back to these clowns, but Tekashi made snitching okay because then you turn around and have Meg snitching on Tory. So they now if you're a snitch, you have safe haven, but before Tory wouldn't be allowed in Houston because that's where Meg is from. He wouldn't be allowed there. The street people would tell him he couldn't come, but now he moves freely. That's just like one time Cameron came to DC, they robbed him. This was like when Cameron was really popular. They literally robbed him, took his car, took everything. He was beefing with somebody here. He never came back. When I say never, never. So when you wonder why certain rappers don't go to certain areas, if they're beefing with the wrong people, they ain't going because there's no one the police can't protect you.
Yeah, that's pretty real.
How does the panel feel about 3-6 Mafia?
Who, me? I like 3-6 Mafia.
The only rap worth listening to.
But I was telling somebody this earlier. I like old T.I. Matter of fact, I like most rappers before 2009 because when Drake came out,
Preach.
He literally destroyed the rap industry because he was so fake and literally nothing about him was real. Everything he said was a complete lie because he was an actor and a Canadian actor, and he played a dude in a wheelchair. So to go from that to a daggone, like hip hop artist is insane. And the only reason it worked is because he had protection from Jay Prince. So nobody would mess with him because Jay Prince if he's an extortionist, so he will take, they don't mess around, those people from New York. So that's the only reason why he was able to get as far as he could. And like now, I'm like, y'all are seeing it now, huh? He done ruined the whole with his crying. And I'm like, who wants to listen to a dude cry for a whole album? Like,
I have a bunch of Cure albums.
Huh?
I have a bunch of the Cure albums.
Let's say I do, but
some of the best stuff
me.
I've ever heard.
Who is that? Is that
Cure?
Drake?
White people music.
The whitest of people.
Yeah.
Oh,
Robert Smith was the whitest man.
Sad,
I'm
lanky
sorry.
white boy music.
I barely.
I like. I mean, a lot of the stuff that was coming out of Memphis. I think 666 is better than 3-6, if you know what I mean. Before they sort of started going by 3-6, and they're still 666. But Tommy Wright, Project Pat.
Yeah.
UGK, can't leave UGK off the list.
I'm so
UGK.
nostalgic for most known unknowns. Is that what it's called? That was like high school for me. So I'm a little late to the game.
By the way, for those who don't know, the original name of Darkwing Duck, like his identity was Drake Mallard. So that's the Drake that I grew up with.
That's what I remember that. I remember that. And I kept thinking, where did I hear this name before? So they literally took the weirdest name possible. I mean, can you imagine all of the things that have to align for that man to be a famous hip hop artist, especially in 2009? But music was in so much turmoil at that time. It's just, they couldn't figure out, the industry couldn't figure out how to monetize anymore because everything was moving online. And even though their lawsuits against Napster and all these things went through, they didn't work. Like I said earlier,
that Napster stuff was bullshit. That Napster was the most ridiculous.
Oh, God.
I was so fucking angry. I haven't thought about Napster for a decade. Holy shit!
I'm still feeling the pain over
triggered.
it.
Yeah.
I am absolutely
Comes
triggered
back,
right now.
don't it? Comes right back, don't it?
On college, I went to University of Maryland. We had a peer-to-peer network, so we didn't have to use Napster. We just, you just went on the network and downloaded from somebody else on campus. So I didn't really have to get involved in all of that, that particular organization. But
I'm sorry for changing the topic. I think they mentioned having a technology different discussion. I apologize for throwing it off there.
No, not at all.
No,
this
no,
is how it works,
Metallica
man.
should always be spat
This is
on.
free for all Friday.
Metallica. Pussies.
It's just,
And I want to remind everybody to subscribe.
Oh, subscribe.
Yes.
I'd like to. People should subscribe. That's a good idea. I'd like to apologize for my autistic outburst. I believe, is the clip loaded yet?
Wait, I'm back. What's going on? Something happened?
Did you post something in the chat?
I Twitter DM'd. Let me see which account.
Oh, hold on a second. Let me see. Okay, so I do see a video over here. I'm not exactly sure how I would be able to play it though, like the audio itself, because I have to put it into OBS and stuff.
Oh,
like that's the only.
I can send you a Twitter link. Does that play somehow?
No, it's not a matter of that. It's just a matter of like I'm not able to screen share. So if you send it to Jules, maybe Jules can screen share it, but I don't know if you could even screen share audio on Zoom.
Oh,
that's
shit.
the only limitation.
Send
it my way.
Yeah, but send it to Jules.
It
and
should
we'll
be
see
a file.
Okay. Yeah, send it to Jules and let's see if we can make that work. But I also wanted to get into what you guys think regarding this Cuties video. I know Hotep Sophia, you mentioned it for a bit, but what do you guys in general think of? Even though the movie hasn't come out, the trailer came out, and also the poster came out that a lot of people were rallying against, talking about like it was sexualizing little girls. But I do remember that there were some people, like there was somebody on Reddit who posted that the idea here is that it's actually supposed to be criticizing this sexualization of little girls.
That's what Dick Masterson told me.
I thought Jules had a good assessment.
That was to take Dick Masterson and Vito had.
Page 2.5.
We gotta get Vito on, by the way. So Vito sent me a message saying that okay, I really want Vito to make it. That's all I'm gonna say. Vito, if you're listening to this,
Sunny turns people off. Like I have friends that would be regulars. I know, but my friends don't even trust me to bring them on and for me to be a good host.
Oh,
you know what I mean? Like when I invite them over to my house, they want to have a good time. And now I feel like I've invited some of my friends on the show and they've just been like so uncomfortable that they're like
because of, but who are those specific people?
Gay.
My friend Dan, my friend Mike Armstrong, Gennady, fortunately, we coaxed a lot, and he got all those memes from it, so he knew.
This is the best show ever. I don't know what you're talking about
with your friends. Show.
With your friends bad-mouthing the show.
They're not bad. That's Lev. That is, excuse me. That is not bad-mouthing. That is me saying I want to make people comfortable to come back.
No. You should have Sunny on as a leavener of men to determine who you should bring back.
Exactly.
But Sunny draws in so many people.
Well, then I can't. Then stop giving me shit for not bringing my friends on. Do you know what I mean? Because like you talk out of both sides of your mouth.
Well,
you're like,
I got questions
your
for
friends
Sunny.
come on. Oh, by the way,
there's
fuck your
plenty
friends.
of episodes where Sunny's not.
I really like free speech, and I wish we would have free speech. Why don't they want to come on?
Sunny is difficult.
Yeah, and it's a
That's
matter of
the fun.
People who are
it's a matter
not
of
used to
DJing it
having
though.
that
Like,
level of conversation.
Yeah.
like Jules,
I
if
mean,
you know
like
that
I
there's
said,
going to
come
be an
on.
event that Sunny's going to be at, you know, it's not fucking rocket science to decide, okay, am I going to invite some people who may not really be into Sunny? That's what goes into my mind whenever we structure events. It's not hard. So you saying that, oh, like they can't handle Sunny, who the fuck cares? That's fine. Don't invite them to the events that Sunny's at then. This is not a
But
problem.
yeah, don't stop.
Yeah,
don't
there's
stop
definitely more
bringing
than one
Sunny
way
on.
to
I mean,
skin a cat. I like Sunny. I want to do the 1v1 or whatever the audience was asking for. I'd love to have like a fun engagement with Sunny where we're antagonizing each other. I just think that also it's about crowd dynamics. So there's you know, some things are harder to articulate than others. I guess some people, again, we were talking about this earlier with echo chambers and hazing and in-group, out-group stuff. I think some people kind of fold different ways, and not everyone is like really into having just open arms and making everyone feel comfortable. Some people have pride with having obscure language like stockbrokers, where you're talking in such a complicated way that's like offensively not clear, so no one can follow you. And when you could actually be clear.
Dude, just con your friends on to get BTFO'd already.
Yeah, do it.
Jules, I understand what you're saying. What you're saying is some people are not able to handle those who don't behave in a diplomatic manner. That is a very difficult bridge to cross if you are in a field and you deal with people who operate on a diplomatic level, and then you get thrown into a group of artists who don't believe in diplomacy or anything. So it's a very difficult bridge to cross. I personally think it's exciting and fun, and I'm probably the only person I know who would do something like this. So this is what it is, and some people can't handle it. And I know a lot of people, like I send my family like clips of the show, and they're just like, okay, who is that person? I'm like, okay, ignore all of the crazy people. Just listen to the sane people, the ones that make sense, the ones that sound nuts. Just ignore them. Like if Sunny's on, I'm like, listen, there's a person on there, their name is Sunny. They're going to be kind of different, and they're going to say stuff that might make you upset, but it's okay. Just ignore him or listen or whatever, but don't judge everyone on the stream based on Sunny. I've said this, I can't even tell you how many times. Just to all of the Caliac affiliated people, I'm like, listen, they talk in a way that you don't understand. So just automatically assume you have no idea what's going on, and take what you can, and what you can't, leave it. And I think that more people need to learn how to decipher that. But if you are a person who has a high level of achievement, to try and come down to the level of those type of people who are like, I don't care about your achievements, I'm gonna kick your achievements, you know, that's a hard pill to swallow. I mean, that's a dynamic that's always going on in DC, because you have these politicians who think that they're, you know, God's given gift to planet Earth, and then you have the people who work for them and they treat them like garbage. It's the same thing. And I understand it, but it's like, yeah, you got to be able to navigate these different groups. And that's a problem we have as Americans. We can't go between. We can't say, oh, I see what you're saying. Or be like, I'm not sure about that. Maybe I wouldn't say it that way, you know, or just say, okay, that's how they are. Let them be how they are. They're beautiful, beautiful flower that I don't have to actually touch or smell or be near. And we can't do that very well as Americans.
No.
Well, I think we
I really love that. That's very well said.
Well, we strike a good balance, I think, between being able to bring people on for, let's say, the conversation we had with Dennis McKenna. You remember, like, I always go back to that and Tony Hinchcliffe as examples of conversation with people who are very big and well-known in their fields, who we do bring a certain level of professionalism to as far as how the guests interact with them. And I think that is absolutely fine, like having that and also having other ones where people while out.
You got some big gets lately, and I feel like I should congratulate you on that. For like Dennis McKenna, man, that's crazy.
Dennis McKenna's great.
Yeah,
and,
it's awesome.
We're going to be having a lot more. Like, Jules, can you tell a little bit about who we have, or should we keep that on the down low for now? Like, I don't know what the...
I mean, down low. We got Jeffrey Tucker, I think, next week.
Yes.
But I think everyone, I was reaching out to a bunch of people, and Lev was going, those are moonshots. And I'm like, what do you there's no more moonshots anymore. Like, anybody we want, we can have on the show.
It's not about not going after the moonshots. What my strategy is here, what I think would be the best for Jules and I to get, which I think worked out yesterday as well, where we were able to get a lot of interesting people, some of whom are here today, so thank you guys for coming back. Well, we were able to get people who have who have their own audiences, who are passionate, dedicated, and people who like these kinds of conversations and who are used to having these kind of conversations, so that this thing could all grow. And there are people who are, let's say, more accessible than, I don't know, Paul McCartney or whatever. Not that we call them Paul McCartney, but just as an example of like a moonshot individual who, even though we could talk with them, I'm not sure if the bringing of the audience in is something that would happen as organically with those moonshot people, and I am by no means opposed to trying to get more of them in as well.
I mean, these aren't moonshot people. I would say their names, and I doubt anyone would even know who they are, right?
Get Marianne Williams,
Twitter people or Instagram people or obscure artists. And also, there's a lot of people, like, I love everyone on the stream. I would love to just, like, consistently have a stacked panel and radically different views. Like, we all have good vibes, and we all are frequently, like, having a meeting of the minds. But sometimes there really is a need for, like, two people that might, in unordinary circumstances, be at each other's throats, but with the right host and the right, like, savvy outside influence, you can create a very rewarding experience that everybody leaves feeling that was productive, even if it felt like a roller coaster at times, even if, like, maybe some blood boiled or something, like, people want to come back for more.
I think we've had that, though. I think we've had that to a certain extent, like with the NASA guy that we brought in. We were talking about all kinds of topics related to secret technology and aliens and things like that, and he was along with us for the ride. Same thing with Kristen Jacobson, Dr. Jacobson, who we had on. She was the professor of literature and also professor of gender studies. So we had her on with Delicious Tacos and Logo Daedalus. And there's some kind of thing going on with Logo Daedalus right now, and the Kaliak people, I'm noticing there's some kind of a back and forth.
Oh, he's an
I'm
idiot.
reading this stud right now.
No, I wouldn't say. No, I mean, he's a smart dude. Like, he knows
read
a lot.
Far too much. That's all his brain is books.
Well, I know.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm gonna be
Logo and Campbot both. They're a little bit suspect.
We have to get it. They're trying to set up a fight right now with him or Cantbot, Sunny, and Mia.
I ironically believe
really
that quote about what was it, Logo having read too much and being too smart to win a debate with Kaliak people.
Well, when Lev is on, Lev is on. So he's 100% right about all our amazing experiences and proof of concepts and just leading by example. I think that when Lev is sharp, I don't know many people that are ever as sharp. And I think Lev has an instinct and an intuition that very few people have to begin with or even attempt to cultivate. And I'm just consistently impressed and proud by Lev. He just makes it seem so effortless, like he's not even trying. But I know how much work he's actually put into, like, all the decisions he makes on a daily basis.
Well, the dream would be that, I mean, first off, I am incredibly grateful to have Jules working with me on this thing and making it what it is. And my dream is to be able to set enough things in motion in advance so that it doesn't always... I mean, this is kind of like more behind-the-scenes stuff, but it is, I think, also an interesting thing to talk about when it comes to how to even set up a show like this. So I think a lot of it also goes into, bringing a lot of guests on board earlier on than you usually would. Even though I kind of agree with Jules that sometimes people come in at the last minute, there is always that. But I do like having things stretched out way in advance because it gives you a little bit of comfort to know that, okay, at least we know yada 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 is going to be on like 1 week from now or 2 weeks from now. And I think that would also allow a little bit more breathing room to, for Jules and I to think about other shows and other ideas that we're going to have in the weeks ahead. So it's just a matter of growing into it. And I did notice that, like, in the beginning, let's say in the first, 10 or 20 live streams that we did, there was this nervousness where I couldn't even eat. And I remember Howard Stern was also talking about a similar thing when he first started doing, like, there is just this dread that you feel in the beginning where, like, what if something goes wrong? What if, like, and the internet was horrible. If you guys remember, like, the first episodes we were doing, the internet was just, like, shutting the fuck down everything at a certain point, or it was, like, slowing things down. There was nothing we could do about it. But eventually that hurdle was passed. That made me feel a little bit better. And so, just things happen that slowly just get you more acquainted with the environment, and it feels like stepping into a worn pair of shoes. It's like, and it's much better.
It only gets easier. Those first shows, like you said, like the nerves are crazy. You don't really have a support network. Like for me, it was me and Mateo El Distolero, and we started Skinwalker tapes. And I was basically terrified. Half the freaking show is dead air and all this. But once we start getting some traction, get some fans together, get that support. Well, the first thing I did was like reach out to my fans, like, who wants to be a part of this? And now I've got like a standard panel of people who are always there with good takes. And it's like where I had to carry, and that's the worst part, is that you have to carry the whole thing on your shoulders for that early duration when you have no experience, no idea what you're doing. But eventually it gets easy. It gets real easy. Sometimes I still get fucking paranoid as hell before I go on. I don't even know why, but I know it's going to be okay. So
yeah, me too. I don't really get nervous that much anymore, but I got really nervous when we had Boyd Rice on our show. That I was really nervous at because I didn't want to fangirl, and I was just kind of like soy facing the whole time.
Wait,
like,
you guys had Boyd Rice on? I had to watch that.
Yep.
Wow.
We talked to Boyd Rice about soap operas, and it was the best day of my life.
What's your favorite soap opera?
My favorite soap opera, probably Dallas, I'd say.
Oh my gosh.
I think a lot of USSR people were into that show. Like, that's what they thought of America. They thought of Dallas when they thought of America.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dallas is cool.
I've never seen an episode, but I know my parents, that was one of their favorite shows.
That show my grandmother used to watch religiously, and one time she missed something at church because she wanted to see the show. So after that, she never watched any soap operas ever again because she was like, she had just got so involved with that one. She never watched any other soap operas. That was the only one.
Is that the show where they killed off a character and it was so awful and the audience hated it so much that they brought the character back and they made it all a dream?
The dream season. It's season 9, I believe. It's the dream season. And you can tell the dream season you're in like this dream, and you can kind of like almost see it because it's like everyone starts looking way more glamorous and almost dynasty like you can shift in the season. It's very strange, but it's really good. I recommend everyone watching it. Knots Landing is good too. A more obscure one that you can watch on YouTube is called Dark Paradises, which Boyd Rice actually recommended to me, and that's a wacky one for sure. That one's kind of like 70s like tiki. I mean, if you know who Boyd Rice is, you'd probably get the vibe of why he would like it so much. And like a Dark Shadows kind of vein of like the occult, that kind of soap opera. Dark Shadows is good, of course, as well.
They did a similar thing in Roseanne, I remember. In the last season, she wrote it.
Oh, yeah, so that was fucked up.
The whole thing was a dream. Well, because they had Roseanne, I mean, I guess it's okay if we spoil Roseanne here. I mean, that show was on, a long time ago.
I don't believe in spoilers.
Spoiler alert.
Yeah, I don't believe in spoilers either. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, Jules, you're kind of
I'm very anti-spoiler, but I appreciate the heads up.
If you like it, watch it. Jules,
I don't watch
if
the
you like it, then
trailers.
watch
I don't
it.
watch trailers because I'll see a trailer and then I'll be watching a movie and there'll be a life and death situation and I'll be like, I haven't even seen that person in the rain, like kissing that girl. You know, I know he's going to be fine. Suddenly I'm not stressed when I should be totally immersed and on the edge of my seat.
You can still be on the edge of your seat. I've read screenplays of like movies, and then when I like see them, I can still get that like, well, maybe the movie just wasn't good enough.
Yeah, I've done that with all Tarantino's. He writes great scripts.
To be honest, that's my default for pretty much any movie, unless it's something like I really want to see and totally immerse myself in it as it happens.
So here's what it says about Roseanne. In the final episode of the series, we find Roseanne sitting in her basement working on the memoir she's been trying to write for so long. She narrates the last pages as a voiceover while we watch her sitting at her desk, writing and considering. Then the other shoe drops. Or it's supposed to be the other shoe, but it feels more like an attempt to perform a narrative version of that memory-erasing flash pen from Men in Black. Dan, that was her husband, played by John Goodman, did not actually recover from his heart attack, Roseanne tells us. He died, and Roseanne was so devastated that she lost months to imagining an alternate version of their life, one where Dan lived and they won the lottery and all kinds of odd things happened. It's a Saint Elsewhere ending, a retroactive declaration that all the bad stuff was a dream. The finale of the show is about Roseanne trying to erase as much of that last season as it can. So from what I understand, the last season was kind of forced on her to be a certain way she didn't want to be, so her resolution was to just turn all of that stuff that the execs wanted to do into a dream that she had about an alternative life. So that was an interesting take. Like, I don't know how many people would go that direction. That's an interesting one to take. Kind of like bring control back into your own hands right at the end of that show. I like how Miyazaki also did it when he allegedly sent a samurai sword as a warning to the Disney execs not to cut out pieces of Princess Mononoke.
What a beautiful gesture.
It is.
That movie deserved it too.
Well, I think a lot of these execs, they want to fiddle around with the uncreation, like we were talking before about animation, how there are certain decisions probably from more of the top that force certain conforming in the designs. One other thing that I wanted to touch on with John K. Respector, which I didn't really have a chance to, is I was noticing that there are other, let's say, like the guy who did the Thundercats animation. I mean, look, I don't want to point fingers because, maybe they're wonderful people, I don't know, but like a lot of the male creators that I see today within animation, they sort of embody like that soy boy aesthetic.
Yeah.
I mean, the characters and the plots are very reflective of it. There's no like real heroes. There's nothing to aspire to. Like the women the women look exactly the same as the men.
I would dread to see an animated Conan the Barbarian made by a studio today.
I was going to say, you didn't address that with John K. Respector, but he's talked about that a bit on Twitter. My time following him, and he's talked about how everything now, there can be no more sex appeal in cartoons. They all have to look the same. Everything is gender ambiguous. These gender blobs, basically.
It's
the giant head and the thumb body.
It's not even just sex appeal because there's no John Wayne either. It's like archetypes.
Yeah.
It's the death of archetypes in a way. It's like doing away with anything that would connect
androgyny.
People. Yeah, and it's funny because androgyny, in the mystery school sense, is something that is sought after by the initiates, while at the same time, this is also a society that these people come from, whether it's the Romans, whether it's the Greeks, who valued a lot of these archetypes being present in their life through, let's say, the gods that they worshipped and the kind of qualities that they wanted to imbue within themselves. So it's an interesting thing where they were aware that we need these archetypes for society to function in a certain way, and when you get all of the NPCs to be apart from these archetypes, what are they going to be drawn to? Maybe this is why, like, again, when I go on Twitter and see so many of these profiles, hashtag BLM, putting all kinds of different genders, putting all kinds of different pronouns, there's nothing else for them to draw to if they see all these archetypes as being this archaic old white man stuff that's not relevant in their society anymore.
Well, it can be seen in like, and this also goes back to like the Cardi B thing. We got all these people who like the way they would talk about, some people would talk about like that video as like empowerment, but you have all these people who are like, they're saying like, they matter, I'm important. They're adamant of all of this stuff. But the second they get a little power, it's like right back to like the sexual objectification and the most like base level of all of this shit. Because these people, they weren't fucking useful or powerful or important or anything. That's why they have to scream it all the time. There's somebody who actually has like decent characteristics doesn't have to go around bragging about them. No,
definitely. I mean, one of my favorite, like, I have to listen to more jazz. I think that like, I remember I was listening to a lot of Louis Armstrong back in the Soviet Union, even like when I was growing up. And one of my most favorite, let's say, compositions, I don't really know what you would call it, like albums, would be Porgy and Bess with Ella Fitzgerald and Louis Armstrong. So, Hotep Sophia, have you listened to that?
Porgy and Bess is top tier.
Definitely.
Yeah, we sang a lot of that in high school. I was in like a bunch of different choirs, but yeah, Porgy and Bess is, you couldn't even play it today. People would just not even understand. I mean, even when people hear Summertime, like that's one of my favorite songs. Nobody, I mean, people, if they listen to the words, there'd be tons of Twitter think pieces like within minutes. Like, what do you mean your mother is rich? What do you mean your daddy is? I mean, they would just ruin it. I mean, some stuff is just so amazing. You just like,
and by the way,
like Guys and Dolls too. They would ruin Guys and Dolls. It would be.
And by the way, who composed Porgy and Bess? The Redacted. There we go. So that's why I'm looking at, that's why I'm saying, like, the Redacted, it's like wizards. It's like you can have Gandalfs and you can have Sarumans, you know? So when people lump all the wizards into the Saruman category, to me that's like avoiding just like a whole, you know, a whole legacy of what has been brought into American culture and Western culture in general. I mean, you still see it today with like older Jewish men and women. They're the ones, along with a lot of the Asians, who attend most of the operas and the ballets and all the stuff that people have kind of drawn away from. And instead, like, when was the last time you've seen elderly Jewish people go into a twerking, you know, like a twerking?
Never.
Yeah.
Oh,
exactly.
yeah, but they're still supporting Israel, and that's pissing me off.
Well, let me ask
what
you
are they
this,
called?
about Israel.
Twerking meetups? What's the name for that twerking meetup? We almost got to the name.
I was at a twerking party once, but here's the other thing. Like, okay, look, number one.
Wait, a twerking party?
Yeah, I was at a twerking party once.
Were you competing?
Yeah, it's strip club.
It was a concert. It was a rock concert that my friend had, which later on turned into a twerking party after the musicians left. So it was like transitioning
from a rock concert. Oh, y'all need to come
concert.
to DC anytime. West the country opens
nice.
back up. Y'all come to DC. I need to take y'all to the Go-Go. That's where you're gonna see some real
nice.
We're serious twerking, not this fake stuff. Even the stuff they do on TV is not even what they do here is. I mean, that's why I'm like, that was another thing. I'm like, this is just boring. Like, I go to stadium, like, what is this?
You got nonsense. The best twerking and you got the best weed.
DC does definitely. You can.
You were talking
better
before
than
about
else.
like the Jamaicans. They would have, like a Jamaican would die if they would try some of the DC weed.
Illinois got some legit stuff now, though.
Yeah, but the stuff here, people fly. He said Illinois. The stuff here, people fly in from California because, you know, the politicians and, you know, certain high-level people, they want top tier. So we this. I mean, they have everything they have in Colorado. They have.
I'm pulling that good kush.
Yeah, and a lot of people grow their own. There's a huge grower culture too.
I think Illinois got the best bud in the country.
Are you in Illinois?
I'm speaking from, I got a bias, okay? But I think the way they did it, it's coming through like the medical supply, and it's all tested through the labs. It's really good stuff, and I like the way they're doing it, and I hadn't seen that in other states.
They have to do that in DC too. There's a lot of very strict rules about how it's grown and all of this stuff. But the interesting thing about DC is that you cannot use on federal property, and people don't really understand that some of DC is federal property and some of DC is like DC jurisdictional property. And so you have to like be paying attention, how you move around, because if you get caught on federal property, you're gonna be in
you're
big
done
trouble.
for. You're cooked, baby.
Yeah,
Goodbye.
you're
Enjoy the
in
slammer.
trouble.
We're gonna kill you if you resist.
No problem. Oh, they're not.
Skooma. That's interesting.
When it comes when thinking about you're talking about the redacted and Saurons and Gandalfs, I think that it kind of is falling into the infantile perspective of like trying to imagine people's intentions when you should really be focusing on the effects of actions. But the reason we think about intentions is it can be displayed in a thought experiment. Like the way you judge someone who wanted to give you sugar but accidentally gave you poison is a lot different than the way you judge someone who wanted to poison you but accidentally gave you sugar. Like clearly the person that wanted to poison you actually didn't and gave you sugar, and now you had a nice cup of tea, and the person that wanted to give you sugar for a nice cup of tea accidentally poisons you, right? And so we go, well, even though the person died at the hands of the person with good intentions, like somehow, like we want to imagine in redacted scenarios, like you can tell the difference between a Saruman and a Gandalf. When really, like people that behave like Littlefinger in terms of like double speak, they act one way to your face, another way behind your back to hedge their bets, and then they're constantly thinking about how do I control you, how do I dominate you, and how do I like over leverage myself. Like you're being the Saruman.
I think most people are scared. I
think those people are actually evil and in denial.
I don't know.
I don't even.
Well, conversely, Jules, if I found out the guy who gave me sugar did try to poison me, I wouldn't thank him. I'd kick his ass.
I would like to stay away from both
him.
these
I would
retards.
fucking yell at him and be like, "Are we cool or not?"
Yeah, and then he poisons you again.
Yeah, that's
you just want to
that's not
separate
cool.
yourself.
Well, then
utterly.
I guess my faith in humanity would have failed me.
Yeah, and you did.
Jesus.
Thanks for the wisdom.
I have too much positive faith in humanity too, so that's fine. That I allow that as an error in my ways and logical judgment that people are going to do what's right most of the time.
I think they have good intentions and people make mistakes, and I give people the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, I give individuals the benefit of the doubt. I don't give the collective
Always.
at all.
Amen to that.
I like Fang Newman and wrote, he invoking Game of Thrones and Lord of the Rings allegories at the same time. He is too powerful.
Yeah.
I like that. But yeah,
I have to read that.
We gotta go back to the cuties thing, because I'm very curious what you guys think of that. Like,
man, I wish you got Dick Masterson in here for that. He went so hard on defending this for some reason.
Dude, that guy, he's so desperate to be fucking edgy, but he's too much of a coward to just be racist. So he talks about pedophilia all the time.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Really spicy take. Wow.
Yeah, it's like that's not edgy anymore. Like the only thing that's edgy is racism. Like literally nothing.
He's just
else.
being.
Yeah,
I feel like
no,
he's
it's
just
not. No,
It's just
you haven't
playing
heard of a guy
it.
like
It's
this
just
before?
so backwards. It's so backwards. How do we move society forward? How do we have constructive conversations? Coded speech, like stockbrokers. There's a reason why people hate bankers, and it's because they talk in a way that's impossible to understand. They increase the barriers to entry because they're control freaks. They go, I'm greedy.
Okay.
Why should I give other people opportunities when I could just control our environment by leveraging the government to regulate in our favor? And if I have a lot of resources, it's easier for me to strong arm people that have nothing. And it's like, you're no better than these fucking bankers that everybody hates.
I don't understand all these moral positions when it's just like, I want me and my community and people like me to do better.
I want like 7 to 8 neighbors who are
Amen.
Yes.
Morality.
Amen to all that.
Morality doesn't have to come from religion. It can come from sheer self-interest, as in positive feedback loops benefit you. People around you
I have a religious question.
benefits
Jules,
you, right? So like,
Jules,
I don't think about limited resources. I think about how do you create positive feedback loops with everyone you come in contact with, because that karma is real, right? And so just because you can't put it in a bottle or talk about it in a spreadsheet in a business presentation doesn't mean people can't on a day-to-day basis see the effects of your actions. And if they had any integrity, they would also help you out of their own self-interest and how to market it so everyone could make a living.
You got way too much faith in humanity, bro.
Jules, thank you for talking about religion again. You mentioned earlier when you were developing your philosophy and sort of laying a couple things out, you used the phrase bad religion. And I'm wondering if that was just a casual take or if there's a deeper intention there.
I'm trying to conflate that with bad philosophy, which is it's actually one of my favorite chapters, or one of my favorite chapters in David Deutsch's The Beginning of Infinity talks about bad philosophy. And bad philosophy is the sort of thing that makes like good explanations impossible, or it's the kind of thing that stops inquiry. So for example, if a child wants to do something and a parent says no, and the child says why, and the parent says because I said so, he argues that's an example of bad philosophy.
Yeah, that's bullshit. That is the most bullshit argument ever. God damn.
Because you're teaching the child that they have no control, that
appeal to authority.
Yeah, you're teaching the child that that they have no control, and that authority will always loom over you.
Fuck authority.
In some way it does.
And it's like, because I said so. Fuck that.
No, it's actually better to explain why. That's why I have a philosophy of I like to persuade or be persuaded. Some people go into situations like thinking like that would be a self-betrayal. Like they would be betraying themselves if they were genuinely persuaded, which is brain dead.
We have a message from Kyle Napoleon. He says, but the parent is probably tired and doesn't want to bother with what they want to do. And I think that is Jules, this is I think the distinction, another distinction between the two of us is that I don't imagine that there is like in a JoJo where like each character had their own like spirit character that hung around them. I don't think every single person has a spirit Jules that hangs around them on the side and can advise them about life. I think most people, like Prince said in his song,
I haven't had one. I haven't had one.
Yes, but you're a special case, and I think that there aren't that many special cases. I think most people
that's
are
I'm
on
trying
their
to
fucking own.
Make some money. I'm trying to make some money over here.
Yes, but we're talking more about societal situations, which is
with my buddy Lev.
Yes, that's right. Most people don't have a Jules that's there to advise them. So my point here is that because they don't have the Jules that's there to advise them, there's going to be things that other people like fucking de Blasio end up creating that's going to affect people, and most people are not really going to know how to solve it unless, unfortunately, things end up going into a much
but de Blasio is making so much money he doesn't care. He's basically doing things that are fair weather. He's basically doing things that have no social costs. It's just like win-win-win for him constantly. So I don't know if someone created that environment for him or if he just was an opportunist, but de Blasio's making a lot of money, right? So at least
his wife is
I
also
can understand his decisions. If I was like stalking him and surveilling him and being like, what makes de Blasio tick? I'd be like, oh, it's money.
I don't think, to me, it's not so much about what does de Blasio want. I think it's, like you said, you're absolutely right, Jules. My whole thing is about how are the rest of the people going to react, and unfortunately, I don't think we would be able to have as much of an influence on every single person who's living in New York. I think eventually they're going to have to touch the hot stove and learn themselves that if you allow such chaos to occur in your city, this is what you fucking deserve. It's hard to say, but it's like at a certain point, if people are going to keep electing people like de Blasio or turning away and not bothering about like, oh, so what if we have this socialist guy, you know, who was like living in South America all of a sudden like leading our city, like that is something that should have had, you know, a very negative reaction. Such a negative reaction, there should have been people fucking protesting on this guy's doorstep like Antifa's protesting right now on the doorsteps of people who don't deserve that kind of protest. But
that's the religion right now. That is the new religion.
Yes.
That's the new religion. And so people have to stop with the echo chambers and start thinking long game. Otherwise, there's going to be a zombie apocalypse.
I can't help but think that war is going to be the new religion.
I mean, I don't know how we
It
can break
already
that.
is.
I don't think there's any way to
war
break
is
that
a
echo
religion. I
chamber
agree
because
with
that's been fostered by the mainstream narrative so hard that the only place you have that is dedicated to breaking it is little enclaves online like this, places where you can kind of escape the reach of that narrative.
Yeah, but we can impose our will on the mainstream narrative and get in there. Like, we're close. If you think we couldn't be... What are you talking about? I've been to parties when journalists said, give me a story and I'll write about whatever the hell you want. Now, if the weather changes, those opportunities come and go. Sometimes those are things that Lev doesn't quite get. He's like, if someone says something, they should just do it, and it should just be a blank check for like all eternity. And it's like, well, actually, people change their fucking minds, right?
That actually might be the right opinion. Hold on.
Know how to use momentum. And if people are trust falling into you, and it's like there's no layup, like you're trying to slam dunk, and suddenly the basketball is not there. It's like, what the hell? You break your wrist on the fucking rim.
Gio, what do you think of all
that's
this?
That's an interesting metaphor.
Snap your fingers, snap your neck.
Yeah.
What are you talking
Okay,
about?
so basically, to make a long story short of what we were talking about before, Gio, it's about how much influence are we able to have in a positive direction to the people that have become like, we talked about Game of Thrones before, who become like the, what was that called in Game of Thrones, Jules? The Sparrows? Was that it? Yeah, it was the Sparrows. Like people who ended up in the Sparrows, in the Antifa Sparrows cult. I think Jules is coming from a perspective of wanting to go into hostage negotiator mode and be able to reach out to people who otherwise would not be accessible. My thing is, I think some people are able to be reached out to. I personally think a lot more people, let's say, who are already seeing the writing on the wall and never really subscribe to this far leftism, some of them who are in the mainstream could get on board as far as let's support this independent media that's starting up right now and is going to be fucking around and is going to be funded by people who care about this stuff. And for my own, you know, for the sake of me sleeping well at night, why don't I actually join people who are supporting, you know, free speech and liberty and all that good stuff? I think that's the kind of message that can resonate with people. Not all people, like Jesse Lee Peterson says, not all, but some people are going to resonate with that message, and that's what I'm about.
It's going to be crowdfunded. How did you not drop crowdfunded there? Come on, dog.
Yes. No, okay, this is part of it. Hold on, no, this is part of it. Crowdfunding is also going to involve some rich motherfuckers who have fuck me money. Not even fuck you money, but like Adam Carolla likes to says, fuck me money. And those people who see a lot of bad shit going down right now, fucking Manhattan is closing, there's all this leftism rampant, I think some of these people may be able to be reached out to, and they would be able to donate, to break the rules. Not donate, they would be a contributor. They would be like
supporter.
Support Q's army. Donate to break the rules.
We're the new Q.
That was awesome. So what was that?
Yeah,
what
we're
was
building
that
our own KISS army here. We're building our own KISS army here.
Just like how JF got like $20,000 from
Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah, we need somebody like that. Just not Epstein.
Yeah, we need our own Jeffrey Epstein. We need to find somebody with an island.
That is hilarious. We are not. We're anti-White Walkers and anti-High Sparrows. This is the.
Please, Jules, no more Game of Thrones.
Please,
Targaryen. This is the Stark
Theodore
Targaryen
asked a question.
dream.
Find another universe.
This is Stark Targaryen.
What was that Adam Carolla thing where he said instead of fuck you money, it's fuck me money at a certain level? That's awesome.
Yeah, I like that too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I thought we were talking about Peter Wood. I thought that was the.
Well, Adam Carolla is an
we touched
interesting
on that.
guy. Like, he's been friends for a very long time with Jimmy Kimmel. I'm not sure if he's commented that much on, like Jimmy Kimmel crying in front of the camera in support of gun control and all that stuff, because I know Adam Carolla himself has totally different ways of looking at it than his friend Jimmy. But, Adam Carolla
It's just the weather, man. It's just the weather. You just let it go. I think he's got that kind of perspective on it. Like, you can't control current events, people's reactions to them. All you can control is you and making good content.
Yes, to a point. All you can control is you, but also, if you are able to get some of those fuck me money people with you, why wouldn't you do that? Why don't you try to do that?
They don't like to be the
Donate to
first
the damn
mover.
show.
So if someone on this stream happens to have fuck me money and they're just don't know how to influence people to follow them, sometimes just
donate $1 million.
Shut up, and then people will be like, "Oh, I'll match you." But if they're like, "Oh, like your own," like if it's like the wheels are falling off the fucking car, like, and you don't believe in it or something, then like, why would I believe in it?
There's no wheels falling off this car. We are a sprout that is on its way to becoming a beautiful tree, like the tree that's in my front yard over here. Started out this size back in 2003. Now it's like the size, like it's taller than our fucking house. So the point here is that we are not a cart falling off the wheels at fucking all. What we are is we are a sprout that was planted on the ground at around the month of May when we finally started doing live streams. It was like the soil got replaced with like charcoal soil and like some power grow soil or whatever. So now this sprout is growing at an exceptionally fast rate with the help of all the nutrients that is thanks to all the people who are watching.
I think the soil was the last 2 years, and then like you decided to plant the tree over. Like I feel like we had been like cultivating the soil for 2 years, right? And just like picking the perfect climate, picking the perfect weather, like testing everything, and then Lev was like, "Okay, I'm ready. I'm gonna like do what I've always known how to do."
I saw on Twitter,
Jules,
Sunny posted the
Well, like you
graph
said
of,
yourself,
like how much you guys grew since May, and it just went so fast.
Yeah, well, we didn't
May,
grow
you
at
guys
all
did.
before May.
But
Before May, we
anyways,
had like
you
300
asked-
subscribers. For 2 years, we had 300 subscribers, and that was it. That was the extent. And then May,
Right. But again, like PR and market testing and a lot of these things are very easy to dismiss if you want to strong arm someone. But if you want to inflate the price of like genuine work that has extreme social costs and time costs, like sunken costs were put into this. Like building a system is a sunken cost. Market research is a sunken cost. So is consulting for free, right? So you can basically do a dick measuring contest, or you can be like, yo, we believe in this. Like, let's stop with the cutie pie bullshit and let's get those people with the fuck me money you're talking about. How do we influence them to mimic us?
This is
what we can continue to lead by example.
I'm hoping to God some like decent people out there are making a lot of money off cryptocurrency, and that people with a different outlook can start influencing things. I'm hoping this is a huge wealth transfer that's going on before our eyes.
well, pretty soon.
I'm afraid that's not the case. I'm afraid some people just want to have their fucking chicken nuggets.
Yeah, I don't know. I've done well, and I've done.
That's me. I'm literally telling my friends, I'm like, I just want to eat chicken nuggets and fucking have freedom. Like, I literally am not. They're like, what are you talking about? I'm like, I'm literally just trying to fucking survive.
Wait, what's the difference between chicken nuggets and chicken tenders?
John Locke, 1860.
Wait, Lev, you don't know the difference between a nugget and a tender?
No, I've never.
You've never had one?
Maybe
Never?
I had one when I was really, really young, but I never really I may have gone to McDonald's like maybe 2 times in my life, or 3 times. Two of those three times was because my ex-girlfriend dragged me into a McDonald's, and that was she was the first person to introduce me to Sun Ra though when she was trying to seduce me, but that's a whole other story.
Yeah, hey, hold on. There was a statement about the wealth transfer of Bitcoin, and that's a factual statement, Jules. We got to go into this.
I sold all my Bitcoin. I sold all my stocks. I emptied my IRA.
I don't care about your Bitcoin. I'm talking about the statement that this is a transfer of wealth to people holding cryptocurrency. As it goes up in value and the dollar goes down in value, that's the definition of a transfer of wealth. Why did you say that's not true?
Oh, man.
I hope that is going on, and I think that is true. I feel I don't ever have FOMO, and I feel a little FOMO in terms of I wish I was sitting on a nest egg, but I believe in my decisions, and that's why people make risks, right? They do it for the potential of reward. So that's why I went for broke. And I don't regret it because I think
with the crypto thing though, you haven't missed the boat yet. There's still new stuff happening.
Yeah. I need to make money.
I'm not in the coin game.
Food, and then if I make more money than eating food, then I'll put money in to like Bitcoin and stuff. I think people, because of I don't think people wrap their head around like the actual disparity, because that's why my background's a desert. Because Lev was like, maybe if you want to give people the right impression about your current situation, you should be in front of a desert.
I never said that. When did I say that? I never said that. What are you talking about?
We're
you told me I should change my background to a desert, and
No.
I said I don't want to change my background to a desert because I want to have like a certain image if I want to sell luxury products. And then I realized, actually, this is the reality.
I have no idea why you have a desert.
What did you say?
You told me to put my background as a desert.
I don't remember.
100%.
I don't remember this. This is.
I'm telling you.
Okay, it's very
kind
funny.
of all over
This was offensive.
I'm confused.
It's very funny the things that Jules remembers. I have no fucking memory at all of saying to put a
This
desert.
is live stream. This is live stream schizo posting. This is what this is.
Can you imagine?
That's a great description.
Desert. I'll be honest with you. When I first saw the desert,
somebody needs to isolate that. Somebody needs to isolate that audio. That nailed.
I mean, seriously, I don't understand, because when I first saw the desert, I had no idea why you put the desert on. I was like, this is interesting. Why is Jules stranded in the middle of the fucking
Jules
desert?
in the desert.
Because I listened to your feedback.
I don't remember.
Was this a dream?
Some gaslighting.
Was it a dream?
On.
Jules in the desert of the real. Anyways, Lev, you asked me something.
Yes.
About.
Yeah, well, where would you personally stand, Gio, when it comes to how far you should reach out to people who may be, let's say, so much in the communist, like champagne socialist camp, when, like, what I was talking about before is why I would want to have an open door for people like that to come in here. Absolutely, I would love to have them on. But as far as who I want to empower, I would want to first focus. Well, I want to first focus on people who I resonate with, and it doesn't matter whether like on the right or on the left, but just like people that I groove with. Those are the people who I would want to first and foremost empower. And if other people want to join along with this, on this pirate ship, absolutely, like no problem at all. But I think that there's a certain amount of time you can devote to how many people you would try to go hostage negotiator mode on, like Jules was talking about before. And I am with Jules that when it comes to talking with those people, that would be a much better way of going about it.
You should never feel like you're in a hostage negotiating situation. That means
that was the analogy you were using.
Because you, I don't think, have the info.
Why is it not true that you shouldn't think like a con man when you were saying you should think like a con man?
Okay, so if someone were to say, Jules, you're just a con man. Like, I can, instead of being like, no, I'm not, I can say, these are the ways I'm like a con man, right? And this is a scenario
not similar to an FBI hostage negotiator in that sense, very, very clearly reading who the fuck he's talking to and trying to accommodate to them.
Yeah, 100%.
Everyone has to be. You have to be
100%. Exactly. So just like the way you think shapes events, right? It shapes your reality, right? And it also shapes the people around you. Like, if you just pay attention to how people develop with prolonged exposure to your presence, it's remarkable insight to your own subconscious. So you don't need to know someone's intentions to witness the side effects of people that have prolonged exposure to your presence. And it is criminal to punish those people because they cannot articulate or put a number to it when they're clearly giving you remarkable value. That's in some cases.
Jules, you are providing remarkable
how much does a
value to this
hostage
podcast.
negotiator make? He probably makes hundreds of thousands of dollars. Some of these consultants make hundreds of thousands of dollars. I know consultants that charge $1,500 for a meal. Okay, and they're full of it's bullshit. It's actually bullshit. Like I actually am so anti-bullshit that I only care about the effects of my actions.
What's bullshit about, Jules? What is bullshit about charging an hourly rate and having a fee?
Yeah. I mean, we all do that to an extent.
It's.
I mean, this is
consulting. There's a show on
Showtime
called House of Lies about the consulting industry. And what they do is they'll make a bunch of pictures of graphs. Okay, they'll like make pretty spreadsheets. They'll like put they'll do a lot of make work to put an aesthetic to
data
what I'm doing,
being
right? So,
what are you talking about, Jules? Data analysis.
I worked for a consultancy. So I not only did I watch the show House of Lies, I worked at a consultancy, and I can tell you, they're all like, it's all bullshit. Like that's what we would say. It's like, this is all bullshit. What you do is you basically have a bunch of charismatic, savvy people with good instincts saying like, this would help you make you look better. This would help you sell your product better.
Jules, but that's sales, baby.
But what they do is it's not just a conversation. What they'll typically do is they'll go, I want a graph with the pie chart, and I want to see numbers, and I want you to like show me all this sort of stuff.
It's going to be $3,000 for me to give you that graph and pie chart. I mean, what's your point, man?
I think that you can provide that service, and it doesn't have to, and it can be, if someone benefits from that service and they have integrity, I believe in karma, and I believe that they wouldn't try to basically say, oh, it was like, that was bullshit. Do you know what I mean?
Okay,
if it was bullshit, then don't pay. Right? I'm not trying to be in a house of lies, is what I'm saying.
Let me ask, or let me offer my opinion. Listen, I'm getting a doctorate degree, right? And so basically the only jobs that I'll really be able to do when I finish is consulting, just based on my degree and what I'm specializing in. And so,
are you allowed to say doctor and what, or is it a secret?
Oh no, I'm getting a doctorate in business. It's a useless degree, to be fair. So I really only be able to make money by charging people exuberant amounts for my expertise.
Right, that's exactly what he's talking about.
I've spent 12 years in school, like from my undergrad and my master's, and all the money that I've spent investing in my education. Like I have to get paid back for that. Not even mentioning paying the school back. I don't even care about that. I need to get paid for my time that I just invested the last 4 years trying to get this doctorate degree. And it is not easy. It's extremely difficult. And so I understand that people say consultancies are really kind of useless. I think a lot of consultants do useless business, but at the same time, they do provide jobs. And so maybe they have to charge $3,000 so that, you can get like, your $100 or $200 a day, because if they don't charge that much, they can't hire people. And really, when you do hire a consultant, you're hiring somebody who you're paying for their expertise. Like if someone hires me, they're paying me for my 12 years of education and all of my experience. And you don't say that about doctors. Like I think doctors are pretty useless, but they spend 12 years in school. You don't get to say, I'm going to pay you $25. Tell me how to fix my uterus. Like, no, like I have to pay you way more than that. And I think that it's sort of in the same vein,
Or most
some people want star talent, but don't want to pay for it. Like there are people that understand like, oh, if you're hiring a model, like you need to make sure that you sustain star talent, that if they're fraying at the edges and falling apart, and like the problem is consultants tend to be bloodletters. But then imagine someone with just like altruistic impulses, like is on the reverse end of it, right? Like I would think that would be a tragedy. I think that would just be an absolute crime. But I'm just grateful that our environment is nothing like that.
Definitely.
Well, there's a lot of places that are like that. I mean, I've worked with people who have literally took every single idea that I ever gave them and would not work with me to do it and literally monetize every single I'm an ideas person. So this happens to me all the time, which is why we need to be encouraging people to be entrepreneurs. Like, this is what we really have to be building to. People need to run their own services. They shouldn't be trying to get a job with this one, trying to get a job with that one. You have to run your own business. The only way this system gets better is if people who have the skills can get the levels that these bad people are in, and then we don't need them. Until we can put good people naturally from the ground up into these levels where we're replacing these vampires of industry, we're not going to have any change, which is why it is important to subscribe and support shows like Break the Rules, because
Definitely.
that's
Subscribe.
how you do it.
Okay, so this is a more concrete topic.
Wait, Gio, hold on 1 second. I want to announce
review.
Yes, and I want to announce Jonathan Lockwood is joining us again. Jonathan, thank you so much for coming in. I appreciate you coming in, brother. Good to see you.
Hi, everyone. Yeah,
Hey,
thank you for pinging me.
Hey, dude.
Jonathan, welcome.
Jordan Biden here. I saw you're ringing the alarm bells on Trump on Doomsday.
Yeah. My Facebook followers love this. You know, to me, it's not so much about, you know, seeing Biden as this miracle maker or like I somehow switched all of my views, but I just don't think under the current president, we're even at the point where we're having policy conversations. And I feel like when I look at everything that he's done that's made me upset, to me, it's not a Republican administration. It's a hijacking of the Republican Party. And, you know, every criticism I made about Obama, you can make about Donald Trump, whether it's the national debt, whether it's bungling foreign policy relations. I mean, you know, everyone got mad at Obama for bowing down to, you know, foreign leaders, and Trump's like writing them love letters, you know, to Putin. And
red pill.
That was just going to be a fucking civil war. Like, taking these sides is not going to matter much longer. This shit's over.
Yeah.
Well, when there's going to be an alliance government between various nations.
People are literally bursting with war.
I love this one Jonathan Lockwood tweet, by the way. Trump is lawless, like he's running gangster government. So he's running the gangster communist computer god that is running us, controlling us with earphones. Sorry, I'm doing the Francis C. Death.
Didn't somebody earlier say that war is a religion? I can't remember who said that, but they nailed it. I mean, that's exactly what's going on. It's bipartisan. War is the health of the state. War is what's happening right now. It's freaking no matter how you vote, guys.
Jonathan, would you agree with that?
Well, I think that war has become, well, I said this earlier, actually, I was on the phone with somebody. It's like we're at the part where both sides of the aisle are engaging in this partisan warfare. And it's like, you know, it used to be like sex cells. Now it's hate cells or war cells or division cells. You know, you can use a few different words. But, you know, it's like, can we just go back to the early 2000s when like Abercrombie and Fitch was hot and, you know, our
nobody wants to do that.
Boring. Like,
no way.
Just don't think it's
no, this is awesome, dude. What are you talking about? This is the most exciting time to be alive.
Yeah, give me the Phoenix. Give me the Phoenix. Rising from the ashes.
Well, okay. What exactly, Jonathan, what exactly is your criticism of Trump? Because I have a few, but maybe there might be different. But who as a Republican, what would be your main sort of gripes with the administration? But of course, like, I mean, me and Shanny Man, we probably have disagreements with Trump, but for, of course, different reasons.
Yeah, I mean, I guess going from now back, I mean, it was really upsetting to me to see the attacks on LGBT healthcare during Pride Month, and then the Juneteenth Tulsa rally. And those two
What is
examples
the government's role in what is the government's role in that?
But don't you think
I'm just
that
not
the
supporting a politician who is
Don't support any politician.
fomenting division and the things that he's done. Like, I just don't believe that.
But you were
it
upset
should-
about
Are
we not
what are you
talking
upset about
human
defunding?
trafficking? Because like
Defunding what?
human trafficking is a huge thing that has been done that it seems like I don't really ever hear people discussing because nobody did anything about human trafficking.
Jonathan was actually one of the first people who we were talking with who was very serious when it came to the abuse of children that goes on in a lot of these, for a lack of a better word, like detention centers, but it's these places where orphaned children are brought into by child protective services. And Jonathan, like, you were really like, you opened my eyes and then Jules's eyes to how prevalent those kind of abuses are. But as far as the Trump administration goes, Hotep Sophia, you noticed that there was a drastic change, would you say, in terms of how many of these people who are in child sex trafficking or child trafficking in general got arrested during his administration versus the past?
I mean, a lot of people have been arrested, but you basically stopped the flow of people and abusees coming across the border. That was the number one place a lot of the abusers were coming from, that they weren't getting internally, was people were just being, children were encouraged to come to the border under the previous president, and they disappeared. I mean, there were all types of stories about how they ended up on chicken farms and, you know, just in terrible, terrible situations. And so now you've heard
their pockets full of Plan B pills and shit because they get raped. And,
they had to give the 9-year-olds Plan. I mean,
Oh,
so
yeah.
now you have
no one wants to talk about that.
A 9-year-old? What?
I'll still never forget the anecdote about the 10-year-old girl that was walking with her uncle, and they found the DNA of 12 different men inside of her.
God
Oh
damn.
fucking God.
Where was this?
I want to detonate the vest whenever I hear shit like that.
Where was that?
All right, that's it. I'm
that
done
was one of the
saving the
kids that was
planet.
coming
It's
across
over.
the Mexican
Asteroid
border.
2020.
Theodore's about to run over the planet.
Okay, but it is interesting.
See, maybe building the wall isn't such a bad idea.
All right, well,
Anybody who doesn't
Jonathan,
believe in
given what Hotep Sophia was talking about just now, would you say that you are in agreement as far as there were effective policy when it came to curbing something like that was done within these years?
Yes, I do. And I think that people need to realize that, you know, there are a lot of different types of trafficking, like the stuff that I told you guys about earlier, that's still going on. So there may be arrests of people who have engaged in trafficking, and usually it's the people that are, you know, benefiting from people being trafficked in a court, it's like the customers of the traffickers, right? And then you have these trafficking rings. But these facilities that exist all over the country, the detention facilities, they're like prisons. Trump hasn't addressed that. So
you mean for migrant, illegal immigrant children?
Neither did Obama.
Immigrant children
either.
More immigrants in cages.
We need just to send them back. Really, I don't understand why they.
Which of those two put more in cages? Do we have the numbers on that?
I just want to make very distinct that what Jonathan is talking about is not the migrants. What Jonathan is talking about is more orphan kids who get, taken away from their homes, like if there is some kind of something chaotic going on in the home. Or for some other reason.
I've done some historical research into that in America. That is, that's been going on for at least 40 years.
Here, there is a great, there is a great documentary that was made in the 80s. I believe it was called, it was either called Turned Out or The Men Who Love Boys. And I discovered this because of, being a heavy researcher and somewhat a fellow traveler of the Nobody TM project. I think they talk explicitly about particularly young boys being trafficked and a number of powerful people that have engaged in literal pedophile rings. And this has been going on.
Shit.
Johnny Gosh.
Yeah. Well, like Ted Gunderson, I forget who mentioned it last stream, but that was 100% right if you read the Franklin cover-up. I mean, some of the details may have been exaggerated, like the McMartin case, but these things have been going on forever, and it's really mind-blowing how it seems, as I've always said, people tend to absorb memes that are designed to specifically diffuse these, because as you know, the CIA probably has whole meme divisions. So when people say Jeffrey Epstein didn't kill himself and Jeffrey Epstein this and that meme is specifically designed to disarm people's gut impulse instinct towards child trafficking and things like that.
I would like to know the budget of the CIA meme program. Give me the material, labor, assets, and equipment required in order to operate that budget. Give me it down to the penny.
Well, they probably use black funding like they did with Noriega and the Contras, where they take drug money or something. Of course, they'll probably take crypto money and they'll fund.
It's all national security, man. And yeah, it's that crypto they're stealing from people for crimes and then holding on to it, right?
And all that, yeah.
But when you look at the places where memes come from, all the websites like image boards and places like that, you see that there's you can tell that there are people who seem suspicious, like the slide thread posters. So it really does seem like there is some kind of division going on there from the people who, like they glow in the dark.
There's
it's
very
sassy cat. You guys remember the sassy cat?
Yeah, lots of psyops. Yeah, lots of psyops.
But I wanted to start.
But as far as I don't know. I think it's about Trump. I think that, of course, he's been totally ineffective. But at the same time, I just noticed that if you were to touch on this issue, I see, and this was the topic, I guess, of this episode, is this increasing normalization of quote unquote child sexuality and pedophilia. It just seems to me that in this era, I mean, it probably started a long time ago, but it seems that they've become more accustomed
last 2 years, definitely.
Yeah, the last 2 years.
Why the last 2 years in general?
Didn't somebody yesterday in the stream say that it was fine, you could draw a picture of a naked stick figure and then draw a penis on it, and then it's illegal as soon as you write the age 6, so therefore any drawing should be legal. Wasn't that argument made?
Yeah, that was
because it still has to. Yeah, that was.
Right?
Yeah.
Well, there.
Before we get to
that, fuck that. That's not normal. Anybody who has any questions, that's not fucking normal. Anybody drawing kids is going to end up in the chip.
It's more than that. I think it's something to do with really, and this will sound crazy. This has to do, when people like Alex Jones say it's an info war. I really believe the info war is a spiritual war. They are conducting a form of spiritual warfare on the populace, and it's really up to people that have. See, the whole linchpin of this is really that you could say in modernity. The very first linchpin is they have to destroy people's natural impulse towards disgust and towards moral gut instinct reactions. Because if you were to do that, you can normalize pretty much any sort of paraphilia or deviant sexuality. Even the term deviant sexuality itself is like this taboo thing that'll get you canceled that psychology departments have rid themselves of. So it's really the war on disgust. And of course, the war on disgust is a war on the human spirit itself, in my opinion.
I completely agree. Just make people love Tim and Eric, right? If you want to normalize disgust, for real. I mean, Tim and Eric is disgusting. It's disgusting.
Wait,
and if you're into normalizing disgust,
what's the comparison?
Just be like, I love Tim and Eric.
Hey, how do you guys feel on Tim and Eric? Is this a controversial topic?
What's the
Trail.
Tim and Eric is like for social morons. Tim and Eric is for social morons. Yeah, it is. It's for people that are just disgusting at heart.
I love Tim and Eric.
Maybe because you don't. Yeah, it's Reddit humor. It's Reddit humor. But the point being is that I don't know how Tim and Eric came up, but I think.
What does that have to do with pedophilia? Hold on. How did he get?
Well, I think he just doesn't like Tim and Eric.
They're in the media. They kind of look, like
they have their moments. Tim and Eric has his moments. Tim and Eric has his moments.
Wait, hold on.
But it's actually disgusting. It's actually a disgusting, skin crawling show. Tim and Eric makes my skin crawl.
I have the backstory about this.
Do you like John C. Reilly and check it out?
Jules and I were hanging out in his apartment a couple of years ago, and we got high, and I showed him the clip of Tim and Eric when they start making like milk out of their breasts, so like they start growing breasts, and they produce man milk. My favorite part, like here's why I liked Tim and Eric, because
I get Jules now.
They were wearing these Christmas vests, and they ruined the Christmas vests by cutting holes in the vests where these nipples are protruding from. And there was a guy in the background who was like, you know how in the show you would have like the guy with the dialogue, with, like the teleprompter, but it was like a guy holding cue cards. So he would have the cue cards for every single thing that they would say, but once the milk started spurting out of the breasts, he looked down at the cue card, looked up at them, and was like,
"What the fuck is this?"
Exactly,
Hot
that was
spirit.
the reaction. So I just love how they were able
I gotta
to
watch
merge.
something now, so I don't visualize this.
Maybe it is about all desensitizing
There's
people.
this
'cause
time
I
and
don't- I
Someone's
don't
going to
get
put it
grossed
on the
out by
chat,
that.
probably. Someone will
None of
put
that,
it.
like-
It's amazing how desensitized
Jesus.
I was to that whole thing, having seen that
Yeah.
multiple times and
I guess I
hearing
am
somebody's
desensitized.
reaction to
desensitized. You guys
seeing
might
it.
be right.
Tim
Well-
Heidecker's a faggot, but Eric.
Oh, Epsler, please, Epsler.
Oh, sorry.
want the-
I'm sorry.
We don't want the
Um,
YouTube Jannies to.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
no
Oh.
problem.
Let's just run through the rest of the slurs real quick.
Flaggers.
Valerie,
If I
before we're
if
at
I
it.
can't say it, you can't.
The flag.
Eric
Faggot,
is-
Everybody
faggot,
heard
faggot.
Hide it.
Everybody
Oh,
heard
Oh.
It hurts.
You're,
Oh,
No,
you're tempting the Jannies.
no,
Don't do
I
it.
really like
Sorry.
I really like the
Sorry.
chat on this
No.
one. I don't want to edit this one again.
Wait until we get some reports of like the second corona wave and YouTube starts laying off like those cubicle farms of moderators. Then you can run wild.
hopefully,
A bit.
God,
Does
God
Jonathan
willing.
know who Jugs is, by the way? I just want to
No.
try to be.
No,
I don't.
No,
I don't
okay,
know what
because
that is.
so my feminine intuition has trained me to be anticipatory, and I just want to say, so Jugs shares a show with the Perfume Nationalist, and so what he's like, what does he identify as? He's like a
Jack?
yeah, he's kind of like a Milo Yiannopoulos nationalist, or what is?
I wouldn't.
Am I-
No,
That's,
he's
I wouldn't
like
call
a,
that's
Milo.
incredibly
pretty
unfair
big.
to Jack.
he's
Get him on the
a-
show.
He's a vote red no matter who Trumper. Like he's a MAGA dude at this
Oh,
point.
get him on the
Okay.
show.
So he's probably got thick skin.
No, he's great. Jack should come on the show. He's
Does
busy
he
a
have any
lot.
no-no
works
words?
a
Does
lot
he have
at
any
night.
no-no words? Does he have any words that just disgust him?
No, he's
You know what?
completely
You know
free
what
speech.
Jack is?
You're
Jack
spoiled.
is an-
You're
is an
spoiled
older
is what you
form
are.
Of a
Jack.
decadent
You're
gay
spoiled.
boheme that you used
Yeah.
to find in the 19th century. Jack has that same spirit that is missing in the LGBT community of the decadent boheme that is willing to transgress in an authentic manner. I'm sorry, that's a way too soon.
That was great.
Beautiful.
Beautiful. Someone
That's
clip
good.
that so we can show Jack.
Yes,
Yeah, he's the
please.
last great homosexual. He's great. Yeah.
The world's
and he went-
only homosexual male. Huh?
I don't know. My homosexual friend Jason's pretty cool.
by the way, I think I missed.
Don't make
this
the rules.
when
I'm
we-
sorry.
Okay, so at six, at
Jack
six,
is
When in
great.
Rome.
Hopefully we'll get him on the
When
show.
in
He's a
Rome.
great guy.
When in Rome.
at 6:13 p.m. today, we actually got a what was the word you like using, Jules? I keep forgetting.
Donation.
No, not
A
donation.
tip.
Support.
Yes. So we got
Support.
support from Anthony Anderson KJ. I did not see it come up here. I think I may have missed it this time, but he does have a message that I'm going to relay. I would consider myself far left, and I frequently disagree with you guys, but these are always great conversations, and I learned something each stream. Vote Kanye.
Aw.
Thank you.
Nice.
All
Cool.
right.
Nice.
Kanye.
High praise.
There we go. He,
Yeah.
he gave us $10.
All right.
Based.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Wow, based.
And as a reminder for anybody else who wants to wet our beak, just go to the lower right corner, streamlabs.com/lovejules, and you will be able to support us and make us grow. And we love you guys and really appreciate you. So
I have
If you
to.
fuck me money, donate $1 million. Show
Yes.
us what's what.
we're gonna have to turn on the. I'm sure that there is a way to go through Streamlabs to have cryptocurrency donations as well. So that is coming up.
Lavish your star talent. If you
Well,
want
fellas,
star
I kinda wanted
talent,
to talk about the
you
latest
gotta
battle on the
maintain their
internet.
sanity.
If you're a big pig bursting with dollar bills, 11 jewels are your relief.
please, we
valve.
need to get funding from the Bogdanovs or someone like that.
Yeah.
At least don't do
yeah.
the
It's
opposite.
finance
If you
Twitter.
don't want to pay for
It's
star
Twitter.
talent to maintain their sanity, like don't drive them insane. Like that's the least you can
What
do.
we should really do, we should take a small fraction from everybody in the country to fund the show. Wouldn't that make more sense?
You know what I thought was funny as hell when
Yeah.
Gio accidentally looked smarter than Dennis McKenna.
Oh, when was
When
this?
was that?
You asked him this big question, this big detailed question that I didn't
Oh.
understand a single word of, and he was totally blindsided by it.
I didn't mean
That
to.
is not. I'm not sure that was that Shanty Man, the trash man.
Shantiman.
If you
I don't
ask a
think I was- I'm
question
pretty sure
and
that's
someone says, "I have no idea what you said," That is a really
I never,
bad
you know,
sign.
here's the thing. I spent so
I thought
many
it was
years
awesome.
listening to Terrence McKenna, being in New Age Facebook groups, and I finally got to this point in my life where I could ask Dennis McKenna about Alex Jones and DMT elves that have enslaved humanity through the globalists. That's really amazing.
That's awesome.
I can't believe this.
Yeah.
That's
awesome.
worth infinitely worth more than a lot of anyways, I think that that's something great about influencing people and how far you should go, because there's a lot of stupid ways to do this, and this isn't my take. This is people like BAP that say that, you know, even if you're not in power, even if you do very stupid things like try to create certain political parties, not to substitute, even if you do stupid things like go out in public and make a display of yourself or whatnot, just posting, creating a lot of things, creating memeplexes and creating new ideas eventually will percolate, I believe, in a hyperstitional way to the surface. And it's crazy, you know, because, you know, it's like one example would be an obscure idea in like Sallow forums would be how, you know, laser receipts that you get, right?
Yeah.
Apparently they're estrogenic, the chemical binder that they use in the inks. They don't use they don't use the same Garvey ink that they used back in the day. They use something different. Apparently it's highly estrogenic. Even that concept is like getting mainstream news attention and like health blogs about how it's like apparently a myth or some shit. But even that has a sort of has infected like as language as a virus has infected public consciousness. And so I would say that apart from doing very stupid things where you go out and make a display or a spectacle, or you create a honeypot to go and sort of or a Skinner box to sort of display yourself to the powers that be, even just by becoming imperceptible, to use the Deleuzian term, will give you an amount of value and an amount of prestige. But even if the fruits of your labor is realized years down the road, because a lot of people that make influential memes, we don't know who they are. They're just some guy on 4chan, but it becomes something, and then hyperstitionally it manifests into reality. I just saw the other day this article about mewing, even though I probably think it's bullshit. Something about the mewing jaw. It's like this obscure theory.
No, it's not bullshit. It's not bullshit, at least for
apparently,
me.
Yeah, but they're trying to demonize it as like
happened.
this incel.
Oh, they're trying to demonize it as bullshit.
What?
Okay, so when I started meditating, automatically I just had my tongue go up on the palate, and now it's there forever, and it feels much better. Like it's much better for me to breathe in and out with my tongue not hanging there. So just in that sense.
Where does the tongue go exactly? What shape should you make
like
with your mouth?
So it's like you rest your tongue kind of like this on the upper part of your palate. So like,
all the time?
Yeah, all the time. It's always there now.
Oh, that's really comfy right there, baby. Right there.
You have to
I'm gonna have to try that
on the top of your mouth, or it doesn't work. But everyone should be a nose breather. I don't know how that came up in my mind, but everyone should be a nose breather.
Oh my God, people who breathe through their mouth. Who are the mouth breathers?
Do people actually breathe through their mouth? That just feels so. I can't
in
imagine
some Native American tribes,
I used to play
wargaming,
dude. There's legions of them.
Isn't Wim Hof like through your nose then out your mouth?
It's actually both, because you're not doing it for that long, so it's not the same. But as far as daily use, definitely nose. And in fact, some Native American tribes, the mothers would intentionally close the mouth of the babies, so they would be forced to learn to breathe through their nose early on if they were breathing through their mouth.
You have extra filters in your nose. It's healthier to breathe through your nose.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's very important to breathe through your nose, but also breathing through your nose at a certain point, like with meditation, it allows you to feel over time kind of vibration going into you whenever you breathe through your nose. At least that's what I feel. Like every time I breathe, there's always like an extra sensation of something going down, as opposed to just what I normally felt. Maybe it's prana. I don't know. It's pretty interesting.
I just realized that it's really ironic that I was talking shit on mouth breathers. Meanwhile, I'm eating this vape like it's like it's a sandwich or something.
Oh man.
I don't know, like vaping, is it that unhealthy or is it okay? Like, what's the consensus on
oh,
vaping?
compared to cigarettes,
pretty
dude, I
bad.
used to smoke 2 packs a day, man. Like this, I feel like $1,000 million trillion bucks whenever you do vaping instead of smoking cigarettes.
Yeah. Definitely.
Interesting. But the flavors that I noticed, like, I used to love smoking weed, or rather vaporizing weed, because of the flavor, because I just loved the weed flavor. But when I remember my ex-girlfriend and I went to this place, this weed, not weed, but this vaporization shop for like the regular vapes, I was not a huge fan of the flavors. Like, they were like too, I don't know, candy-like. You know, it didn't feel natural.
Yeah, it felt like a kid's shop.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I love the candy shit. I got a candy vape right here. It tastes like fucking candy, man. It's exactly right. I know you don't like it. It's so tasty.
No. My favorite is like the weed.
Like that.
Like, I love the weed that gets close to that same candy flavor, but it's like natural. You know, it's like not candy. It's like fruits. So there's some weed that does like smell like pineapple and taste like pineapple, or smell or taste like fruity pebbles or something like that. And it's so amazing just what nature is able to create out of the ground. Like, it's not like they put some stuff on it. So it's very fascinating.
You like the way it tastes?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, because I've never had weed,
so
obviously.
much.
But whenever I smell it, like when I go to concerts or something. And
That's
I smell
different though, because
smoking,
you're smoking it.
So bad.
You're smoking
Why?
it. You're not vaping it. If you vape weed,
Isn't it like an acquired taste? Wasn't somebody talking about how beer you have to drink like the first one you kind of don't like?
Oh, yeah, I would definitely say it's an acquired taste.
So it's an acquired taste. Like, every time I taste weed, I'm like, oh shit, or I smell it, I'm like, oh shit.
But there's one difference
like
though.
A good tangy indica and like a fucking strong coffee. I love that.
There's one big difference, though, that when people smoke weed, I don't think they get all the flavor. What you have to do in order to get the flavor is to vape it in such a way that the residue of the plant ends up being like a brown color, like a light brown, as opposed to...
Yeah, that's the best way to do it, but it's really wasteful.
It depends. I disagree, because here's why. Then I used to take that brown stuff, I used to clobber it up into like a powdery chunk, and I used to put some oil around it.
There you go.
Put it into caplets, and I would swallow those caplets before hitting the gym.
Oh,
so that I would get
I didn't know you were on that
you
shit.
know what, Martin?
Damn, dude.
I
ate it all.
That's what's up.
Wow.
Yeah.
You know, Martin
did you finish the bag?
I was Chris Channing that shit.
You know what, Martin?
Yeah, you might have had that gigantic straw.
Oh, Martin
how
Cabello,
autistic is it to eat the weed, man? That's crazy.
Yeah, no, I used to love eating
Martin's
weed.
a saint.
His theory seems pretty valid, in my opinion. Do you know about this, Lev?
Wait, the Chris Chan recycling theory? Wait, what are we
No, Martin.
Oh, I want to hear. Wait,
No,
please, not
news wait.
Jesus.
What's going on?
Very good.
My favorite part, by the way, of that animation, I don't mean to cut you off, just like one last thing about it, was I think it was Spaz Kid, who I would love. Spaz Kid, please come on the BTR stream. You're going to be our guest of honor. I would love to have you, man. But anyway, I'm going to clip that later on for Spaz Kid.
But anyway, so Martin Cabello, he thinks that, and he does this apparently, he has a company or something. He believes that the reason weed is actually just as, if not more, carcinogenic than cigarettes, and that people that smoke weed chronically have a lot of mental problems. He says this is because weed is an effective, the actual cannabinoid bud is a very effective scrubber of various toxins within both the earth, the air, and the soil. And so a lot of like microplastics, a lot of bisphenols, a lot of ditoxins that get thrown into the atmosphere and are in a lot of fertilizers. He says that weed is very effective at cleaning it. So when you burn it, you're actually absorbing all of that chemical by smoking it. But he said that the only way to truly absorb effectively marijuana without any of the detriments is if you burn off weed into oil at such a lower temperature than its burning point, or you have edibles or whatnot. So he says
vaping. Would vaping also count there?
No, he says vaping still burns it at the temperature that would produce a lot of carcinogens.
That makes sense to me.
Oh yeah, it makes sense. I mean, of course, he's probably a schizophrenic or whatever, but it's like,
well, schizophrenia is just the seer gene, my friend. So
exactly. Well, I believe in the Deleuzian
it's just a what?
Schizophrenia.
Schizophrenia is just a what?
It's the seer gene.
Seer gene?
A syzygy. It's like
the shaman. the shaman.
The ability
Seer,
to see.
Hey, what was
Sierra.
that? What was that Chris Chan
Sierra
theory
Alpha
that you were about to tell? Hey, I don't know the Chris Chan theory. I want to know it.
Okay. Okay.
Shut
so
up.
Chris Chan-
No.
What?
No.
Okay.
Chris Chan theory.
Yeah,
I
Chris
didn't
Chan
say anything
theory.
yet.
So
About recycling?
yes.
No.
Jesus Christ.
No.
Okay, so
Boys,
this is
I gotta dip out of here. I gotta dip out. I would like to shill real quick, and I'll have nothing left to say. Skinwalker gang, sub me at Skinwalker Tapes Archive. I want to thank Jules and Lev for having me on. I appreciate it. Bitwave.tv/Yakov Alive. After this show, come check us out. Thank you, guys.
We gotta get on
Bitwave.
Bitwave.
Thanks for coming.
Hey, man.
Okay.
Lev, we gotta.
So
we
here
gotta
goes.
try to get on
Who
Bitwave.
said the Syzygy thing? Because I'm looking up Syzygy.
Well,
and
before
now,
we get to Syzygy, I want to do the recycling thing. Okay, so here's the recycling.
I just want to keep up with all the coded speech.
Here
I just
we
want to
go.
know
We'll
what
get
people
to-
are
we'll
saying
get-
in front of me.
We'll get to
We'll
the
get to that,
Syzygy
Jules.
after recycling. Here we go. So another tidbit revealed in the sex tapes was that when Chris mass debates, he makes sure to ejaculate into a plastic cup to avoid making a mess. Shortly after this news broke, talk began to grow that Chris actually drinks from this cup. The initial assumption, given Chris's hard stance on gay people, was that Chris was a devout fundamentalist Christian and therefore had a rigid interpretation of the biblical story of Onan. This was before we found out Chris wouldn't know anything about the Bible unless he heard it on Family Guy. Eventually, the real reason was discovered. Chris believes that by ingesting his own sperm, he can recycle it so that none of his potential children are lost, and so that his semen count, presumably he meant sperm count, remains high.
His real.
Exactly. As though everyone is born with a finite number of sperm that they eventually run out of if they don't swallow more.
Just like the egg.
Henry Ford believed this. Emmanuel Kant believed this.
Hotep, is this the first time you're hearing this?
I've never heard this.
You're like, what the
I didn't know this.
So
That's
I've
incredible.
You want to hear my theory on Chris Chan?
Oh, wait. Before your theory, I just want to say one more thing, and we are going to go back to Jules' question as well about that word. But one more thing I just want to mention regarding Spaz Kid, please come on our show, is that in his animation, he did like this whole animation about Chris Chan. He had a segment where I think he showed the sperm going through, like cartoony sperm guys going through the stomach and then like being dissolved in stomach acid and like screaming out like, why did this have to be our fate? They were just dying in the stomach acid.
Newgrounds.
I'm gonna gag.
Okay.
You want to hear my theory?
Yes.
Oh, that's incredible.
Theory, and then Jules' question. Yes, go for it.
Okay. Well, maybe Jules. Nah, that'll take forever. Okay, mine'll take forever. If you follow the Geno Samuel videos on Chris Chan, I leave a number of comments. Some of them have been upvoted. Some of them have gotten heat. But basically, my theory is that Chris is an. Okay, we know that he's probably an autogynephiliac, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Autogynephilia.
What's that?
Define that for the
viewers
who don't want to Google it and see horrible things.
Do not research. So my theory, it's the sexual typology that's been rejected as transphobic. Although ironically enough, Blanchard's typology is maybe sort of less transphobic, obviously.
Well, it says over here, autogynephilia is defined as a male's propensity to be sexually aroused by the thought of himself as a female.
Yeah, it's a paraphilia, and it explains a certain amount of trans identities. So, and it's labeled as transphobic and pseudoscience, but really it explains a lot. And if anything, it's made me sort of more sympathetic to a lot of trans people. Ironically, because the trans people, they say that it's incredibly transphobic. Anyways, so my theory is that Chris Chan, the reason he started off as hating homosexuals, and the reason he has to apologize for it now, even though he probably doesn't mean it, but because he's in the trans community, he has to, is I believe that from an early age, Chris Chan has had a very strong, Christina, whatever, has had a very strong repulsion towards anything to do with masculinity. And it is the case that a lot of AGP, to make it short, it is the case that they've had this sort of tension with the gay community, with homosexual men, because in Chris Chan's mind, he views it almost as hyper masculinity to go with another man, and he's always sort of had this reliance on the world of women, and so therefore,
gal pals.
Gal pals.
That's hyper. That's
So
hyper
Chris would
masculine. How does
be-
that?
So Chris would be terrified by like the bear float at the Pride Parade.
Yeah, well, exactly, because the reason it's hyper masculine is because a lot of proclivities towards homosexual men, oftentimes they have a sort of aesthetic of being like, the bear, the masculine. And also because women are totally out of the equation, Chris Chan views that as very threatening because of his experience.
An important in his life, because that's what gave him his name too.
Yeah, exactly. The bear. Yeah, that's right. And so
wait, I don't want to gloss over that. For those who don't know,
the bear is very important in the mythos.
So what happened with the bear?
Canology.
Chris, I don't want to divert it too much, but for those who don't know, explain what was this thing with the bear that caused Chris to have this revelation and change his name.
If you look up documentaries, you'll read about it. You'll see about it. There was a moment where Chris Chan met a bear at a mall, and it basically to sum it up, the bear misunderstood the guy in a mascot bear costume. It wasn't a real bear. He thought that he called him Chris or what was his name actually?
Christian, I'm forgetting. Instead of Christopher, yeah.
So he changed his name because he thought that was a sign from God, because that bear was clearly godlike for
God and the bear.
Yeah, I agree with that analysis. Yep.
No bears are going to be in a mall. Come on, that has to be a sign.
Or something. So I'm going to try to find some comments I made, but basically that Chris Chan, he has a very hostile view towards masculinity in a lot of ways. So for example,
I can very much see that.
So for example, in his blog posts, he talks about how basically men have to bind their package with skorts, and he calls it the disgusting growth in between his legs. And so a lot of people who are AGP, this is Blanchard, says that they're very dysphoric towards the actual private parts. And so Chris Chan displays a very acute dysphoria towards his masculine features. And so in my opinion, this is of course because of the extreme bullying he experienced from men his whole life. And so that could possibly be an explanation. But of course, I'll try to find what I said, but this is sort of in line with the analysis of the sort of genealogy of Chris Chan's mental state. Because as you can see in the documentary, he slowly creeps into like trying on his mother's clothes and acting more feminine and wearing.
So now that he's trans, I imagine his preference though is like I'm a lesbian, that kind of thing.
Yeah, a male lesbian, exactly.
Oh,
so
yeah.
And of course, the way he defines male lesbian is he has a very, I would say, it's actually stunning. I wanted to write something, but I thought it was sort of like goofy. He has a very metaphysical view of gender. He thinks that it's almost similar to the twin-spirited stuff, where he believes there's a male soul and a female soul. By the way, I found the comment. It's a very long comment. So I wrote, now we get into the more compelling portion of Chris's life that reveals so many pathology. This is on part 34 of the Geno Samuel Chris Chan, a comprehensive documentary. So I said there's many pathologies and disorders he truly has. Everything must be mediated through sexual gaze and the pleasure principle, to the point of truly disturbing opinions and behaviors like his idea of sex in relationship class in high school, hooking up or something with teacher supervision. So basically, Chris, through his life, he expressed this wish that sexuality is quite terrifying and destructive to him. And so therefore, basically, you should, like some crazies think of this. This is the real thing. These crazy people in Sweden, these pedagogy professors, they believe that like children should be exposed to active sexuality in school to sort of quote unquote get it over with. He actually said this. And I don't think Chris is a pedophile, but I think that
a pedophoric.
He's pedophoric because to him,
well, Chris obviously like probably delved into pornography and that sort of stuff from a very, very young age. Like that's apparent.
Yeah, and so of course he has this, a lot of autistic people have this sort of lack of development when it comes to high school. He has this very strong attachment to it. And so to him, it's only natural in his mind that he expresses sort of sexual exploration in a quote unquote, like clinical and like mediated, like the teacher's almost like guiding you into a sexual experience. He actually expressed this. And I don't think I'm not going to blame him as much as I hate pedophiles and all of that. I think he's not a pedophile. I think that he truly believes that there should be no like sort of intimate separation.
You believe he's trans age. You're saying he's trans age, right?
Well, he is trans now.
Age.
Trans age.
I don't think he's trans age. I think he literally is like stunted.
He's age fluid. Is that better?
I don't think he expresses it that way, the way that some sickos
He's a
have.
failed male. That's what
he has arrested development, to put it lightly. And I think that Chris Chan, he doesn't believe in sort of a separate, or rather, from his trauma, he can't experience a separation between the intimacy of sexuality at a young age and sort of the professional environment of teachers and schools, because he believes that there should be, like he calls it, a relationship class where like the teacher pairs you up with a girl and like you have this like sexual encounter,
exploration with each other.
I guess that would solve the incel.
That's
Caitlyn Jenner and
Sounds like a
Christine
porn.
Chan are two versions of the same story, and it's a story about what happens when like your environment like rips your heart out.
Well, he has this tutorial he showed on his like game he developed, or it was like a platform game. So he sort of believes that that like if there was a cure for autism, that he would like force it on people, and it's like this really weird thing that is very alienating to a lot of people on the spectrum. But basically, because he views
what would a cure for autism even look like? What does that even mean? What is that?
If you go to the
vaccine
episode, he talks about
getting struck by a lightning bolt.
Love and patience.
But this is the thing. Christian says a lot of things. I think that he
nurture shock.
Yeah, he perceives things through a mind that has been fundamentally distorted from his parents and from bullies and so forth. And so,
hey, Jules, can I get my autism clip that I sent over to the chat? It's I sent like a tweet that I had it in. Do you think you can play it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, that'd be
There
great.
we go.
Oh yeah.
And then I'm sorry. And then Jules, we can resume with what you wanted to talk about. You said there was a meaning of a word that was important, and I got off track
We
on
passed
autism.
it. The moment passed.
Sorry.
Someone was, having fun.
I was rude. I was not collaborative.
It's in the Discord, Jules.
I'm a schizophrenic, everybody.
We have the documents.
I'm a schizophrenic.
I'm team schizo, baby, too.
That's what we'll say.
Yeah, anyways, to sum it up really quickly.
Rip his heart out.
This is sort of displays Chris.
Let's turn him into a woman.
In my opinion.
That'll go really well.
Well, we shouldn't turn him into a woman. We should like make him a eunuch and turn him into like a scholar.
Why not jack him up? Why not jack him up?
Well, like,
why not imbue strength? Why the link cheat? What's with the link cheat in your own family?
I would not use the word jack him. I would not use the word jack him up. What does that mean?
I mean,
imbue strength. Make people strong and tend
But anyways,
you build them up. You don't. You build them up. You build them up. You jack them. You build them up. You jack them up.
Sex doll.
He is like a He's like a 30-something-year-old man.
He's
permanently
almost 40.
stunted as like a 14-year-old still LARPing as an 8-year-old. Like
Do you think
there's
the
nothing you're gonna
totem pole was
do
ever
in like a
used
2 or
as
3
a-
months straight.
Haters gonna hate. Haters gonna hate.
Well,
Jealousy's a bitch.
Guys, let's reel it in.
Haters are gonna hate. Hey, haters hate, man. Haters be hate.
Anyway, so
I would
the point being
hate
is that
to drink poison every day.
I think Chris Chan is, in a lot of ways, not to give out too much because I probably will write something about him. Chris Chan is a metaphor, I think, for a lot of issues that are plaguing modernity in terms of him being a living Truman Show, because I noticed this perverse, this sort of decoupling and destruction and blurring of the lines between intimacy in terms of sexuality and public utility. Because a lot of people suggest that, well, how do we cure the incel problem? We just have like subsidized hookers and GFs. And it's like, to me, that's incredibly destructive because they're really trying to, and this goes with sexualizing children in schools and Hollywood, because to me, it seems that people want to treat sexuality as utility. And this is in violation. And this is, if you read the book Smut, I actually did a whole university course.
Wait, hold up one second.
the book is called Smut. I highly recommend reading it. And so it talks about like the erogenous zones and entering into the erotic reality and how people view different things. So the traditionalist view, and of course the author is kind of flawed because it's like the sort of, Sartrean existentialism. But essentially people who are more traditionalist view it as sexuality is a way of getting at the self, literally. It's a way of invading the deepest recesses of subjectivity. And so this is why people have a repulsion towards certain paraphilias and fetishes and acts, because it's a way of reducing one's subjectivity, not just into a fetish, but also breaking the whole organism of the psyche and the self. And so Chris Chan is a good case study because a lot of people do believe that we should basically treat sexuality as utility from a very young age, and therefore maybe it's okay if teachers, I don't know, fucking
how young of an age? How young?
Well, this is the problem, right? How young, right? So if you're saying that teachers should be actively involved in quote unquote childhood sexuality, and this is of course an old theory. This comes from Alfred Kinsey and Wilhelm Reich and Sigmund Freud.
My high school English teacher fucked and married a student.
Yeah. So this is another thing too. It's kind of like people are like, well, what's wrong with that? I wish I was that kid, right? And so it's really crazy.
Well, they're married. They are married.
No,
I had sex ed at my school in 5th grade, so I was.
No, but I just find it funny. I find it funny how the same people that sort of demonize male sexuality and say that it's wrong for a 30-year-old male to date a 20-year-old or a 21-year-old are the same people that sort of are very dismissive of the active sexualization of children, which I find fascinating.
Does anybody disagree? Does anybody disagree with -7 or divided by 2 plus 7? Is that an agreed upon rule, or is there a different one?
What do you mean 2 plus 7?
Divided by 2, so you take my age is 20. The lowest I can go is 7. The lowest I can go is 17 because I take 20 divided by 2 for 10. Then I take it to 17. And is there any disagreement with that math?
Well, 20 and 17 is kind of like a gray area, although I would say those years are
okay. Hey, listen. Take any number though. I mean, I think it works 100% of the time. I run the numbers.
Maybe
I'm 27. I just came up with 20.5.
I don't know because my oldest child's father is almost 10 years older than me, and my youngest child's
father. How old were you when you had the? How old were you when you had the child with your oldest?
I was 22. My oldest, I was 22.
11, 18. So 22 and 18.
But he was he was 30. I'm usually the younger person. He was 30.
So he was 30, which would be 30 divided by 2 plus 7 is 22. 22 is right on the line.
Jeez.
Okay. Well, then that works.
Oh no.
I was
wondering. That's good. It's just when people start to get like really creepy numbers, like a 34-year-old with an 18-year-old. That's kind of like, hey, Blue Shoe, 34 years old, 18.
But people have the same reaction, Gio. People have the same reaction. If you're 25, if you're a 25-year-old with a 70-year-old, like people have the same creepy reaction.
Well,
so
that's just for money
so you would need to condition against the disgust that you were talking about in the same way. So if you think about like you're protective of disgust and you're like watchful of like don't let the pedophile demon goblins get rid of your disgust.
What?
Just think about well, I think that's kind of where Gio's coming from. Just think about how a 25-year-old, 70-year-old is frequently disgusting to people, and you will be shamed for it. People get shamed for it, and people make choices based on what your mother's complaining about all the time. Right. And so if people are disgusted by choices you're making and your mother's like, but
if you're dating if you're dating a 75-year-old, there's some kind of money thing involved.
Not necessarily. The thing is not necessarily like you can find examples of these things when like someone has like a weird old person fetish. Like
who's the one that died?
That's the problem with generalizing. Is like you want to have neat bows on these like moral characteristics.
Jules,
when really,
what's the oldest sexual partner you've had?
When I was 23, 28.
Oh, that's
very tight.
That's No, but my point being is that normal. Like I'm talking more of like a social issue of trying to destroy those barriers between people, and it's really kind of fucked up and creepy.
There is another thing here when it comes to, let's say you are someone who is not dating early on and you want to put more time into a career. I think a fear that some people may have is that a lot of, let's say, girls today are prematurely having so much sex that later on, like, you know, the whole cock carousel thing that they like talking about, the idea being there is that at a certain point later on, they're not going to be as attached. They're not going to be
the same people believe
we gotta get Sandman the MGTOW
I just
on
love
here.
listening to people that are so inexperienced, like talk about like watch out for cooties and like watch out for. It's a real phenomenon. If you have a prize stallion and you're breeding them, and this stallion is just having sex all the time, making new horses, the stallion will stop working, right? It will develop its own erectile dysfunction. But that's also because it's in a blackfish situation, where if you look at killer whales in the wild, their dorsal fins never fall down. But if you look at a blackfish in a cage, the dorsal fin just collapses on itself. And that's what happens when you force anything into a procreation bed. Because if you can have an indefinite number of sexual partners and never have erectile dysfunction. In fact, erectile dysfunction, I hate to break it to people, I hate to break everyone's illusion, comes from most primarily from like monogamy dynamics.
Well, you're talking about the guys.
Body operates on a user principle.
Is there an
Your
equivalent
body
for women?
operates on a user or loser principle.
Is
So
there
at a
an
certain point,
Are you saying people are naturally polyamorous?
So you think we should be polygamous?
I think that
I don't think
breeding
that's
stallions,
surveillance was
polyamory. I don't know where
everywhere.
this is
I think
going,
before
Jules.
surveillance was everywhere, men were so disgusting that they took for granted that they would have mistresses and then treat their women like property. Okay? And I'm not saying we should be like France, where the prime minister has a national mistress. I'm just saying people should not willfully engage in double standards and should feel love and happiness from their partner's love and happiness. And you should do things that work.
There was an interesting thread I remember reading recently where someone was talking about how, let's say, in the 1980s, the relationships that they had with women back then was that a lot of the women, like especially like, you know, like the younger women, there was more of an innocence about their approach to sex. Like when they first started dating, they didn't even, have intercourse yet. It was just like, fondling and breast licking and stuff like that. And the idea there was that today, in comparison, a lot of the younger women in that thread, at least that's what the guy wrote, that they are very, very confident. And you probably really like that, Jules. Like that they are these confident alpha women who already know everything there is to know and there's no question about what's going to happen. But the question is like when it comes
not necessarily. I dated a girl who was so inexperienced. She had one sexual partner before me. She like couldn't do anything. She barely spoke English. No, I was just like, let's read about this. There's a book. I'll share it in the chat. It's called Below Him. Okay?
I have to disavow.
And she could have married a base job, man. But then you ruined her, Jules.
After
You ruined
the
her.
book, she just became more confident because it's pleasurable to pleasure people. It feels good to make people happy. People like
in the
brain
confines of
damage
marriage,
themselves
yes.
into
In the
forgetting
confines
this.
of marriage.
Okay?
Yes.
So it's not about like being a slut and like being like, it's just sort of like,
no, Jules, it's not so much that as I think most people are, and I don't mean to look down on most people, but I think most people are more in this NPC mode of being puppets for whatever advertisements they absorb on a daily basis.
Yeah.
And that is like, the self-confidence is not so much of a self-confidence.
But the advertising comes from your traditions too. It's not just like people like studying things and going, oh my God, Eureka. Like this is how things are. It's also people going like, what's the most Lindy book I can find? Like they were doing this 500 years
Nobody's
ago.
talking about books at all, though.
that.
If we're talking about
advertising is advertising.
if we're talking about regular
Talking
people,
about
Cultural-
they're just eating of the trough.
cultural influence is
Yeah,
cultural
they're just
influence.
eating of the trough of modern cultural influence. So of course they're going to come out as being very self-confident and knowing everything there is to know about sex. But I'm not sure how loyal they would be able to be in the long term, and I think that's an issue many people are having today when it comes to having a long-term relationship. And
yeah, exactly.
If you're worried about loyalty, just focus on being loyal yourself, because that's the only
Jules,
thing.
didn't you say people are naturally polyamorous?
I'm just like, if you don't trust other people, it's usually a sign that you're not trustworthy. I think if you're worried about loyalty, just focus on being loyal yourself.
The chat,
Or
the
you've
chat-
been burned from over trusting someone you shouldn't have.
I've been burned so many times and just philosophically refuse to let it jade me or become a cynic, because I think I would be miserable.
The chat said, imagine your mom rode the carousel so much that she doesn't have any pair bonding hormones left. That's the problem. You don't want something like that to happen. That's what we're trying to prevent. Here, let me read again. This comment from Buff in the chat says, imagine your mom rode the carousel so much that she doesn't have any pair bonding hormones left. And
that's a real phenomenon.
Yeah, that actually
Dude, that just comes from being hurt.
I grew up on an army base, and I can
that's
say
from the hurt. It's not so much.
So you're saying that the pair bonding hormones do not exist?
I'm saying that what you think is an incentive model with like a 1 and a 0 is a much more dynamic, multifaceted
nature is ones and zeros,
system.
like at every level.
It's a much more dynamic, multifaceted system. And if you nudge it different ways on all sides, you will get different reactions, right?
I think family
it's
plays
much
a
more
bit-
like a musical instrument than it is a switch.
I think family plays a huge role in this, though. So if there is, let's say, a girl who has a really positive influence from her family, I think that's going to resonate in the kind of people she's going to be able to find and the kind of decisions she's going to make early on based on those family influences. Most people are lazy. They're not going to put in the time. They're eating off the same trough as their daughters are.
It's also about how good you are at making someone feel good. If you're not good at making people feel good, it doesn't matter like what their background is. They'll betray you, fuck you over,
You're basically
and
saying
leave.
that everybody should turn into Captain Save-A-Ho.
Lev, what are you talking
What
about?
I'm talking about is that I think
King Sim.
Man up and marry them, bros.
People should go get mail order brides. They should go get virgin.
What?
They should date Amish people. They should date experienced strippers. They should do whatever they want. Okay.
Not everybody can
There's
do
no one size fits all. There's no the best.
No, there is no best.
Jules, if there
is
was
only one thing,
Jules,
it is to follow what is given to us by God and God alone.
Okay, look at voting blocks. How come people rally around in certain like red districts and blue districts? People do follow certain patterns, and those patterns are influenced by certain things that are going on in their environment, by what's going on in academia. My point here, Jules, is that, like I said before, not everybody has a grade of an advisor as you to guide them along such a way that they can have a positive influence on people.
I doubt I'm that good an advisor.
Yes,
more
you are.
and more.
My point is,
no.
my point
how
is,
public have you been about your advisor, Jules?
well, that's one of the Patreon perks as well. $20 patrons, they're gonna get Jules as their relationship
Get a
advisor.
one-on-one.
Exactly. So go to patreon.com/
Very bespoke.
break the rules.
I'm a
of the
listener. I'm a listener.
Jules is a great fucking listener.
Like, subscribe, review, give $1 million because you know you got it. You got that fuck you money. No, got that fuck me money.
Fuck me money.
Rate the video 5 stars, guys.
Exactly.
Rate the video 5 stars.
So going back to what I was talking about, my only point here, Jules, is that while I agree that it would be best if people were to utilize the kind of things you're talking about, it would help to have a better society. I agree with you. My only point is that most people are not going to be able to get that advice, and most people are just dealing with the chips that they're given. And the chips that they're given is not, at least the consensus seems to be, like we had a comment from De Facto earlier, literally no one is faithful anymore. So if that's the environment that we're given, I'm sorry, man, but there are not enough Juleses in the world to heal that. And that's
wow, is that an accurate statement?
I'm a faithful motherfucker.
You're all Levs.
Is that an accurate
all
statement, though? Hold on.
Someone that people are viewing.
Someone's saying I'm not faithful. I'll kick them in the mouth.
Yeah, fuck you. Who's talking about me?
Bubbles.
all
that's-
Jules is.
Bubbles is Jules's cat, by the way, because Blue Shoe asked who is Bubbles. That's Jules's beautiful cat.
Look at this, paying $20 just to gaslight Jules into psychosis. Amazing.
It's the little things in life. It's the
Bubbles for Trump. Yeah, Bubbles is my favorite character in Trump Boys Buff.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. Actually, the desert reminded me of that episode of Xavier Renegade Angel, one of my favorite shows of all time, with a sand madness. Do you remember that one, Gio?
Yeah, that was pretty.
It had that nice looking slug made out of pure static.
Yeah,
that was nice.
So, guys, are we going to talk about the latest E-Drum? We're going to talk about the epic showdown that hopefully will go on BTR between Sunny and Logo Dead.
Yes, I want to be here for that.
Wait.
Yes,
I
we gotta do that.
I got to post
Have to quarantine it. We're gonna have to quarantine.
I want to bully him.
Oh, Jules, do the new order sign.
We have to do the quarantine.
Gotta get on. I'm. If you'll let me, I'll help. I can help you guys.
Please get Logo and
that.
Can.
We gotta get it happen. We
And
gotta make it happen.
Logo said to me it's a waste of time because Sunny will just like call him R words and shout at him. But
the people want it. The people want it.
Exactly.
People demand it.
Look, as long as Sunny is compassionate to the audience, it's enough.
He won't
be. It's enough. Look, if you want to throw
like
haymakers at panelists, okay, but at least do it in a way that the audience gets something from it. Because if it's not exciting or fun to watch, if it doesn't have that X factor, then it's literally just.
Well, here's the thing. I think you know what's funny is that there's rare moments I think where people can. The internet I think is different in that it would take like a very long time for things to come together in old media, or what did McLuhan call it, hot or cold media? I forget. But back in the day, you had shows like what was William F. Buckley's show called Firing Line. Like it would take it would take like a long time before. People that you follow for a significant amount of time to come together and argue. Whereas nowadays, sort of the curse and the blessing of internet discourse is that your heroes can sort of destroy each other and go at each other all of the time. And you can even facilitate this and you can sort of provoke a response. And I think this is like a really weird aspect of discourse in the internet age. And whether you want to describe it as being a part of, like, I don't know, what's that sort of, kind of outdated word that Bard uses, netizen. Being a netizen, I really hate that word, but being a netizen is sort of like this thing where...
Yeah, what the hell is that word? I'm sorry.
Well, you're basically a global internet citizen, I think, if you read his books. But who was on the
Reddit
show,
code
by
of
the way,
conduct is universal immorality.
Yeah.
I'm a human being in 2020. I don't know how to make a netizen. What is that? What implication does that have?
That it basically means like the Reddit code of conduct should be like the norm for everywhere, and you should be like good, wholesome Keanu 100, bro.
No, I'll say whatever the fuck I want, and you can either fucking listen or not.
Reported, blocked,
reported,
swept by the Jandies.
But no, anyways, yeah, I think that is a interesting sort of. We could get a lot of views on that. I feel that would be pretty awesome.
Well, Cowboy was talking with me about
how
the BTR stream would be a good neutral ground for this kind of discussion. So I'm personally looking
I'll meet
forward
with
to
someone who doesn't want to get into like a dogmatic ideological battle.
Like I said on Twitter,
I'm fine with that. I really don't care.
Like I said on Twitter, I deleted this post because I think I talk about it way too much. But this show is starting to remind me of an incredibly less stupid version of the old Morning Kumite show from Internet Blood Sports, where we have this neutral ground where people can come on to have these debates and fights about anything, really. And it really is a very similar vibe. And the way things just exploded off as soon as you guys started doing live streams and having the Caliat community and Sunny on, it was like, it just gives me a very similar vibe, except you guys are way less stupid.
No donga berries, yeah.
No super
Wait,
berries.
what are donga berries?
They just came from
the host of that show, the Morning Kumite, was a
Tonka
guy
Shaw.
named Tonka, and he had his character, his mascot was like a Native American vibe, so people would make fun of him by doing like the caveman grug speak from 4chan, and they would do that. So they're like in the chat, it would be like, "Oh, Donga mad, Donga whatever," and
because they would say he's like a stupid caveman. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he was supposed to be in wrestling, but then they called up certain wrestling organizations, and they had no record of him.
He lied about it. Yeah.
So he was basically a fraud. Sadly, yeah.
Yeah, he wasn't even trained at him. I think like there's actually been a surprising history of people that lie about being in pro wrestling. Like I don't know if you guys know about the mass transit incident. You ever hear about this?
I have not.
Okay, so this was in ECW. This was New Jack. So you right off the bat, you know this is going to be terrible. Basically, this like 17-year-old like fat kid, he was called Mass Transit, and he lied about his age, and he said that he was trained by Killer Kowalski. And what happened was it was a tag team match. So it was the Gangsters. It was like New Jack and Mustafa against Devon and I believe Balls Mahoney, but like he had to do something else. So this kid like lied about being trained, and then he started like talking mad smack to everyone in the back. And he said to New Jack, he's like, "Can you give me color?" And which means like, "Can you blade me?" And of course, you never ask someone else to blade you, right? And New Jack, being like a psychopath that like has stabbed people and tried to kill people, he like basically destroyed this kid in the middle of the ring, and he cut his forehead to the bone. And they had to like stop the match, and he almost got charged with deadly assault with a deadly weapon, and it was a big thing. So look up the mass transit incident. It's actually part of a Vice documentary called what's the Vice documentary called? Dark Side of the Ring. They did a whole episode on this on New Jack. So
that sounds.
I see
like
some grainy like white trash hand camera footage here. Oh boy.
That sounds like nothing.
Yeah, someone recorded it. Yeah.
That sounds nothing like when Jay-Z
guy's literally just wearing
someone.
fishing waders.
Shanty Man.
Wait, what's the link?
Shanty Man. That sounds nothing like when Jay-Z stabbed someone in a board meeting.
Oh, Jay-Z stabbed someone?
Yeah, in a board meeting. They're in a board meeting, like with people in suits, and he pulls out a knife and stabs someone in the board meeting.
Why?
Man.
Just
because they pissed him off, I guess.
By the way, I'm gonna do like some of those like running-a-thons or whatever, walk-a-thons. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do calf raises. If I do 100 calf raises, everybody in the chat has to like send this stream to a friend and recommend it and say this is an awesome stream. Please subscribe, but only if I could do 100 calf raises. FYI.
Well, my friend told me she was watching earlier today, and I didn't send her the link, so that was good to hear.
That sounds like you're talking to family when you say that. Those are like people that are like, "Oh, we send Lev $20 in the mail every Christmas." Like, oh, if you do 100 calf raises.
Yes, I'm gonna do 100 calf raises.
Oh my god!
Is that not a lot? Do I have to do 200?
Real people.
Do I have to do 200? 300? How much would impress you?
I don't know. Just dedicate 2 years of your life and go broke.
What?
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 You okay?
I don't. What that's every podcast.
What just happened?
What?
That's every podcast, dude.
That was weird.
Yeah, that was.
Weird. What was the thing about we're always talking about the USSR and how they had no food and people were starving, but really they had no problems with food. I always try to connect that to the stream.
The problem is that the USSR didn't have podcasters. That was the big problem. That's why it failed. They didn't have Chapo. They didn't have Chapo Trap House. That's why they failed. Because Matt Kreisman wasn't a commissar. That's why.
You might be facetious, but there's actually a valid point that the spread of independent media is very important to our future. And this is why it's so different than before. It's different this time. It is. We have independent media. We can do whatever the fuck we want.
That's true. And they had Radio Free Europe and all of that. Well, there you go. This is why you have to have guests that, because I'm making a stupid, corny joke and Theodore made a good point out of it. So, yeah. Oh,
I'm just watching Lev stretch his legs. I should be driving. Lev, stop.
Yeah, that's great.
Is Lev doing it? Oh my god!
Yeah,
I was very serious about it. But it's difficult to talk and do it at the same time.
This is why I look forward to Free for All Friday, because it's more casual. It's just the boys hanging out. And it's actually funny how it's almost like it's a really weird experience when you listen to a podcast of people just hanging out, because then it's like you at home, you're listening to camaraderie between people who are not physically together, and you're not physically in the same room with someone, and it's really weird. It's almost like we have to be more
Friendship
comfortable.
simulator.
Exactly, the friendship simulator. And it's like we have to become more accustomed and more comfortable with this. And it's like going to the next step of paying like people to have camaraderie and hang out. It's like that's kind of people think that's kind of a, you know, and it was in some ways it's a detachment from like actual physical reality, but in some ways it's the best we have now. And maybe if you use it for good, who knows? I mean, this is I think the problem. Many years ago I discussed this with someone very close to me who shall remain nameless for OPSEC reasons, about localism. And he said that, he knows, Gio, I know you're on this whole like trad localism thing, but maybe it's like when the local next to you is like a, product of the gangster communist computer god who is like, their brain is totally enslaved, then maybe it's not good to seek community in the people around you if they're going to poison you. Maybe it's better if you seek community among fellow minds through the ethereal waves, through the synthetic skies with the artificial stars of the satellites, and the communist gangster computer god is manipulating us through radio waves and through earphones. Sorry, I'm doing the bit again. Sorry, I'm doing the deck bit. So yeah, I'm just because I think this is an impossibility that we all face nowadays, is that we're very weird, eccentric, mildly neurodivergent people, and we're trying to find community and longing together. And it's really interesting how we have to accept this, ersatz, pastiche of community through the internet. So,
well, I mean,
hey,
this isn't a simulator. You guys are actually my friends, right?
I'm entering the Ozark Mountains. Hey, guys, I'm entering the Ozark Mountains right now. Might lose reception soon. So I do want to talk localism because I talk that shit all the time in my stuff, this crowdfunding government. But before I lose reception, Jules, can you try to pull that clip that I sent? I just want this autism clip on the air so I can get your guys' honest opinion.
I posted it. Let me bring it back up so it comes to the bottom.
Here it is. I see it. What I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try to open this clip up with the audio, but I don't know if it's going to be successful. I'm going to try to do it right now.
I can do share screen.
Yeah, okay, if you try to share screen, but would the audio also be shared? Because that's the key. Let's try that out. So I think that was close to 200. Maybe that was 160. I wasn't really able to keep count towards the end. But I did some of those things yesterday, and my legs feel pretty good afterwards.
What is it?
You look good doing it.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that.
Wait, Lev, what is it?
No strain, no strain on my face. I was just doing calf raises. This is the only workout I can do that's trackable on the camera because I'm standing up on the standing desk.
You didn't see him going up and down like this for like 10 minutes? It's ridiculous. It's the greatest thing ever.
Yeah, I saw it.
I was watching you guys.
Do jaw clenchers.
Well, I like chewing the.
If you wanna shape your face.
I like chewing the. What do you call it? The.
I'm gonna do mewing right now.
The Greek stuff. I got it all over here. What's the name of it? Mastic gum. Mastic gum.
Yeah.
I like chewing the mastic. Caustic Dreamer says, "Lev, you beautiful calf master." Yeah, oh my god, my calves are pretty fucking big now. I didn't even notice that. Yeah,
bulging double definition calves.
Strong barbarian legs.
That's an old Howard Stern reference that nobody will probably get.
Man, I am impressed by what I'm seeing. You guys.
What was the reference? I love. Hey, I love Stern. What was the reference?
Oh, do you remember Elliot Offen, part of the Whack Pack? Elegant Elliot Offen. He was this.
No, that's like vintage Whack Pack.
All right, I got it on
now. Yeah. Oh my god! Apparently, he still walks up and down. He still runs up and down in a dress in New York City. But look up Elegant Elliot Offen, and he's like this schizophrenic dude that like pretends to be like he's a cross-dresser, but like he pretends to be like a gangster sort of type. And he was kicked off of the Howard Stern show for threatening him, and it was really crazy. So this is like vintage Whack Pack right here.
So I got the screen share on. Jules, try to put it on. Let's see if it works. I don't remember if audio works this way, but let's try it.
Yeah, I'm allowing Zoom access to my screen share.
Excellent.
Do you see it?
I do not see it yet. Oh, I hear it.
He's good. No, he's
Perfect.
What is this clip?
We will
It
see.
says I can't I have to quit Zoom to be able to change my security and privacy preferences.
I
For
see.
some reason.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought I could drop.
But now anyone can share the screen if somebody else wants to share it. So it's right here in the Zoom chat. Geo, would you want to share your screen?
Wait, it's not. Oh, wait. There's an easy way of doing this. This is not even a fucking video. Grab your cell phone, Jules, and put your cell phone to the mic, and that way they'll be able to hear the audio. There's no video in this clip. It's just audio.
Yeah, it's a podcast clip of Derek and Cotton.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that is the simplest way to do
Derek was on yesterday. I thought he was supposed to be on today, according to all the ads on Twitter. But it was a show that
make it
Cotton...
today. And while Jules is searching for it, here are some shout-outs. De Facto, Buff, Caustic Dreamer, Hero Alchemy, who I think may be joining us a little bit later. Veve Clicot, AIC, Hermes Thurston. I gotta write these names down probably. Lance Audette, as always, the great Lance Audette. Kyle Napoleon, thank you so much for the last donation, Kyle. Bulat Usmanov. And we also have Sasha joining us as well below there. How are you doing, Sasha?
That was you.
I'm not hearing anything on the screen right now.
I'm just waiting for the thumbs up.
Thumbs up.
Oh, that for me?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
Ted is unironically autistic. Totally. He would disagree. I think he's an undiagnosed autist. But even though I think his ideas are fucking retarded dog shit, I can't divide that guy's moxie and motivation to spread his ideas. Ted is unironically autistic. Totally. I don't even think he would disagree. I think he's an undiagnosed autist. Even though I think his ideas are fucking retarded dog shit, I honestly can't divide that guy's moxie and motivation to spread his ideas. Ted is unironically.
That's funny. What is that? What is that from?
Might it be about Theodore Kaczynski?
And did crowdfunded government just do a Gary freeze?
What's it? Okay, so for those who don't know, because you say Gary freeze.
I'm here with audio. I'm here with audio. The video's getting bad because it's
the Ozarks. But for those who don't know, what do you mean by Gary freeze?
Oh, it's just like the dude said, Syzygy. I just say this because someone hacked me in college and then took over everything, and I developed Stockholm Syndrome with the hacker. I witnessed things that made
I want to
me
hear that story sometime.
convinced.
No, we have this story, Lev. You have
that
to
made me
clip where
convinced
Jules
that I'm like,
explains
this
it.
guy's real. I mean, Cowboy came on our stream and like pulled up all this guy's information. Like, he showed me where he lived. He talked to me on the phone. He told me he's one of the best hackers in the world. He starts playing Demi Lovato's Confidence on my phone. No apps were open on my phone. I'm like looking at my phone. It's like no Spotify, no iTunes, no YouTube, no Google. It's just blank phone. It's playing Demi Lovato's Confidence. Like, I'm in control. What's wrong with confidence? This is my show. Like, da-da-da-da-da. I was like, holy crap. And then he told me about Devil's Breath, this is when I spoke to him on the phone before he said, Jules, sometimes people just need to do something and you hope they understand later. And then he's like, are you familiar with Devil's Breath? It's a drug that you could put on a business card. And if you give it to someone and their skin absorbs it, their free will dissolves and you can just bully them into doing things like getting into a van. And I was like, that's creepy. And that's when I went to the police station.
The best was this guy's.
That's when I went to the police station.
He's a tall black dude. It's crazy.
I went to the police station without my phone, And then I told the police, and they were like, has he taken anything? And I was like, no. They were like, do you fear for your life? I was like, not really. And they're like, well, he's not doing anything illegal. Just ignore him. Right. And that's when like I started researching articles. Like I read an article about this girl who had a cyber stalker for 12 years and like all the things that this cyber stalker would do to her. And I was like, this is happening to me. And then he would highlight phrases. Like I'd be reading a sentence like, of the tens of thousands of cases, only 2 people have ever been tried. And I'd be like, what? And then like my screen, like Ghostwriter starts highlighting this sentence.
So he's streaming what you're reading, and then he just highlights stuff without you.
I would scroll down, and he would bring my screen back. So not only was he highlighting it, I'm like trying to scroll down in the article, and he's like brought me back like 5 times and kept re-highlighting like of the tens of thousands of cases, only 2 people have ever been tried. And at that point, like he kept us for a while. It was this cat and mouse game where like I was constantly trying to outsmart him, and he would like make me feel like I finally got him out. And then he would do something like put a slideshow on my phone where he'd like pull up my social security, my passport, my driver's license, my W, like my W.
Way ahead of you.
And then he like there was a picture I had at a party where there is a Halloween party and there's a little tissue ghost in the background, and he starts zooming in on it, like in and out, in and out, in and out on this ghost on my phone. And I was like, my phone is possessed. Like this guy is totally in control. And then I tried to tell my parents about it, and they were like, wouldn't believe me, right? And I was like, you don't understand what's happening. And they're like, at a certain point,
I just to get you on medication.
At a certain point, no, never. But at some point, he started teaching me what he was doing. Like he would open apps on my phone and then toggle things to show me. He'd like open my app and be like, I'm accessing your phone this way. And he would like toggle like access on and off and show me. Then he'd open a different app and like toggle access on and off and show me. And then he started teaching me what he was doing. Then he stopped messing with me after I broke the phone. I was like so upset. One time I smashed my phone on the ground. I got a new phone. I thought he was out. He's back in my phone. And then at this point I was just like, I just have to submit to this person. Like I just have to live with this person and not piss him off because like now I'm in a symbiotic relationship with Gary.
Not the right decision.
It's the only decision.
No, that's a terrible decision, dude. You got owned.
I did get owned. Yeah, I'm Gary's pet.
Gary?
I'm Gary's pet.
Still?
He's his gimp slave.
If he's still there, he's in all your shit. If he's real, he's in all your shit.
No.
Like Gary is my STD for real. Like
what?
Oh.
Wait, is
like
he?
You have to
Oh
clip
no.
This is
like
real.
a
I'm
Dracula?
serious. We have a picture of this dude.
I'm trying to find
How-
it. How
how is this
deep is it
possible?
in the Juvenile Sled's Twitter account? Like I'm just scrolling
How did
through.
this happen?
Do you remember the date?
it's also in our BTR chat.
Did you put it in
But
the
also
chat?
he would do things like there would be times when I'd go to parties and like the music would stop working. And I felt like it was because Gary wanted to listen to the conversation. Or like he'd like go I'd be at an office and someone would be treating me like a jerk. And then suddenly their shit would stop working. Or like their printer would have like 1,000 pages.
Oh my god, it was literally like
So I would literally watch people fuck me, and then their shit stopped working. And then I was like, what the hell is happening right now?
He's like your fanboy or something, I guess.
Dude, Gary loves me. I love Gary.
Do you remember when you posted it, Jules?
great.
Was it in January? Jules, was it in January or was it before January when you posted Gary?
It's in the BTR chat too.
Oh, the chat says he stole your root chakra. He inverted your kundalini.
Oh no!
Wait, Jules,
You've
you
been
remember
sapped.
how fucking big our chat
Oh,
is?
it's
I can't
incredible.
find it on the chat, or I don't know. Maybe I can. Let me see.
I mean,
If you type in his
Yeah,
name-
Hero is right.
Lev's-
Cowboy posted about him in the Discord
dude,
somewhere.
Lev's like family with super programmers.
Just search
Anyway,
up
the reason I
Gary.
wanted to clip on is because who isn't somewhat autistic is my question to the group. Because I was
All of
listening
us
to all
are,
of you.
probably.
and
All
I'm
of
like,
us have
yeah.
I'm like
We're
I'm
all
like
on the spectrum.
30% autist, 70 schizo.
Jules,
I found
try
it
to
a good
find
mix.
Gary. I'm really trying. Oh, here. Perfect. Okay,
Oh.
thank you.
The black guy is
Wait,
Gary.
Cowboy did it. Cowboy.
Cowboy is on the payroll.
Yes.
Okay, which
By the
one's
way,
Gary?
Cowboy, we're gonna have a
The short black guy is Gary.
We have a stream maybe this coming Tuesday. I gotta see about the date, but maybe this Tuesday with the leader of the Mormon Transhumanist Party.
He's so
So,
Can you find the article where
Oh.
it says Gary was Mark Wahlberg's manager or agent, Cowboy? Because he used to be Mark Wahlberg's like
Wait, is Gary?
manager, like for Marky Mark. Yeah, he was like big in the entertainment world. And then he also he said he's one of the financiers of Open Water. That's what he told me on the phone. He's like, I got rich on Bitcoin. I finance Open Water, and now I live in San Francisco. He like showed me his house. I'm like, is this really this dude's house? Like, it because just like people on the stream will teach you, it's sort of hard to even know. Like, is this dude just making an elaborate alias, right? But whoever's doing it, like these things were happening to me, and they've kind of like not happened to me in such obvious ways because I've talked about it so much. I talk about him so much that if like anyone's looking for him, I imagine he knows how to get by, so he's probably just less flamboyant about his flexes.
Maybe he's moved on to someone else.
That's also possible.
That's sad, though. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's pretty.
No,
He
that'd
left,
be good too.
he left you
That'd be
for
good too.
a younger, more crazy man.
I choose to believe
That
like
even
he's
exists.
biding his time. Like, you know, it's like Nanny McPhee. Like she's she's fucking there when you need her, but not when you want her. Fucking but gone when you want her, but and when you don't need her. Except it's a hacker dude that stole your Kundalini.
I greatly
Sad.
apologize for taking this off of the localism discussion. I want that to restart again really quick with a quick summary. You said you're traditional localist. Is that local trans?
Well, I mean, in terms of, I think we were talking about political praxis, but yes, I do have a tendency towards localism in a lot of ways. Aesthetically,
I mean,
especially.
localism is the answer. Who doesn't think localism is the answer to all political problems? Would anybody like to step up to the firing squad?
I would step up to the firing squad only, like I said before in our previous show, if we're talking about some super state coming over and then just having their way with all these local communities, unless there is like a night watchman state or something to ensure that.
There's gonna be a lot of snipers in my community. So good luck. Come on in, boys.
Well, that's when they hit you with like artillery from the or like.
Oh yeah, that's when they
bombing.
nuke you, dude. No,
That's where you get the big
snipers have
tribal
defeated the United
Get your
States.
EMPs. Get your EMPs.
Terrorists using snipers will always defeat a modern military force. You can't occupy that. All you can do is glass it, and they're not going to do that in the United States.
I think that's I don't know. I think they're gonna glassing's gonna be an option within the next 20 years tops. That's just my opinion.
What's glassing?
Think of Dresden.
Nuking.
I mean, it doesn't have to be nukes. It could be like Dresden.
Yeah, well, but just total destruction,
Well-
basically, is what I'm saying. It's like localism is the answer. Even if a huge state takes over the United States, fuck you. I'm going to go hang out in the community where everybody protects themselves. And we have a bunch of people taking pot shots all the damn time at people who
Don't get me
claim
wrong.
to have authority over us.
Glass parking
I
lot,
agree
the
with
American
localism
dream.
completely.
Yep.
There should be like some joint workings between like militias, though. In my opinion, they should operate in tandem with each other.
Like the
Yep.
different locales. Yeah, that would be good.
Yeah, I mean it'd be like how police districts, like, you know, they give each other like help every now and then.
And that's how you avoid
Neighbor, are you a
9/11.
dick? Do you live in
I
an
think you
apartment
should-
or a house? Are you a dick to your neighbor? Like, I'm not.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm
not.
nice.
Well, most people don't even know their neighbors, unfortunately.
They
Yeah.
treat him like Boo Radley, and he comes and saves you anyway.
I just had a barbecue with my neighbor before
Oh.
this.
Oh, that's nice.
All right, so we got to get some non-localists on next time to mix this shit up because everybody's kumbaya. Fuck this. What do we disagree about, guys?
Exactly. Well,
Yeah.
what about
I don't
Gennady?
know.
Would you say Gennady is a non-localist, or is he
Oh,
in favor of
Yes,
localism?
definitely not.
He's a
definitely not a
localist.
fuck. No, he is.
I feel like he would be like I don't know. He'd find some way to make his position localist because he's not very contrarian.
Consciousness upload outlet out in your little village.
He's not contrarian,
like
so he would just kind of vibe.
anti-national. Like he's not a nationalist as much. I think he's a proud American, but I think nationalism has kind of become a different thing.
What?
And
I think he's more of a corporate.
Proud American.
Nationalism and xenophobia have like become like conflated, entangled.
You can call yourself a proud American.
Localism is not
label
the same as nationalism.
Yeah.
That actually reminds me of something I was getting stuck on today. I was talking about this in the Cali server. Like how like a lot of people overthink, like at least in my opinion, like the point of like ideologies. It's like it's just defining your in-group and out-group. And a lot of these people use ideologies like Wojaks, this way to like understand themselves through it, like the ego level. Like, oh man, I'm a libertarian.
Like it's a rule to live and die by.
X or Y.
Yeah.
Great.
No, but I think the problem is
like
that, like, this is the problem, I think, with the current right wing is that we like to get hung up on this idea of nationalism when I think that everyone knows, if you look at the genealogy of it, that nationalism itself is sort of like a modernist invention. Like, and this is like Bernard Anderson in his book Imagined Communities. He talks about print capital, like homogenize people into nations. But more than that, I think that, you know, the idea of the right before the last 100 years was much different in terms of its approach to regionalism and localism. The problem is that nationalism is just the best thing, the concept that we have to work with right now.
I have no idea what the federal government is doing. 99% of the time, it should be done by the states, and the states are out of fucking control. It should be done by the cities, and the cities are so stupid. The neighborhoods should be handling it. I mean, it's like anybody who wants to argue against that, please.
No, I totally agree because like I used to think that like being a statist or being an anarchist was like a meaningful, like there's a meaningful difference between those positions. But really, a statist wants a state ran by people like the statist who are competent and aren't gonna fuck shit up. And the anarchist thinks that everyone's gonna fuck it up, so why bother? Like they just want people in charge that's similar to them, and they have different approaches to trying to like tackle that problem. It's like a lack of faith in the competency of the system, I think, is like what the issue is.
Oh, I have nothing in the competency of the system. Nothing.
You know, somebody who may be interesting to have on, I don't know if she can make it today, to talk about this stuff related to localism is Hannah Riley. I don't know, Jules, if she got back.
Sure, she was watching, and she might be watching and test and check the weather. I think people that see us as outside their Overton window might do a little before they come on, and then you just gotta keep following up.
Yeah, you don't know if it's
people
worth.
Frequently say they're gonna come on and don't. So also we've made that not a faux pas, so that the social cost of hanging with us is low.
Definitely.
Which is what we
want.
Yeah,
that's a great idea because some people just get stressed out at the last minute. You know, it's all good.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, exactly.
So one day I would definitely love to have her on. And as far as getting more status on, what do you guys recommend as far as the kind of people we should look for? Because Twitter is full of bots who are like
Chapotards.
Well, sure, no, we can go that direction.
Mainstream media people, like find people who claim to be a.
Exactly, that is who I want to
actual neoliberals.
Yeah, that is who I want to find. But here's the problem, guys. When I look at all Twitter
have you ever
accounts,
have you ever followed the neoliberal accounts? I mean, that is what they are. They are proud.
Yeah, there you go.
But there are also a lot of bots. Like there are also a lot of people who, like I mentioned last time, they're like they have pictures of their pets, but those are not even their pets. They may just be bot accounts that are generated, both like Trump supporters and like blue wave #resist people. Like they don't seem like real people.
So much of Twitter is fake.
Exactly. And it's like they have the same amount of followers as the people who they are following. And I tried messaging all of them. Like I tried messaging like every blue wave person I could and get them on the show. None of them responded. So I really think that most of them are bots.
They're all straight robots, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, they're probably bots.
And it's going to be really
uh,
hard to get those type of people on because they can't really function in this environment very well. Because I have friends who are like definitely Democrats, and even I can't really have a conversation with them about it. Like, we can't agree about even the basic of, like, you know, anything. Like, just there's nothing that we can even agree on, and people like that don't like to be challenged.
I think
they're unable to change topics either.
Coming on a show like this would just completely
go
against the narrative of what
guys,
they're
I would
told to do.
like those people to say whatever.
Who?
We need what?
Ryan Falk.
I would like
Ryan Falk.
Where have I heard that name before?
That's the alt hype. Yeah.
Whatever it takes to get those kind of people on, you need to do it.
Alt hype would be excellent on here. I know he isn't as comfortable with like in-person debates because he likes to do his research, but like he's fucking smart, in my opinion.
Isn't he like what would you describe him? Not like a wig nap, but like
a race realist.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, he does like he took down recently he did the thing about the Vouch videos. He like ripped apart. That was pretty cool.
Mm.
Well,
he's not on YouTube anymore. He's on BitChute now, or
yeah, YouTube gutted all of his channels.
Oh my god, yeah.
They gutted everybody. You can't even get American Renaissance anymore. Oh my gosh. Fucking what's his name? Taylor. Something Jared Taylor.
Jared Taylor. Yeah.
If you can get Jared Taylor.
Mr. Who White.
Yeah. Oh man, that is a personality. And I feel like he's probably a statist, all things considered.
I found a Ryan Falk. Yeah. I know this is not the Ryan Falk you guys are searching for, but he's
on Facebook. He accepts friend requests.
Well, speaking of people going off YouTube, I'd like to echo Cowboy's recommendation and start archiving people you like, because I am pretty sure there are going to be waves of purges coming up to the election.
Yeah. The one channel.
If you want people to database all your stuff without knowing, just behave like a sleeper cell for as long as possible, and then busybodies, you can count on it, will archive all your stuff. So if you post things and delete them, you will make them compulsively not want to miss anything you ever post. So this is something I came up with years ago. I was like, I'm going to post things and then delete it because I want to condition people to database everything I do and say.
Yeah, I really wish people would save every video on YouTube, because right now I've been trying to do research on the old internet blood sports stuff, because I've been talking about that a lot lately, and it's impossible to find anything of the morning Kumite because Tonka flags everything because he thinks it's
I was trying to find good flat Earth videos, and a lot of those have been removed.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it's just impossible.
This is a different Ryan Falk. I think this is just this gentleman.
I sent you a link to his Facebook account.
I will check it out. But this Ryan Falk, he's much more interesting to me. Husband to Karen Falk, father of three, and channel development manager at Arista Networks. The reason I'm bringing this up, he just looks like a regular I want to grill for God's sakes guy. I want to have him on. I want to talk to him. I don't know. I like finding random people like this.
It might be a sign that he came to you. It might be a sign.
Exactly. Look at this guy. He's nice. He's a nice dude.
Right? Got a wide mouth. I don't know. That's offsetting to me. Like, but go for it. Go for it.
Yeah, why not? Let's get him and let's get the other Ryan Falk on. Let's say 2-for-1 deal. This is another thing that I love to do. Okay, so I found another Gennady Stolyarov on Facebook, and he's just like this Russian, like obsessed with military dude, like one of those traditional Russian people who like is like a big Putin head. And
it's the same name. He has the same name.
Same name.
That's hilarious. That would be hilarious.
I will show you guys a picture of the other Gennady Stolyarov, and he had a Facebook.
It's beautiful.
Yes, he had a photo of his kids who were going through the military obstacle course. So what you guys may not be aware about is that a lot of people, like a lot of young people in Russia, what I wish America would absorb from Russia is that when it comes to physical therapy, Russians don't fuck around. Like, they bring their kids through a lot of grueling exercises and a lot of, chin-ups and push-ups and all that stuff. So I think that is one thing that we can definitely learn from the Russians. But look at this guy. I am going to post the other Gennady Stolyarov, who I would love to get on the show. This is the other Gennady Stolyarov, and I would love for them to be on at the same time.
Oh! He looks Russian as hell.
Amazing.
Oh my god.
Yes, yes, this is...
Dude, he looks like I don't know why, he reminds me of the actor from the Hannibal movies.
Oh yeah, which one?
Anthony
like
Hopkins?
Red Dragon and
Anthony
Silence of the Lambs.
Hopkins. Anthony Hopkins.
Yeah, look at this guy. He's got a very traditional,
That's a
like,
very Russian phenotype.
Exactly. Yeah, a lot.
Oh
of,
yeah, definitely.
a lot of Russian energy here. Yeah,
Yo, I trust him.
Fuck Russia. Fuck Russia.
Did you know?
I
didn't
care
know
about
that.
the Russian people. I want
Did
the
you
best
guys
for the
know
Russian
that?
people.
I love Russian people. I really love Russian people.
Here's his dog.
I'm a
Holy shit.
Russophile. I'm a big Russophile.
I'm gonna show
Jules
you.
is racist against you.
I'm gonna show you
Jules
this guy's
the
dog.
Duganist over
This
here.
guy.
I don't know anything about Dugan.
Jules the Eurasian.
That's Leo. I'm gonna get to
Oh,
Geo
I
and
hate
Lev.
Dugan.
Leo
Who is
and
Dugan?
Okay, check this out. This
Leo
is
and
this guy's
Jen.
dog. Look at the dog. This is an amazing looking dog.
Oh, that is a
That
floppy
is a
dog.
great dog right there.
Yeah.
Look at the little skin and the falling off
it's
his
adorable.
face.
I was watching this JonTron video. Apparently, Steven Seagal is best friends with Vladimir Putin. I didn't know this.
Oh yeah. they're pretty
amazing.
No. Steven Seagal was assigned to Putin because Steven Seagal is base.
He's also good friends with Lukashenko of Belarus.
Steven Seagal.
So over here, what
I
Seagal-
am Steven Seagal.
here's one
You
of
guys
his
know that
military
Steven
getup.
Seagal was actually a cop for a while?
Yeah, he
He
was.
was actually a cop. Yeah, it wasn't
Yeah.
made up.
Yeah, so
Nice.
one day we're gonna get Gennady Stolyarov, both of them in the same picture. Oh my god, hold on! I gotta post this picture. This is
have
such
to
an
be
amazing picture.
Gurkhas in the camo, and you know, like what's that? The guns and ammo board on 4chan.
K.
Okay.
Yeah,
Weapons.
K. What's with K always wanting like the old style Russian like camo and Gurkhas, and what's that all about?
Oh, look at this
Basically, because it's very reliable, it's very inexpensive, and like after the Soviet Union fell, it just flooded everything. So like you can buy
okay.
like a
It
whole
has such
set
a
of it
cool,
for,
like, brutalist style.
Yeah.
It's
I
like
guess, like-
post-apocalyptic in some ways.
Well, you guys were mentioning Steven Seagal, and just take a look at
Because,
this
like-
picture over here. This is Gennady Stolyarov
Yeah.
in the Tai Chi outfit.
Wow.
Amazing.
This dude feels like the whole package. Like
Vibing.
We need to get this guy on. This is amazing. And if
Only if the other Gennady Stolyarov is gonna be there.
oh yeah.
Yeah.
That would be great.
they have to meet each other and just be like the duality of man.
We
It has to be a surprise. It has to be a surprise. And then just don't even
Love?
comment on it. Don't even comment on it. Just have like two people with the same
Gennadys.
exact name and no comment.
Imagine Gennady 1 asking Gennady 2 about transhumanism, about like, so in the
Which
future you're
one's
going
one?
to like clone.
Which one's one and which one's two, though?
You sold us to Bill Gates?
I mean, to be fair, this one looks a bit older than Gennady. So our Gennady is probably a little bit younger than this one. So our Gennady is probably Gennady 2.
Our Gennady, I love it.
Yes, Gennady. Okay, here's the problem. As much as I love Gennady, he still is an agent of the communist computer gangster god,
Yeah.
and that's using the airwaves to enslave us through earphones. And so Gennady Stolyarov, he wants to sell his brain in a jar to Microsoft and implement the transhuman. Sorry, I know I'm just going.
He wants to build the friggin' techno vessel for the demiurge. That's what he
Yeah,
wants to do.
there you go.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Oh.
So
I gotta say, as much as we disagree, my life has been enriched by conversing with Gennady this far.
most definitely.
Tell him that, Lev. It's true. I'm not even
Yeah.
joking.
No, and I had a great time yesterday as well. Gennady was on, and we had a very thorough conversation.
That was a lot of fun.
Yeah,
the Corona
definitely.
discussion. Yeah.
That was awesome.
What was Jules going off about? I caught the
On
very end there.
Jeremiah. That was funny.
I
You were
wasn't
like
sure
you were attacking his use of constantly pointing out fallacies, right?
I don't exactly remember. I was being bombastic just because.
But it was funny. It was funny.
It was
I liked
quite
it. It was
thrilling.
great.
Okay, so this is the obstacle course that I think his family or his kids are participating in. So wait, what's going on here? Why is there an ad? Okay, again, that was a really short video, by the way. I expected a lot more out of this Gennady character. Oh, look, it's Bubs. I love Bubs. Bubs is a beautiful cat. So anyway, guys. Oh, and this is Konstantin how do you say it? Avdiev. Avdiev. So this was the wrestling coach that Jules, you said he broke your hand in a handshake when you were touring high schools. But his mom's handshake was a lot more gentler, right?
This was the guy. He shakes my mom's hand, and it was like just a pillow grip, and then he like broke my hand. Like I've never had someone shake my hand. I remember this like over 10 years later. Like he shook my hand so hard that my hand was throbbing for like a half hour. I just
what a flex.
Don't know why someone would shake your hand that hard, but it was just hilarious.
I wonder how hard Gennady
He did to my
Stolярov
dad too.
would
My
shake
dad
your
was like,
hand.
"What the hell?"
I wonder how hard this guy would shake your hand. The new Gennady Stolярov that we found.
I think it depends on. I don't know. I was touring schools, and he was the wrestling coach, and I think that's a thing a wrestling coach might do. I don't think that's someone wearing a Tommy Bahama shirt would do if you're in front of a couple of palm trees. It would seem a little out of place.
Sure, I could see that. So I think we're going to be wrapping it up. Yeah, he kind of looks like an Anthony Hopkins whose face is just a little bit more smushed this way. But anyway, guys, I think we're going to be wrapping it up now. Don't forget, we're going to be having a lot more shows coming up. We are most likely going to be having a show about transhumanism and Mormonism with the head of the Mormon Transhumanist Association. That is going to be with Lincoln Cannon, head of the Mormon Transhumanist Association, and that is coming up on Tuesday. And then we're going to have a special guest on Thursday. And we're going to keep going. Free for All Friday is going to be coming up. And before we go, I just wanted to give you a taste of some of the other topics that we have in store for you. We are definitely going to be doing an e-girl stream. Jules, you got to help me find those e-girls. They're out there. I know they're out there. We're going to...
I know. Yeah. I know someone that wants to come on with a rhinestone gavel. An aspiring e-girl wants to come on.
I look forward to that. And here are some of the other ones we have planned. So we have planned Life After Death. I want to talk about people's perception of the afterlife. Is there an afterlife? All those things. Then we're going to have one on the welfare state. We're going to have a Satanism one. I found a bunch of Satanists who I'm going to be getting into contact with, so we're going to make that happen. We're going to have one about the new intelligentsia coming up. That's the one that we're going to have the people from like the New Yorker on. Like I want to get a lot of big people for that one. Preserving civilization. We are going to have, I mentioned the e-girls, perennialism versus millennium. How do you say that, Gio? Millenarianism. I don't know if I'm saying
Millenarianism.
Yes. So we're going to have both of those worldviews on display. I would love for you, Gio, to contribute that, to touch on the Christian idea of what exactly is going to be happening from here on out, as opposed to more of the cyclical idea that you were also in touch with earlier on. And we're going to have a journalism one. We're going to have Catherine Brodsky coming back for that, and bringing on Ellis Hennigan, our old friend who was there for the surveillance episode. We're going to have one on the Second Amendment. We are definitely going to have one on Goon Caves, but that is one that requires a long time for me to actually bring some of the Gooners on, because they're constantly horny. I feel like I have to be like the Pied Piper.
I got to say,
my God.
If you can change the rules for that stream to forbid people going on video, that would be something to do right out of the gate for the Goon stream.
Oh.
To ban them from going on video?
Yeah, if you're going to have Gooners on, because you know what they're going to put on.
You think that they're just going to show their Goon Caves?
They're ogres. They're ogres of human beings. No,
you got to trust. Trust has to be the policy.
Yeah.
You have to give good faith. And then if they infringe, then cut them out. That's it. But you can't have a policy of like not being trustful. Like, do you know what I mean? I just think that's just bad vibes. I think you want to manifest
All
what
right. Dong in
you
the
want.
first
You
30
want to
seconds.
manifest your ideals, not your fears.
Definitely. I want to see the Gooners. I want to bring them out to the light, take them out of the world of shadows, the Plato's cave of Goondom. But anyway,
Yeah.
with
Spotlight
that,
right on him.
With that, don't forget to subscribe. Как говорил великий Ленин, учиться, учиться и учиться, which translates to learn, learn, and learn, like the great Lenin once said. And I say subscribe. And
this is France, okay? We speak French.
Oui. I love the hockey. Well, that's French Canadian.